Thank you so much for joining us in our lovely Institute of Sport Building. Everyone who's woken up and made it here, you're heroes. We're thrilled to have you and to welcome you to Every Job is a Green Job session. As with all our Future Week activities, this workshop will enable you to gain industry insights, deepen your understanding, and gain valuable skills, all of which undoubtedly adds huge value as you go about taking steps towards an exciting future you.
This workshop will focus on the key topic of sustainability, no longer simply a buzzword confined to specific sectors. Sustainability is now finally receiving the attention it deserves. Regardless of your sector, skills, or degree, it's quickly becoming apparent that every job in the future will be a green job. The collective drive towards net zero is becoming a focal point for everything we do.
To lead you through some key trends and changes within the green space, we will introduce you to Eleanor Wills and Alex Hockburn from Change Agent. They will lead and facilitate today's session for you. Okay. But before we get into the exciting part of today, I want to run through some quick housekeeping. So we're not expecting any fire alarms. If you do hear the fire alarm, we must assume that it is genuine and leave the building in an orderly manner. The fire assembly point is in the reception area of the nearby Sugden Sports Building. I hope we all know where that is. We're recording and live streaming, very excited. So if you don't want to appear in any of the clips or coverage, please do let a member of staff know that you want to be excluded. And there will also be an opportunity for you to ask questions. Audience, get those burning questions ready. So please have this in mind throughout the session so that you can prepare your questions for our guests today.
So without further delay, please welcome Eleanor and Alex from Change Agent.
Thank you guys for the introduction. I feel like you should do the session after that. That was amazing. Hey guys, thank you for coming, and welcome to those at home if anyone's watching there. Thank you for coming to this session today. So we had a couple of titles. We've got The Future of Work and the Green Transition and Every Job is the Green Job. So just for some context setting, we've kind of had three revolutions in the past. So we had the agricultural revolution thousands of years ago where people learned how to make fire and create fuel. Then we had the industrial revolution in the 1800s, and we've been going through the digital revolution in the last 20 years or so. A lot of people are saying now we're in the sustainability revolution, which has the scale of the industrial revolution and the pace of the digital revolution. So that's what we're looking at now, in that we're in it now, and you're probably feeling it around when you look at the changes in business and change of setting and news and events. And that's why every job is becoming a green job, because we're in this tradition, and when we're at the other side, it's going to look very, very different. So we're going to be exploring that today. Just for some scene setting for Alex and I, we come from a charity and non-profit called Change Agents. What we do and have been doing since 1996 is connected talented individuals like yourselves with really purposeful careers and companies. And we also deliver workshops and trainings like today and like some other programs to help you develop the skills, the confidence and the knowledge to really go into workplaces and be effective agents of change. So what we're going to be doing today is looking at how that future of work is changing, what that green transition is actually looking for in the jobs market that you guys are going to go into. The skills and the values to thrive. So we're going to be seeing what skills you guys have, because you definitely have them and you need to show them off when you come into the workplace. And we're also going to have a fantastic panel of 3 MMU alumni who can give that industry experience of what they're really seeing in the context of work for now. We're going to be using Menti for some interaction, and the panel will also have space for all your questions, as has just been stated. So do get ready to get involved. And this is also a quote that we like to start a lot of our trainings with. The earth is what we all have in common, because we like to compartmentalise as people. Like, here's my job, here's what I care about, here's my hobby, here's my fun, here are my friends. And actually, what we're doing is, in terms of sustainability, it's literally the Earth. It's the home that we share with billions of other humans and billions of other species. So it's nice to compartmentalise for ease, but what we're going to look for in this session is that those compartments kind of break down a bit. Your career can be the thing that you care about, and vice versa, and often that can make it much more fulfilling and much more effective for you. So first, we're just going to go into a context setting about what is a green job, what's actually happened in terms of the climate crisis. I'm going to pass over to Alex for that.
Hello. So, first of all, we think about the term green job. We hear the term green job quite a lot, but it's not always clear what green job actually means. There is a definition here in the UK that a green job is an employment in activity that contributes to protecting or restoring the environment, including those that mitigate or adapt to climate change. That seems quite an ambiguous term, really, green job, because employment activity that contributes to protecting and restoring the environment seems quite specific. You might think it's something to do with renewable energy or working in energy itself, but it's not necessarily always the same. And a good way to look at that is looking at the context within what green jobs are. And if we look at this graph here, we can see that the climate crisis is well underway. We have seen times of natural warming and natural cold times, known as ice ages, throughout the past millennia. But as we get closer to when human civilization begins, that warming has happened 10 times faster, and carbon dioxide has started to increase a lot more, meaning that it's unequivocal evidence for the warming of the climate system caused by humans. So, we all know what climate change is, or I hope we do, and we have an understanding of what causes it, but there are impacts and consequences of it. So on your Menti that you've logged into now, just type in really quickly, you've got 60 seconds, what is an impact and a consequence of climate change? And let's have a quick look at what we've got. Nice. Floods, ice caps. Sea level rise, more extreme weather, nice. We've seen some of that recently, maybe this morning, unfortunately. Different animal species dying, nice. Wildlife at risk, brilliant. Yeah, so, as many of you have put, we've got lots of good examples there. I'm going to move on because we have... Ooh. There we go. Thankfully, a lot of you have said lots of the things on our diagram here. In the middle, we've got greenhouse gases, the drivers of climate change. And around that, we've got the changes to the climate system. Some of them were mentioned there. We've got melting ice, rising sea levels, more extreme weather. For example, but more extreme weather isn't necessarily just heating of the atmosphere. We hear the term global warming quite a lot, and that's true. 2023, I think it was July and August, the hottest months on record. But it's also extreme cold temperature as well. In 2021, I think it was 76 low temperature records were broken, and then another 100 or so were broken the year after as well. That's low temperature. So it's not just global warming, we're talking cold weather as well. And on the outside of that, the climate system then has impacts on us and the world around us. We're talking about things like flooding, like some of you mentioned, localised flooding, conflict, and then some of these are connected, because if with food insecurity comes conflict, with risk to water supplies comes conflict. And these things are only going to get worse as climate change progresses. And here from the World Economic Forum, we can see that the global risks that are facing humanity in the next 2 years, past the cost of living crisis, the second one is natural disasters and extreme weather events, which is a direct cause of climate change. And the World Economic Forum also predicts that in the next 10 years, over 6 out of the top 10 global risks are going to be directly related to climate change. And as you can see from our highlights here, that the majority of them are related either directly or indirectly to climate change anyway. But it's all good and well saying about these risks and the causes and the impacts of them, but what do we do? And it's really important to recognise 3 key pillars here. Number 1, everything depends on a healthy biosphere. And it's really helpful to go back to the definition of sustainability, which means meeting our own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And this is all about not just making sure that people in our local communities and our global communities now have the resources they need, but also making sure we use the stuff we have now effectively and sparingly so that the people 100 years from now are able to do the same. And that comprises of these 3 pillars: people, planet, and prosperity. We want to be able to prosper, but we want to protect the planet, and we want to make sure people are living progressive and good lives. We're talking things about healthcare, education, and things like that. And a nice way of looking at that is using the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And if we put them in this nice wedding cake image here, we can see that at the very bottom of that wedding cake, we've got the biosphere. And this is the natural world, the biosphere around us. And without that really strong base layer, we're not going to be able to support the society and the economy that you want in a sustainable future. If you imagine that the cake was flipped, arguably at the moment we're prioritising the economy and society a little bit too much, and that wedding cake is going to topple, and that would ruin our wedding, unfortunately. But the second thing we need to recognise is we need to act ambitiously and urgently to protect that biosphere. And arguably, that is something we are doing. We're seeing quite a lot of net zero commitments. Net zero meaning when there is an equal number of emissions being released into the atmosphere and being absorbed, so there's no actual positive release of greenhouse gas into the atmosphere. We're seeing a lot of commitments from states, countries, companies, organisations to commit to these net zero targets that are in line with this keeping temperature below 1.5 degrees. But they're not being acted on. So we might have commitments. Having commitments is all good and well, but acting on them urgently is really, really important. And our orange slide here represents how fast we need to act to reach that target of not letting temperatures increase over 1.5 degrees. So we need to cut emissions in half by 2030, cut them in half again by 2040, and then cut them in half again by 2050. That's not a lot of time. In 26 years, we have to reduce emissions by 87.5%. So very, very quick timescale to move quite a lot of emissions. And that will leave us with our new carbon budget. Our final pillar, things we need to recognise, is that we all have a role to play in responding to climate change and making sure that we create a future that we're able to work in and is sustainable. A good way of looking at it is some research from EY to the UN last year, and we think about how businesses might respond. So 25% of businesses, and we're thinking like fossil fuel companies here, they're going to have to transform to survive if they want to survive. Some companies are inherently incompatible with a net zero future and a sustainable future, and they would have to change their entire business model to be able to survive. Another 50% of businesses, thinking like banking, there are some things that are very incompatible with a net zero future. But with some changes about the way they process, their marketing, their customers, they will be able to transform to win and take advantage of a sustainable future. Then there's the other 25%, and we're thinking about renewable energy companies here, for example, that are already sustainability minded, and they are already part of that transformation to the future of green jobs. And the main point being here that sustainability and climate change are going to touch every single career. It's not a matter of working specifically, like we said in that definition of green jobs earlier, just in things we stereotypically think of as green jobs, like renewable energy, working for a sustainability charity. It's about every single job that is going to be part of the green transition and the future world of work is going to be touched by climate change and the need for it to be sustainable. But it's all a good way of saying that. I'm going to hand over to Eleanor to talk about the key jobs in this green transition.
Thank you. So what we've seen is that the climate crisis is happening and that 75% of businesses are going to have to really rethink their models in terms of what they can do. Business as usual that has been going on for the past 100 years isn't usual anymore, and we need to change. So that's why we're having the session of every job being a green career, because if you're going into any business now, you need to be thinking about it. But what are we looking at in terms of job availability and skills? Probably the things that you want to think about in Careers Week. So there's 4 key market shifts that are going to be happening in this transition. The first one is that 25% that need to transform to survive. We call them sunset careers. There's going to be some careers that simply won't be existing in 20, 30 years. Hopefully that's none of yours, but that means there's going to be a lot of people retraining and trying to adapt their skills to a different setting. So that sense of adaptability is going to be quite critical, and the longevity of what you guys are going into now. The good news is that with every sunset comes a sunrise. So we're seeing an expansion of new jobs. So within the 10-point plan created by the government a couple of years ago, they promised 250,000 jobs within the UK. Linked to 250,000 jobs is 1.2 additional jobs due to things like increases in the supply chain, different demands that we're having from there. The International Labour Organization suggests there should be 24 million new jobs by 2030 because of the green transition. So really, if you're thinking about this now and you're thinking about going into an emerging sector, it's really a ripe time to do so. So that is quite exciting. And it's worth saying that some of you might be coming here saying, I want to be a sustainability manager or whatever it is, or you might not want to be doing something with sustainability in the title, but you really care about it. And this is where we're breaking down those compartments of career and personal interest. So it might be the case that you get a classic green job in a sustainability company. So, for example, Alex and I have sustainability in our job title and working for a sustainability charity. We're in this obvious, nice first section. But that's only one way to have a green job. The second is that you do have one of those classic titles in a company that's their focus isn't sustainability. All these companies are going to have to be thinking about it in future. That doesn't mean having a super unethical company, although they probably do have sustainability staff now, but just working for one that, for example, might be a marketing agency, it might be a university. You're helping them to become more sustainable through your skills and your knowledge. And then the third option, which isn't often talked about, is the fact that you can have a non-green job that's contributing to sustainability. So every sustainability organisation needs a HR manager, a finance manager, a CEO, marketing and comms, in order to survive and to thrive. So if you're doing something like business now, or like English or psychology, you can still be contributing to sustainability in a job that doesn't have it in the title, just by contributing to that vision that your organisation have and choosing one that aligns with that future. So it's a really positive thing when we're looking back at that sense of a green job being any job that's protecting and restoring the environment. Firstly, every job really should be protecting the environment. It's what we live on and what we rely on. And every job can be one that's really protecting the environment with what they do, regardless of what your job title is or what your course is right now. There's also a subliminal area that you could be applying your professional skills and developing professional expertise in a non-career setting. So, for example, you can use your skills to mentor, to volunteer, to become a trustee on a charity. If you don't have time as your resource, you could be donating, if that's applicable to you. You can be developing your professional skills in non-professional settings, now in your university or beyond. So really, even though we do think about career here, all of this experience that you guys are gathering now in formal and informal settings can really be creating you as a really effective sustainability change agent and professional. So just going to go through a few job titles that exist, because sometimes you think, okay, well, what do I find? I'm going to look up sustainability, I can't quite find them. So I'm just going to quickly go through a few that you might be of interest in. So one is social housing coordinator, sustainability job, training people in carbon literacy within the social housing sector. So this is someone who's probably got a background in social housing, is now applying it to train up others to say, what do we actually do about sustainability? We've got sustainability team lead for climate tech. So we've got a lot of different industries, such as technology, that are now saying we really need to adapt to sustainability. Very happy income on this one. So if you want to go into the IT industry, then you can still earn the big bucks on sustainability. But we are seeing this sense of we need to be adapting in intelligence, and particularly around digital footprint. It's the big elephant in the room right now in terms of sustainability. A lot of our cloud spaces, anything that we're doing on the internet has a carbon footprint, and that's increasingly coming under the range and under scrutiny as we're looking for businesses and the future in this digital revolution. Similarly, we're looking at economics. So sometimes we can say economics and environment are sometimes competing. That's not the case. The economy is a result of what's happening on the ground, including climate. So there's increasing demand for economists to be able to model climate change impacts, to be able to see how it's affecting the global economy and adjust accordingly. This also means being able to see our economic model and say, is this working out for us? What do we need to change? And looking at business models as well. What are we aiming for? Are we aiming for growth, or are we aiming for sustainability as a whole? And we've also got things like campaign managers. So this is one of those non-typical sustainability jobs for a sustainability company, in that helping someone, in this case Surfers Against Sewage, to get their word out about what they're doing. So if you have marketing skills, you're creative, you want to be going into that, there's a whole host of jobs of people saying, we're doing really good stuff, help us tell people. So again, a really exciting range of roles if you are interested in. And also an increasing amount of graduate programmes based on sustainability. So this is from the Transport for London. They've got a really massive graduate programme for environment that really takes you through a range of infrastructural projects. A lot of our local planning, a lot of our infrastructure, a lot of what we're really looking at, how we want to develop society, is changing now. So having you guys come in with new ideas, new perspectives, and programmes like this to really help you develop that is really exciting to look out for when you are thinking about graduate schemes, if that's something you want to go down for. So a lot of exciting jobs, maybe not typically the names that you're thinking of, but it means that also within every job that you go into, there's space to say, hey, have we thought about this? Can we go into that? And oftentimes you can develop your skills by putting your head above the parapet and saying, I want to look into this a bit more. Can we put some time in for that? And then often that's rewarded because they've noticed you. So we've got two of the first trends being around job creation and job changes. The second two trends are around the skills that we need to be effective in the workplace, which are also changing in response to sustainability. So the third trend is greater scope and skills needed for sustainability professionals. So if you do have one of those green jobs where you're working in sustainability and leading an organisation through it, those people, we suddenly need a lot more of them, a lot of people with that expertise, and they need to be able to advise on a lot more different aspects than they used to. So in terms of an organisation's emissions, historically, a sustainability professional was really focused on what we can control. So our building management, our energy management, our energy use, all the kind of things that you typically think of in terms of sustainability and how we can reduce our impact. With the increase in net zero commitments, we're seeing what's called scope 3 emissions. These are emissions that we don't control, but we do influence. And you can see on here, it includes our entire supply chain of an organisation, which is massive, can be over 50% of an organisation's carbon footprint, We've got the processing of sold products, so taking responsibility for what we're selling. We've got that digital footprint that we're seeing, and also things like commuting and business travel. If we think about a university, how you guys got here today is part of the organisation's footprint. So when we're thinking about sustainability professionals, they are now having to advise finance managers, they're having to advise procurement teams. They're going to have to advise the board in terms of what direction we go. So if you are going into those roles, boom, suddenly the amount of things to think about is much larger, which is exciting in terms of the range of things that you can be looking into. But it means we need a lot more people who can have those more transferable skills to help them be adaptable in those settings. And the final shift is green skills for all. So this idea that, again, no matter what job we're in, we need to be thinking about sustainability and we need to have the skills to be able to thrive in that. This is some research by Deloitte and IEMA, and they found that 75% of the people surveyed agreed that all jobs require green and sustainability skills by 2050. I do think if they said 2030, probably the same amount of numbers would have said that, and probably by 2025 as well. We really need the skills now. Similarly, here are the gaps where green skills are most needed. You can see finance, procurement, HR. So not really areas that we're thinking of again in terms of sustainability, but if you have this kind of skill set or these kind of careers are of interest to you, they need you right now. There's a lot of organisations saying we need this expertise in a range of jobs. So professionally, that third section of people doing non-typical sustainability jobs in a sustainable way is really what the industry is screaming out for right now. So here what we say, sustainability is not a department, it's fundamentally a cultural shift. And probably that's what brought you here today. Some of you might have come here and said, okay, I'm predicting where the market's going and I can see that I need to be thinking about this. But possibly you came here just because you're seeing the news and you're thinking this is really important and we need to do something about it. And that's an element of cultural change, of you guys saying, this is really important, I care, what can I do about it? And what we need is that case of, I care, we should all care, let's get that across and really do something about that. That's a cultural shift, not simply an operational one. We know exactly how to halve emissions by 2030. What we need is that cultural shift to say, this is a priority, let's make it change. So I threw in there another term of green skills. Let's go into that a bit more, because I'm saying we've got to develop skills. What skills are we actually talking about here? So you might have in your head some skills that you think have been really useful for you in the past, and I'm just going to uncover what they might be. So we did a piece of research a couple of years ago, and here's what employers are saying that they want in terms of sustainability professionals. So they want people who care, actually, is a really big thing. They want people who will take away, go home, and still have the same ethos. They want people with integrity, people who are really bringing this into their whole life. You can see a lot around behavioural change, so taking that cultural shift, how can we be part of that? How can we lead change, bring people into the journey, and really facilitate that at an organisational level? People to act as bridges and see things from multiple perspectives. Unfortunately, climate change and sustainability is incredibly complicated. You ask a question and you get 15 other questions that you then need to explore. So we need people who can look at things from different perspectives and keep going with that and say, okay, let's bring this together and be quite innovative. And also questioning norms. It can sometimes be intimidating as a fresh graduate or a young person going into an organisation that seems quite set. But being able to ask those questions is a fundamental part of being a really effective change agent, because we need to be able to say, we could change in order to change. And although it's intimidating, it's a really effective way to get noticed in that workplace for a really positive reason. And there's also, if we dig in a bit more, 3 different types of green skills. So this is where we're just going to dive into a couple of frameworks, a couple of those skills specifically, so you can see where you align and what you might have. So firstly, we've got skills for green jobs. So these are very specific skills. They could be called technical skills. So if you have got one of those classic green jobs, you're going to need specific technical knowledge and expertise in order to do that job well. So, for example, we're looking at a renewable energy engineer. They need to be able to install the renewable energy, right? Like, they just need to, that's not a transferable skill. They need to have the know-how. So that's only one part of green skills, though. The second is green life skills. So we call this cross-cutting skills, how we can see a situation, assess it, and then decide what the right course of action is. And this is probably something you do in your everyday life when you're like, is this a sustainable thing to do? You're going through that. You're channeling the information. You're thinking about it, and then you're trying to come up with the right course of action, as complicated as that can be. So we call those green life skills because really, if you go into any situation, this is how I'm going to assess it, and this is what decision I can make. The third one is skills for a green transformation. As I said, we're in the sustainability revolution. There's a lot changing right now. And so that business as usual that we've been relying on needs to change. So we need skills of people who can bring about change and manage that change in a really effective way. Ideally, lead that change as well. So these are really adaptive capabilities to transform what might be unjust structures, that might be unsustainable structures, and come up with a better model, be able to lead that into what is now into what has been, and let's create something better. So this is the skills of a leader in this one. So what kind of skills do these look like? Here's a few examples on each one. So you can see those skills for green jobs are typically the classic employability skills I think we look at, just the skills you need to do a job, ICT skills, potentially entrepreneurship, environmental management, they're really the things that are the bedrock for you doing a good job. Green life skills are these transferable skills, which are fundamentally important to any employer being effective, but particularly in sustainability. So creativity to come up with solutions, critical thinking in order to really say, is this right? How am I going to assess that it's right? Empathy and growth mindset and intercultural competence. We need to be able to feel stuff to work in sustainability. A lot of stuff isn't necessarily happening to us, it's happening across the globe. Having empathy is a really big superpower because we need to feel these things to care about them and then to do something about that. So having that in the workplace, having that when we're thinking about solutions is really, really effective, as well as seeing things from different cultures, being aware of those differences, and then having that growth mindset to say, I'm going to learn from this. It's okay if I mess up sometimes. Trial and error is okay. We need that in sustainability, but I'm going to take that and try and become better. And then skills for green transformation are some of the bigger ones that we don't often talk about. So can we anticipate the future? Can we build groups of people from different teams, different organisations, different courses in this sense, and bring us together around a shared purpose? Can we have this sense of, I am a steward, we are all stewards, let's share that responsibility among us? There's also things like political agency and valuing different types of knowledge. So it's really putting us perspective of, how am I going to have an influence? So one terminology we use at Change Agents is that we've got our carbon footprint, so the kind of emissions that we create, and we've also got a carbon handprint, and that's the influence we make through our decisions and through our communications. These last two parts, but particularly those skills for green transformation, is how can I maximise my carbon handprint? How can I have the biggest influence I can have in the most positive way and be really creative for that? So some of these skills you might say, tick, got them. Some of them you might think, yeah, I know that's a green skill. Some you might not have heard about before, and it's just opening that broad sense of what is a green skill and what really do I need to be thinking of developing. And so we can split them down to two parts. One is instrumental, the fundamental skills we need to do what we need to do, and then the transformative skills, the skills to do what we don't quite know how to do yet. We know that there's vague, we know they need to happen, but this is what's going to really make it happen in the future. And I'm just going to share a framework for you guys. Has anyone come across this framework? Show of hands before. It's absolutely fine. It's quite a niche one, to be fair. Can I get a raise of hands of who's heard of the Sustainable Development Goals or seen them? Cool. Okay, a couple as well. So the Sustainable Development Goals were created in 2015 as 17 goals for a more sustainable future. So they include things like climate action and life on land, life below water, but they also include things like no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, economic prosperity, partnerships, these kind of things that we see and we think, yeah, that would make a nice society, wouldn't it? We should probably work on them. And an interdisciplinary group of organisations came together and created the Inner Development Goals. So they said, yep, we've done a lot of work technologically, it really, industry focused to really make the change that we need to see. As I said, we have all the change that we need by 2030 to achieve that half of emissions. But they said, we actually need to now look inwards at that cultural shift, and culture starts with us. So actually let's work on self-development. Where's our place in the world? What impact do I want to have? And then from that point, we can then create change much more effectively. So it's a step back to say, what am I doing? Who am I? What is my work going for in terms of my decisions, my preferences, etc.? And then how do I create change? So, for example, IKEA have now embedded these into their competence development frameworks, and a lot of other organisations are doing the same. So you can see they're split into 5 different sections, and they've got 23 different skills and competencies beneath them. So if we take them through them one by one, the first stage is being. So this is a sense of, do I know what's right or wrong? Do I know what's moral by my own judgments? Do I then work with integrity to put this into action with everything that I do? Sometimes quite a difficult one in a workplace when we're facing peer pressure or anything else. So can I say, this is actually the right thing to do? Am I open to learning? Am I aware of my bias, of my weaknesses, of my strengths? What can I do about it? And can I be present in the moment to say, for example, I'm feeling a really big overwhelm around the climate crisis. I'm aware of that, and then I can do something about it. Stage 2 is thinking. As we said, sustainability, very, very complicated. So thinking about it is a really important skill. Can I put these different puzzle pieces together? Can I be aware of the complexity of them and really try and work that out in terms of the system? And then can I look from different perspectives in different time zones to say, yes, I know we're talking about this quarter economically, but what are we doing in about 10 years' time on a global sense? So being able to really fit those things together mentally and deal with that complexity. The third is relating, caring for others in the world. Again, not typical skills that we might see in a careers week in terms of what we're developing, but really, really, really important for sustainability. Can we have a sense of appreciation for what we've actually got right now? So saying, you know what, the world is providing so much for us. Let's keep it that way. Can we have humility to really say, okay, my view might not be the best. What can we learn from others? And then have those ideas being shared so we can do so in a better way. Can we have empathy for not just the people that we care about, but people across the globe, people locally, different creatures as well, animals, plants? Can we have empathy on that level to really put our preferences aside and say, okay, I feel that, I understand what they're going through, now let's bring that on board in my decision making. And can we be connected? We are all connected. We think of the web of life. Literally, if you take one thing out, then it's going to collapse a little bit. So we are all fundamentally connected, even if we don't always like to think so, because it does make things complicated again, going back to the thinking. The fourth stage is collaborating. So actually, this is kind of the first bit of doing something about it. Step 4 in this is doing something about it. So can we talk to others? Can we bring people on board? Can we create those ideas together with people who are different from us, people that are similar to us? And can we start to mobilize something on the ground? And then the 5th and final stage is acting. So you've gone through quite a lot to get to that stage of actually doing something about it. And yes, there's a lot of, again, technical skills that are needed here. But the ones here are quite different from what you'd expect. So creativity, and how to come up with the actions. Courage, optimism, perseverance. Sustainability, being a sustainability professional, I'm sure our panel might share some of this when they're talking, can sometimes feel a bit difficult. You're sometimes going against blocks, sometimes going against things that don't feel like people are ready for it. You need to have a lot of courage just to keep being aware of the climate crisis and saying, I'm not just going to avoid it, because sometimes it can feel like we want to just avoid the bad news. So we need courage to keep listening to that, perseverance to keep going, and optimism, because if we're fueled only by this sense of, I am terrified about what's to come, that's really, really draining. So one thing that we can say is, okay, what do I want to build that's better? And then that can be a really hope-fueled movement, which is much, much more sustainable. So when we're looking at optimism, it's not to say, I trust that it's going to get solved and I don't need to do anything. That's not what we're talking about. But it's saying there can be better, and this is the better that I'm moving toward. And it's a small change in mindset, but a really, really critical one when we're looking at being able to sustain things throughout a career. We've got 80,000 hours on average that people spend at work. That's a long time to persevere through. So having these core skills is really, really important. So what I'd like you guys to do now is just on the Menti, is what are your superpowers from that list? So we'll go back to the list when we've just started the Menti so that you guys can say. And, oh, Alex, would you mind just clicking back on the slides? Because I think the Menti hates us when it does it. What are your superpowers? Because you all have them, and you might not always like to gloat about them. You might not always like to say, I'm great at this. But just anonymously have a look through these 23 skills and pick 3 or so that you think, you know what, I am great at that. Or I'm good at that if you don't want to say great. And it could be from any of them at all. It could be all from one dimensional. They could be from quite a few. So just take a moment just to have a look and pop them in. And just so I can keep these on for long enough for people to see, when you have done it, if you just want to pop your hand up just briefly so I can see when the majority of people have done it, and then we'll change slides to see the answers. Lovely, thank you. Cool, we've got a few hands up. You can just pop them up and pop them down, don't worry at all, just so I can see numbers. Lovely, fab. Okay, we're getting there. No, there's a lot to look through, so I just want to make sure everyone does actually have time to go through them. Lovely. Fab. Cool, so should we go on to the results? Amazing. So we're still changing so a lot. Lovely. I love that self-awareness is the first one. So again, maybe you did come into the session and say, that's a real professional strength of mine, but now you're seeing that that strength that you do have is something that really can work well in a workplace. And it's probably one of the things that did bring you into this sustainability workshop, because you are aware of that and really able to critically think about it. Creativity, amazing. That's what we absolutely need. Perspective, appreciation. We've got pretty much all of them covered here, which is fantastic. So we can use the inner development goals in a few ways. One is to identify our strengths and show them off. We can put them into our CVs. We can identify how we are practicing these skills in all of our projects, things that we might not necessarily think are really useful for a career. If we're developing skills like this, we can then go to employees and say, yes, I have used this in an interview. I've got a case study that might be a bit more broad. We can use them to identify our strengths. There might be certain skills on here that you think, I'm a bit uncomfortable about that one, or I don't value that as a skill. Both of those are areas to work on, either and to see why that's a skill on here, or to develop them further and find opportunities for that. The third way is when creating teams. So if you are someone who, for example, is really good at the being, but the relating is something that you're quite uncomfortable with, can you find someone who's really good at relating? And if we think about a 5-person team, ideally being someone who nails each of those different aspects, we can then be really effective when creating sustainability. So there's a sense of building momentum, that coalition building really effective structures and changes that can identify the kind of skills we need across the board. Because one person cannot solve this single-handedly, as much as we all like to try. And to be fair, encourage you to try it, might as well, you might prove me wrong. We often need teams that can come together and really work on this. So creating teams is a really important step in creating change and identifying where we need help. So thank you guys for bringing them in. Really, really exciting skills there. And just to bring this one together, again, has anyone seen this model before? Cool. I never want to bore people when I'm saying things, so I'd just like to know if people have seen it. So this is the Ikigai model, and it's a translation of a Japanese concept, which kind of means a reason to be, a reason to wake up in the morning, that kind of thing. A sense of fulfillment, really, when we're looking at careers. So oftentimes in careers, we can start off at the bottom. What can I be paid for? Let's go for that. Sometimes we go for that purely because we just need a job right now, we just need to be paid for. But that's only one aspect of a really fulfilling career. The second one on the left is what you're good at. So partly you've already chosen that with your degree. That's an element that you feel like you can apply those skills. It might be something different to that. You might now want to reflect with the inner development goals where your strengths were there. Maybe that can help develop what I'm good at. The reason why this is important is because it's really nice to feel like we're good at our jobs. We don't want to go in every day and think, this is really hard, I did a really bad job. It can be challenging in a really productive way, but if we feel like it's just not where our strengths lie, that can be quite demoralising after a while. The third part is what you love. And these are quite exciting. If you do have the option to be able to choose something that you really care about, that's amazing. So potentially being here today, when we're looking at sustainability, that is the thing. There's also a million different things in sustainability because it relates to everything. So find the niche that really works for you, that you say, that's the thing that really excites me, and do something about that. But the fourth one where we look at here is what the world needs. And that's where sustainability really comes into it. Because we could have all these different aspects, but part of us feels like, I'm not really contributing anything that I want to do. It's nice to think, I'm contributing to what I care about, and what the world needs on a broad level, or what your local community needs, to what extent that is. That's what brings a really good fire of when you look back at the end of your career, or even in 5 years' time, you can say, yeah, I'm making a difference that I want to see. And it's sometimes quite overlooked in jobs, because it's not the intentional thing that we're seeing. But honestly, it makes such a difference in your career when you can say, I am using those 80,000 hours for something that I really care about, and something that's really going to make a difference and that I can be proud of when I look back and do something about it. So do not underestimate the power of having a cause that you care about and being able to put your professional or your personal expertise towards that in terms of your time. And when we've got all these four things, ideally, you have the perfect job. And to be fair, there's no perfect job. Typically, people say if you like 80% of your job, you're doing pretty well. So there's always probably going to be things where you say, oh, I hate writing this report, I don't want to look at this data, I don't want to talk to this person, then that's fine. But 80% of the time, you'll probably be on a high, which is quite a nice win. And so just wanted to focus in more on that final bit of what the world needs. And as I said, there's a sense of specification here. So I remember I went to a webinar once on how to be a doctor, and they said, first question, why do you want to be a doctor? They said, if you say, I want to help people, please leave now. That's not a good enough reason. So I left, because I was like, I didn't really have any better reason. Because it's such a vague thing. I want to help people, but how? What help do I want to give? Okay, I want to do something about the world. What do you want to do? There's a million different things that you could be doing that we're going to be looking onto the panel. So if you can identify that one change that you really do care about, that's such a powerful tool. So, for example, I like talking to people about climate change. You know, I do care about climate change, but that was the one thing I thought, actually, this is the change that I want to see. I want to be able to see people really get empowered. So that's why I came to change agents. A really, really incredibly powerful tool to say, what impact do I want to have? So, we're going to ask you. So, I'm actually going to ask you guys to trust me on this and close your eyes for a moment, if that's okay. We're all going to do it, so don't worry. No one's going to look silly, but just close your eyes for a moment. And just imagine the world as it is right now. So you've got your friends, your family, you've got the local environment. In Manchester, you might be thinking across the globe. You might have certain things on the news that you're seeing lately. You might have certain things that you're really happy about right now. Just think about the world how it is. And then within that space, consider this question. If you could change any one thing in the world, one thing only, and one thing that definitely will change because of you, as specifically as you possibly can, what would that be? And we're just going to give you a minute to stay with your eyes closed and to think, as specifically as possible, what change would you love to bring about in that world? And maybe you're starting to identify one. Maybe one came up straight away. And I ask you for another minute to imagine that change has happened. So be in the place where that change that you want to see has actually happened. And have a little wander around in that place. So imagine, what does it look like? What does it feel like? How are the people different from the image that you started with? And just have a play. Again, we'll give you a minute just to close your eyes and have some fun with that. And then when you're ready, feel free to open your eyes again. Thank you guys for trusting me with that. I know it's sometimes a bit of a weird thing to close your eyes in a room full of strangers. No one got hurt. And if you like, please do share on the Menti. What impact do you want to have? What was that one change that came up to you? And if it can be really specific, that's great. If not, and it's a vague one, that's wonderful as well. But do pop onto here. What impact did you think that you want to have on the world? What change did you want to create? No more food waste. Amazing. Thank you for sharing that one. There's a lot of global targets around food waste right now, so it's a good time to be getting involved, especially in the UK. I want to equip people with the right mindset to create a more conscientious and considerate world. Oh, that's like poetry, so thank you to whoever said that one. That's amazing. Sustainable design that unites people and promotes equality. Amazing. People using public transport for the majority of your journey. Yep, I think a lot of people are calling for that one. Get more people to recycle and stop littering. Yeah, that's incredible. Thank you guys for sharing. And what we can see from this one is, firstly, straight away, we've got 5 very different ideas that came from sustainability. So we all have our own perspective about what sustainability is and what a career is. We found 5 different job opportunities there, plus like a million more if we're thinking about deeper levels. So why are people littering? Maybe because they are disengaged with the local community. So there's local community activation that could be happening there. Encouraging people to care more about their impact on the environment and their people. Harmonious relationship between people and people with the environment, amazing. Reduced biodiversity loss, fantastic. Yeah, often the elephant in the room is biodiversity. So we're losing species around 1,000 to 10,000 times faster than if humans weren't here doing what we're doing. So biodiversity loss is a really critical one. We can often think about emissions and technology, but actually the life on this planet is fundamentally important. possible to scroll up a little bit? That was a really long one. Okay, no. Decreasing people's consumption in all areas, amazing. Educating people on sustainability. I can see something around supply chain management, and I can just see empower in this one, so I apologise to that person for what that one was. Menti certainly didn't want to play, does it? But that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys for sharing that, because really that kind of impact is what you can be dedicating those 80,000 hours for. And if you're looking at that and thinking, I can't turn that into a job, you absolutely can. And that's sometimes the hard thing about looking for jobs in sustainability, is they don't always say, here it is, that's what you're doing. You kind of need to figure that out. And also, you might go into a job and say, okay, I really want to be getting our organisation to care more about this. Is it okay, boss, if I put a little bit of time into a project around this? And see what's going on, because a lot of things we can embed into what we're doing. But this, guys, is the driving force around your purpose and what you want to do, and can really help you to be effective change agents in whatever job, every job being a green job. And this is kind of the final visualization that we have. So we have gone into the fact that the job market is changing drastically. So if you want to be really taking advantage of that and thriving, it's really important to be looking at where those jobs are coming from, seeing the green transition and developing those skills to be really effective in the workplace. If you want to do your job well, that skill set for sustainability in the very different aspects of skills that we saw, very, very broad list, but they're the kind of things to be thinking of if you want to be effective personally and professionally in sustainability. Then it's finding your own pathway in that. So we're all here today in this moment. We probably won't all be in this exact room again as a collective that we are. And we're all going to go in different directions from this. And sometimes it can be very easy to look at someone else and say, they're really impressive. They're going faster than me. They're going this really cool direction that I'm not going. That's okay. We've all got a different way that we're going to be going. All 5 of us who are speaking today and the other people that we've been helping, we all have different ways that we've been getting involved, but we're all having our impact based on what our skills, interests, values, knowledge and experience are. Do not undervalue your interests. Do not undervalue your values and what's important to us, nor any kind of experience that you have. You have an opportunity to build your career in a way that's really effective for what you care about, what you want to do, and what can suit your skills. So really be brave in creating that and know that there's not one size fits all. It's a really exciting time to be caring about sustainability. It's a time we need people to be caring about sustainability. So thank you guys for coming here and to be bringing that on board in the workshop today. So with that in mind, we're going to explore some of those different pathways and bring up our, attack the mic first, bring up our fantastic panellists for the session. So we're going to bring up an extra chair so that we've not got a little situation in terms of sitting up. And just before we bring up the alumni, so they're going to bring their expertise about what they're seeing in the industry, about what's been happening lately and how they got into this from sitting where you're sitting to being really involved. But just before we do that, can you guys just pop into the Menti? What course are you studying right now? Just so we get an idea about how to tailor this to where you guys are currently at. So just pop in your course while we set up the stage. Is the mic, is that still on? No, that's fine.
There you go. Start looking back.
Hello? Hello. Seamless. You didn't even notice we were getting ready, did you? Thank you, guys, for joining. And also thank you, guys, for popping your courses onto here. So it's really exciting. We've got a really wide range of courses here. I actually can't really see any environmental courses, which is a bit strange, but also very exciting, because we don't just want the environmental scientists. They're very welcome to come in, but it's fantastic to see people going into all these different sectors and starting to influence change. So thank you guys for coming here. That's really exciting and really going to work with our panel as well. So we've got a microphone for everyone, and then we'll share what we can do. And one more tech issue, apologies, we've got the Menti coming up. So just FYI guys, there will be time to ask questions. So what we're going to be doing is having a panel session, and then we're going to be able to have time for questions for the panellists from yourselves. So when we'll do this, we'll have about 10-15 minutes of questions that we're asking, and then you can either after that put your hand up, but if you're not comfortable putting your hands up and speaking, then please do pop a question into Mentimeter, which will be available the whole time. So we'll be coming around with a roving mic with your hand up, but equally, if you're not comfortable, then do pop it anonymously into Menti, and we'll be checking that out as well. So without further ado, welcome to the panellists. Thank you, guys. So lovely to welcome Sarah, who came from a psychology, English and Italian degree from MMU. So some of you might be similar positions from that. We've got Joe, who's a sustainability business partner. He studied geography, so a very more classic expectation of where we're going. And Naomi, who's a senior manager in a consultancy area for sustainability. So thank you, guys. It'll be great for you guys to introduce yourselves first. So we'll just go around elevator style. So who you are, where you came from, what you do, what kind of work you do. So can we start with you, Sarah?
Yep, sure. Thank you for having me. So I'm Sarah Saxton. So you can see my current job title up there on the board, Customer Development Director at Preoptima, which is a climate tech startup. We operate in the built environment, and our mission or our impact that we want to drive is enable and empower architects, developers, contractors to enhance their design decision-making with carbon data, reduce those carbon emissions at the point of design. So that's what the software that we've developed does. A bit of a waving background I can go into very briefly. You can see I studied English and Italian originally. I then started off on the Teach First programme, which I believe, Alex, you also did. So I taught English for a year, quickly realised it was not my vocation, and moved into something I was really passionate about, which was outside work with sport. So I spent 10 years in the sporting goods industry. I worked for Nike and Adidas. And I was always working in account management, strategic account management, always worked in the sales space. And for sales, which I know can be a bit of a dirty word, essentially it's just change management. You are changing the status quo and taking somebody to a new place. And then I moved and worked at an AI company where they had a small aspect of their business was focused on sustainability. Then I looked for my purpose-driven role, went to a startup where their main focus is sustainability, which is where I'm at now.
Thank you. Joe.
Yeah, hi everyone, thanks for having me. So I'm Joe Marsh. I did a physical geography degree here at Manchester Met. I graduated in 2016, but now, as you can see on the screen, I'm a sustainability business partner for operations, a paper and packaging manufacturer called DS Smith, who are a very large organisation you've probably never heard of before. So I work within our group sustainability team in the corporate team that we have at DS Smith. And we essentially set the strategy for the business, decide on the targets within our sustainability strategy, and then move into delivering and integrating them into the business so that the targets can be achieved by the relevant sites or business units across the SBIF. So I specialise in operations, which is mainly carbon, waste, a little bit of water, energy efficiency and FSC, sort of forest stewardship management. Prior to that, I worked in the construction industry, so I spent 5 years between two companies, Balfour Beatty and Skanska, working on sort of major infrastructure projects in environmental and sustainability management, covering a whole range of environmental topics like ecology, water management, waste management, supplier management, that sort of thing. And really sort of, I've gone through my career and sort of specialised more into sustainability rather than the on-site environmental construction management. But yeah, that's me in sort of a nutshell.
Hi, I'm Naomi. I did a business at Manchester Met, and actually it was when I was doing business that I sort of discovered sustainability, because we had to in first year do a compulsory module, and it was the first time I'd really heard about sustainability. And then I focused the rest of my kind of degree focusing on opting for sustainable modules. I did a placement year, which was at M&S, but just as a commercial manager. And then straight after uni, I did a master's in sustainability in London. And so I've spent my career working in sustainability. I now work for Accenture, which is one of the world's biggest consultancies. 800,000 people work for them. Accenture itself is a tech company, but I work in sustainability strategy. So there's about 25 of us strategists in the UK, 300 sustainability professionals, and we advise businesses about how they can kind of do sustainability. My specialism is behaviour change and engagement. So how do you get people to change their behaviour? So once a company has set a strategy, how do you actually implement it? So it was really interesting to see a lot of the answers of people's purpose, I think, was driven by kind of behaviour change. So wanting to get people to reduce their waste or wanting people to do things differently, which is all driven by behaviours. That's me in a nutshell.
Very incredible nutshells. So thank you guys for sharing that. That's really great. And so you've all had quite a range of different things that you've been working in, different sectors, different topics. How have you guys been seeing sustainability change in the workplace while you guys have had your career, in terms of how it's prioritised, in terms of kind of businesses that are looking at it, in terms of the scope? What have you been seeing just across the time that you guys have been working?
Okay, first. Massively. My undergrad was at Leeds. I did English and Italian there, so I entered the work market in 2008. And at that point, you'd be lucky if you could find a business with a sustainability title, even one person working in sustainability as an assigned title. And then the trend, I suppose, in the more recent years I've seen is sustainability being incorporated into every aspect of the business rather than a separate function. So traditionally, and often people's first efforts are, let's create a sustainability function. But to Naomi's point, I think that doesn't often create the behaviour change that you want to see, because you wheel out the sustainability person for a small fraction of a meeting, you get their input and then they leave again, and everything kind of goes back to business as usual. So it works much better when it's integrated, and that's the kind of transition I'm seeing.
Is that similar for you guys?
Yeah, I'll go next. Yeah, definitely. I think when I first started 7 or 8 years ago, there was, some companies would do it because they felt like it was the right thing to do. And you would see a certain amount of companies really lived by the values that they set for themselves, and then others, may have done it if they had to. But now you're seeing a real step change to where a lot of companies, it's almost a license to operate now to make the business more sustainable in everything that you do for your customer, to even win business from your customers. And you can see some companies are still being dragged along the way, but a lot of them are really putting it at the heart of the business model and living by the values. And I think the change in just the 8 years that I've been working for these companies is huge.
Yeah, I think you said something really interesting there, which was the license to operate. So I think the biggest change I've seen is that companies don't really have a choice. So there are companies that are choosing not to do it, and they're okay for now. But, if you look at investments and investors, or you look at people getting into the job market, or you look at customers, there's a lot more drivers that are forcing companies to make decisions. So anyone that wants to do business, for example, with the NHS, they have to fill in a big pro forma, and they have to have proved that they are doing certain things on sustainability. And if they haven't, they can't even get to the next level of kind of winning that piece of work. And we're seeing that across the board. And the other thing I would mention is kind of the language. So it's interesting to me today that we haven't talked about ESG, because actually from a business perspective, so when I started sustainability, it was still called CSR, corporate social responsibility. Prior to that, it was corporate responsibility. Then we kind of went through a phase of sustainability, then responsible business, and now a lot of companies are talking about ESG. There is nuances, but in my opinion, they're all quite much of a muchness. But the language has evolved, and the way people think about it and operate is slightly different.
And just for those who aren't aware, can you just give an overview of ESG and
Sure.
what's that looking about in the workplace?
Yeah, so ESG stands for Environment, Social and Governance. There's lots of challenges with the term sustainability, because it's a term in itself, in the sense that you want your business to be sustainable. It could just mean you want it to be financially sustainable. So the idea with ESG is that it's kind of all-encompassing. So ESG, environment, what are you doing to protect the environment? What policies have you got in place? How are you achieving net zero? Social, so things like everything from working environment for the people that work in your head office to your supply chain, and are you treating people, do you have modern day slavery in your supply chain? And then governance is how you manage your business, and how you kind of make sure that you're doing the things that you need to do. And there's a lot of compliance and legislation in there. And what we're seeing a lot is in the last 5-10 years, there's been a lot more regulation. That means that companies have to report on this stuff, and they have to be doing stuff, so they don't really have a choice.
Thank you. And it kind of goes back into that sense of impact of being, it doesn't need to be just environmental either. They're completely intertwined, that we see a lot with risks in business and supply chains. And linking to what you guys have said about the prevalence, we're seeing a lot in advertising as well. So people are marketing sustainably because the customers want that. And sometimes we get greenwashing with that. But 1 in 4 greenwashing incidents are also linked to social washing, which is, you know, lying about their labour standards or how they're treating their employees. So there's this massive interlink in the whole piece that it doesn't need to be, I care about the environment, I'm doing that. Actually, we're all on this one planet together, aren't we? So thank you for explaining that. And also, there's a lot of terminology, isn't there, in sustainability. I'm particularly interested with Sarah, because your career, you didn't start out in sustainability. It sounds like you went through a while before you said, okay, this is what I really care about. So what sparked that shift? And also, how was that transition? Was it difficult? What kind of skills do you have to develop to enter that?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So I'd say to all of you sitting here today, I had no idea I was going to end up where I am now. I was one of those people that everyone said, do something you love at university. And it was pre-crash, so it seemed like a great idea to do something that I love. And then I left and was like, oh, what do I do now? We're in a market downturn. This is difficult. But everyone said, if you do languages, you're immediately employable, which was not quite true in 2008. But what happened, I suppose, along the way was being exposed to a company like Adidas and Nike. They had sustainability aspects of their business very early, which I was exposed to. It started off as a range for each of those companies. So they had the net zero range. They were launched for both of the companies, and then slowly started to ebb into other areas. So I've always kind of focused in on my strengths, though, which kind of bleeding. I've not seen those before that link directly to the SDGs, but thinking about it for yourself, my probably focus area would be the central column, and then working out from them. But kind of I know that relationship building is what I'm good at. Working with people is what I'm good at. That came right through from teaching, then to work with customers and to carry on working with customers. But probably had a bit of a pivot point. And it sounds like a cliche, but I do believe it happens to a lot of people. You have children, suddenly realise your legacy is going to go beyond you. And that was probably the turning point for me. And I was working at Nike and thinking I could carry on doing growth for growth's sake and increasing demand and grow more and sell more things that really people don't need. Or I could use the skills that I already have, focus on my strengths, and turn them to something where I can do a bit more, well, the impact I want to see in the world, which was what happened to me. And then I found the role at Preoptima.
Because it could sometimes feel like a whole different career. I'm like, I want to go into sustainability now. But it sounds like for you, actually, that wasn't the case. It was just, here are my strengths. I'll apply them to something
exactly.
else.
And I was lucky in that Preoptima were very unlikely to find somebody who'd worked in software as a service business and also worked in the built environment, and I hadn't done that, and worked in sustainability. That's quite a hard three-pronged attack to find. So what I said to them was, I love learning. I'll happily come and learn the sustainability piece. And we're a 10-person team, so I've made kind of a conscious effort to learn as much as I can about whole life carbon assessment and get into the nitty-gritty of that, so I don't always have to lean on the technical person to come and share that knowledge.
And I feel like we're going to have a lot of like tech pauses here to explain things. So we've gone through ESG. You're talking about life cycle assessment and that kind of thing. So again, for people in the room, when we look at this, links to kind of what we were saying about emissions being about before and being after. Could you just give a little bit about what that is and why businesses are looking at it now? And
yeah, so it goes across everything. It's not just in the built environment. This is food. Every product that we use has a life cycle, if you want to look at it. So it's from the moment that you extract a raw material from another country, and it's the process of extraction, what carbon emissions are emitted from the process of extraction, then transporting it to where you're actually going to manufacture it. What does the manufacturing process look like? What does delivering it to site look like? What does the construction process, if you are in construction, or if you're in food, just manufacturing? And then what do you do at the end of life of that product? So take apparel, where I used to work as an example. What's the plan for that piece of apparel at the end of its life? And there's really good stuff coming with like digital tagging that's really exciting, so that people will have more confidence in a product if they can track its journey. To be able to look holistically at the life cycle of product, you have to look at it from, they call it cradle to gate and a full life cycle, but you're looking from raw material to end of life.
Yeah. Thank you. And this is where a lot of innovation is coming as well. So I guess the next step slightly is circular economy, which is cradle to cradle. So people are saying, okay, in a sense similar to recycling, but really at the design stage, what can we say to make sure this is constantly in motion? So like if we're thinking about nature, leaves fall, the leaves is then used for nutrients in the soil. So what can we do with products, which again links to that, a really important part of products.
Yeah, exactly. And I'd imagine there's a lot in packaging as well from your perspective.
Yeah, definitely. Our whole business model is built around circularity. It's one of the core pillars of our sustainability strategy. As a paper-based product, we can go through the whole cycle multiple times from conception to recycling and remaking a new product or reusing the same product in the same way. So our whole business model within packaging is built around that, and that's one of the real benefits of a paper-based packaging. Not to sell it, but against a plastic packaging, there's not as many end-of-life opportunities for that. Whereas with paper, there's endless opportunities to recycle it or to take it back to the cradle as well. It's a key function for us.
And sticking with you, Joe, because you studied physical geography, so it felt like you had an interest there potentially, but you also didn't necessarily expect where you were now. So for you and Naomi, what was your path? Because you both kind of knew, but I imagine you found your strengths within that. You found the different niche of sustainability in quite different areas now. So what was that journey for you guys to figure out, this is what I want to do, this is what I'm good at? And was it easy? Was it hard? What's going on?
Yeah, well, for me, the honest answer is I just went with what I enjoyed and what I loved doing, which is why I took the physical geography degree on. And I loved various aspects of that degree as I went through the process, but I still had no real idea of what I wanted to do or what my career path was going to be. And so I just followed what I enjoyed, which was sort of being out in the environment, which is why I took an environmental assistance role in a construction sector, because it meant that I could be outside, I suppose, on a major project. And then over time, I think as I've been in the roles that I've been in, I've loved learning different skills and topics. I think sustainability is an area that is just constantly evolving, and you always have to be aware of the latest science or the latest studies or the latest publications from various companies that are coming out. So it was always an area that I just sort of naturally found myself leaning towards because of that side of it, and also the ability to make a difference. Right now is huge. Most companies are just starting on their sustainability journey, and so there's so much opportunity to actually make a difference in the role that you do. So I think that was the reason why I've lent more and more into that over the years, and really tried to specialise in sustainability.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Naomi, did you want to?
Great. So, as I mentioned, after my degree, I did a master's straight away. It was called Leadership for Sustainable Development. It was quite innovative at the time, back in 2010 when I did it, and it included 5 one-month placements. So it was a year's master's. Cambridge actually now do a very similar one, but at the time it was the only one of its kind. And on that master's, I had 2 jobs that I ended up then working for. So straight after straight after my master's, I'm trying to remember, I went and worked for a comms agency that specialised in the environment. Did that for about a year, always kind of knew it wasn't right, but as a kind of stepping stone. And then from there, I went to one of my clients, which was the Design Council. And then after that, I went to a place called Global Action Plan, which was at the time an environmental behaviour change charity, which is where I specialised in behaviour change. Spent 5 years there, became head of kind of corporate and retail, so working exclusively with corporate clients and helping them do behaviour change and implement sustainability in their organisations. Whilst I was there, I did a postgrad in behaviour change as well. And then after that, I kind of then moved on. But basically, I suppose I was lucky in the sense that my master's kind of gave me an in to other organisations that I could then pursue. And I recognised that behaviour change was something that really interests me and I enjoyed. And yeah, I think doing, what you mentioned about 80% of your job, enjoying it, I think too often people try and put a square peg in a round hole and do jobs that they're not good at. If you're good at something, you're going to find it a lot easier, whatever that is for you. So if you asked me to become a sustainability data person, I'd probably last 2 minutes because I'm not a details person, I'm not technical, I'm much more about engagement, communicating. So I think the key is really finding your strengths and then applying it to a role that kind of meets that strength.
Thank you. And it's really nice that you've all kind of followed. Sorry.
I was going to say, can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Because that kind of links something nicely to one of the questions from the audience, because you've all talked a lot about your organisations, how you've got to your job and stuff. But obviously we're in a room full of students, and one of the questions we had from the audience is, what are some ways as a student I can improve my sustainable skills and lifestyle? So I think it's quite an interesting question, because obviously as individuals we all want to be more sustainable. We all know we have an individual role to play. But in terms of moving towards a career in sustainability or sustainability-minded career, what can you do now as a student, or what did you guys do as students maybe that helped you on that journey?
I've got a few thoughts. So when I was actually at Manchester, I worked for a charity. I can't remember what they're called now. It was in Manchester. I volunteered. It was a sustainability charity, maybe Living for Sustainability, something like that. So I volunteered for them. So I had that on my CV and also started to learn what it meant. I also became an ambassador for like the Union of Students. Did like this. I think they still do stuff like this. Like you could become like a sustainability activation person or something. Being really blunt and honest, which I always will be. I don't think I got the best skills, but it looks good on your CV. It shows willingness and interest. And then I also did, whilst I was at uni, a 2-week course in, I think, Switzerland with like this like global institution in sustainability. And I think those 3 things did 2 things. They did a few things. Firstly, they showed willingness. So when I'm talking to an employer or when I went for my master's, it shows that I'm not just following a fad. I really care about this. It also showed me what this means, and I did develop some skills. And then the last thing I'll say, and then I'll let someone else speak. I also became a trustee of a charity very early on in my career. So back in 2011, I was a trustee for a charity that wasn't related to sustainability. It was called Iconic Steps, but it was about getting needs, so people not in education, training, or employment into jobs, using just some of my skills that I have. And now for the last 3 or 4 years, I've been a trustee of a sustainability charity. And I think, that does 2 things. It continues to develop me and strengthen my skills, but also, again, means that I add value in my role and in my job and with my clients.
Yeah, that's something that's in... Sorry, and something else you said before that's really interesting as well. How you said when you were at uni and you picked those modules, because you had that one module that was compulsory, then you went on to pick on lots of other sustainability modules. And that's something that anyone in the room could do. If you have whatever... We saw a big range of degrees on the screen before, but I'm sure in today's day and age, there's lots of options that can drive your passion for sustainability.
I just think on that, talk to your lecturers, because 2 of the modules I did were not sustainability modules. So one is in the final year, if you did business, you used to have to do like a consultancy project. So I spoke to the person organising it and said, I'm really interested in sustainability at any of the projects, sustainability related. One was, it was recycling. So I got onto that. And the other thing I did was similarly, I did a module in operational management, and again, managed to kind of get this, like we had to develop what was it called, like a nano rail or something for Manchester, but like again, driving it towards sustainability. So even the modules that weren't sustainability, I spoke to the lecturers and said, are there ways that I can kind of push this and develop it?
I did a philosophy degree originally, a BA philosophy degree, and I did a module on God, freedom and the meaning of life, and I still managed to write an essay about climate change. So it is very doable. It's just about how you want to do it. And speaking to your lecturers is the best way to do that. They're experts in that field.
I've got one other suggestion. How many of you are already on LinkedIn?
Nice.
Pretty much everyone. That's great. So I would recommend look up local climate tech startups or any kind of climate startup in your area. They are always looking for anyone who can help them on specific projects because they're small teams. So reach out to them and just say, I have a skill set here. I'd love to build some experience in this area. What can I do for you? And I almost guarantee it. I reckon 8 out of 10 will come back and say, yes, please. And if you can do it as and then you've got it on your CV, you've proven that you've got that capability within a sustainability organisation, it's kind of a win for you and also a win for the business. And outside of that, I've been really impressed with LinkedIn and how it can help your network. You can just reach out to anyone. Generally, most people are really friendly and they come back. So even if you're looking for guidance, especially within sustainability, because I've reached out to loads of people across the last few years as I was looking to try to transition into it, and most people sit down and have coffee with you. So do ask people, and they'll probably say yes.
It's really wonderful to see how welcoming and passionate people are about sustainability and how much they want to pass on that passion. We do have actually a specific question for you, Naomi, about your career trajectory. What career advice would you give to someone keen on supporting companies to build sustainable businesses in a consulting capacity? Because I guess consultancy is quite a big thing in general in the world. There's obviously all these the Big Four and so on.
Yeah, the Big Four, but Accenture's not part of the Big Four, but yes.
Apologies.
It's all right, we do talk about that. So I have actually only been at Accenture for 2 years. So I joined as what we would call an experienced hire, but all of the Big Four, and all of the big consultancies have grad schemes, and they're a phenomenal way to learn a trade, get paid a really good salary, have something really impressive on your CV. So if you can kind of do that with the longevity of like, I might not be doing sustainability day to day, but it like once you've worked for Deloitte, EY, Accenture, you're made for life if you can do it. Like it will take you, open many doors. So that's kind of, I would advise that to someone. And then in terms of like how you then pivot to sustainability, obviously I can't talk about other consultancies. What I can say is, and I'm pretty sure it's similar in a lot, you won't necessarily go straight into a sustainability track. Some of them do offer it, but I know like PwC, when they're looking for sustainability graduates, they're looking for very specific skill sets like life cycle analysis, you know, a master's person or something. But somewhere like Accenture, you join as a standard graduate, and then you have to kind of pursue, and you have to try and get into the team. And the way you get into the team is everything we've just said. So it's going for coffees with people at Accenture. It's sort of doing what we call it Accenture side of desk, but essentially like almost apprenticeships at Accenture, which is like, oh, have you got any business development? Have you got any consultancy work I can help with? I've got an hour, or, you know, you've worked late to do those things. And I imagine that's the same for all of the big consultancies. It's about putting your name out there, being impressive, you know, and just pushing that door and pushing. And it's a harsh reality. But those, you know, every year in my team, we do take new analysts, but it's those people that have been really pushing for us and kind of supporting us and helping us. So my advice would be definitely, if you're interested in a career in consulting, it's a great way. And it's also a great way to not have to get into more debt. You don't have to do a master's in sustainability. You know, they're really expensive now. You can go and do that, go and get a graduate scheme, and then kind of push when you're there and do the side of desk stuff.
Yeah, and there is loads and loads and loads of sustainability and non-sustainability graduate schemes out there for lots of different firms and organisations, and it's really worth just sitting down and having a look, going on LinkedIn and using that information to your own advantage. It's all out there. It just takes a bit of time sometimes to sit down and look at it. We just wanted to check if there's anyone in the room that wanted to put the hand up and ask a question, if you didn't have the Menti open or if you didn't have any questions in the room. But it's okay if not, because I've still got a few we can go through. One of these other questions, what I think is quite interesting, is what's the most challenging aspects of your job? Because I feel like working in sustainability, there's lots of different challenges you might not experience in other jobs. You know, you're doing a job that matters for not just you and your organisation you work for, it matters for everyone because it, you know, has the impact of helping the planet. So what's the most challenging aspects of your job, do you think? Open to any of you, of course.
I'll take this. It's difficult to choose from what the challenges are and which one would be the top challenge. But probably one that comes up almost every single day is lack of awareness or understanding across different functions within a business, because everyone specialises in their own function or their own department and knows their subject very well. So, you know, you can be talking to someone in a procurement department about how sustainability matters, or that they have to make decisions for things, products that we're procuring from up or down our value chain, which is part of Scope 3, which was mentioned earlier. You know, you have to explain to them why it's important and why it matters to the business. And most people are willing to help, but it's just if you don't have that understanding or they don't have that link to why this is important within their role, then it is quite challenging to then influence them to actually start to implement that in their day-to-day life. And I think that is more significant the further up the chain you go, because you know, typically people in more senior roles are, you know, older people who no, I didn't. But you know, they're maybe stuck in a certain way of working, or the business has always become more profitable year on year, working in the same way that it always has done, and therefore you're trying to make what might be a radical change to the business, and you feel that blocker because they maybe don't have the understanding of it. So I think that is one of the key challenges. But it's one of the benefits of working in sustainability, because you have that opportunity to educate people about the topic in some small way, and you can have a conversation with someone and you can walk away from it knowing that they've learned something more and will take that away into their job. So I think that's one of the really key challenges amongst many other. But for me, yeah.
I'd absolutely agree. I think, and it leads on to what Naomi was saying earlier, and it's fascinating that you explore behaviour change further. And it was the reason I did my psychology masters at MMU, was to find out more about kind of what motivates people, what drives people, how do you influence change? And I wanted to kind of dig into that a bit more, which is how I did it. But definitely my biggest challenge day to day is behaviour change. People have an idea of what their growth of their company is going to look like, and you're coming in with a different idea of how they could do it. And often you have to challenge them pretty directly to say there is a different way you could do this with equally, if not better, results.
I was just going to summarise with both of what you said in one word, which is prioritisation. And I think the biggest challenge is that for a lot of companies, even if they are sustainable or trying to be sustainable, it's not number one priority. Number one priority for most businesses is profit, and that's the way the world works. And so prioritisation and getting them to prioritise this above other stuff is really challenging.
I think I just wanted to add something as well for the context in terms of some of you might be graduating in your early 20s, and it's really intimidating to challenge people when you're young, and sometimes 20 years younger than most of the people in the room. And I think that's a big challenge. When I went into a university working in operational sustainability, and it was so intimidating to have this room full of people who'd been there for 20 years saying, do we want to think about this? And they'd be like, yeah, I'm going to calm down. And actually building that confidence to say, I'm a sustainability professional, I understand what's happening, I can lead this change in the way that all you guys have said. But also, if you are a young person going into a sustainability job, you've been hired for a reason, and part of that is to create that change. So don't be afraid to say, actually, I'm going to do my job, and that does mean piping up in these committees, because it can be really intimidating because of the challenges you said. So thank you.
I also just wanted to add that it's really interesting hearing about behaviour change, because during my master's degree, I wrote about the motivational gap in addressing climate change. So people really want to address climate change and create a more sustainable future, but they just lack the motivation to do so. We talked about risk before. We talked about the cost of living crisis. There's other issues like cybersecurity and so on going on. And trying to bridge that gap between the wanting to make a difference and actually doing it is about motivation and behaviour, like we were saying. And I think it's really interesting to be able to bridge that gap in terms of jobs. You all do different things, and it's really interesting to hear how you guys have done that and motivated others to do so, hopefully. But do we have any other questions?
Whilst you're looking it up, Accenture wrote a report called the Say-Do Gap, which talks about, I wouldn't call it motivation, I would call it, I think it's just challenges that people have. So, for example, when you buy a washing machine, you normally buy it in a panic. So you say that you want to buy the most sustainable washing machine, but the reality is you don't buy the most sustainable washing machine because it's slightly more expensive. So if you're interested in that, there's the Say-Do Gap report, which talks about that.
That would be an interesting one, I think, to show of hands in the audience as well. Like how many people have, with the best of intentions, gone out to buy something and they're going to buy a really sustainable product and ended up not doing for a financial reason or a speed reason, or it didn't get delivered next day. Anyone recognise that?
Yeah, I think that's something that's really interesting. We've all done it, unfortunately, and it feels really kind of demoralising sometimes a little bit. But because one of the other questions I think we spoke about a bit before is about, as a student, how can I improve my sustainable lifestyle? There's those low-hanging fruits. Walk rather than drive, choose chicken over beef if you don't want to go being vegetarian or vegan. Choosing those little changes can be really easy things to do just in your own lifestyle. They might not make the biggest difference, or you might not think they make the biggest difference, but contribution is contribution. Just make a difference.
Just on that, I don't know, I bet you have this as well. When I tell people I worked in sustainability at a dinner party or a night out, you always get people confessing to you. I don't know if you have that. Which is like, I do my recycling or I don't do my recycling. I would say, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Certainly when I'm interviewing people for jobs, I'm not interrogating their personal life cycle. How they're, how much carbon you're spending. Are you flying? Is that secondhand? So, I think obviously we should all strive to be more sustainable, but I don't think 99% of employers are not going to be putting you under a torch with a feather asking you what you're doing.
And also there's sometimes a sense of hypocrisy, isn't there? Of you're a sustainability professional, but I've seen you do this. And then you're like, well, that's okay, isn't it? We're not meant to be perfect all the time. We can't be unless we live in a cave. So thank you, guys. We've got about 5 minutes left. So if you do have any questions, do pop up your hand or pop them onto Menti so we can get everything answered in the space. One thing I wanted to cover was a sense of climate anxiety. So working in sustainability, it can be quite emotionally draining. Like if we see the news, it's scary, we might feel guilt, grief, sadness, anger, all these kind of emotions. Do you deal with them more, do you feel, as a sustainability professional? How do you manage that personal link from a professional career in sustainability?
That's a big question. Who wants to go first?
I actually did a course about a month ago with University of Oxford, the economics of climate change. And quite honestly, at the end of that course, bearing in mind I've done a master's, I've been working in sustainability for 12 years, I sort of finished the 2-day course. I was like, what's the bloody point? Like, what is the point of doing any of this stuff? Because the impact that we can have is so tiny and we're all going to die. That was the result of this. It's not how I feel now, don't worry. But that is kind of, you know, when you dig deep. But I think it's like any anxiety, which is like, it's try and do the small things, the small changes that you can make. So there's like this old story about a river or sea washed up with like thousands upon thousands of starfish, and a man is going along and taking one starfish and throwing it back in the sea. And every time he does that, more starfish come. And then another man walks up to him and says, what the hell are you doing? Like, you are going to have zero impact. Like, look. And he's like, he picks up a starfish, he's like, I've just changed that starfish's life. I've just changed that starfish's life. So it's like, that's kind of my philosophy with sustainability. The truth is, probably what I'm doing is not going to really have that much impact unless everyone changes, but at least I'm making a bit of impact. I'm changing one starfish. So that's how I get through it, and try not to maybe just forget about the bigger picture.
Yeah, the news, if you read it, and a lot of sustainability magazines, etc., talk a lot about societal tipping points. And it feels like we are on the cusp of one. It feels like there's a movement happening, more and more people are becoming aware of it. And if culture can change fundamentally, then I think over time it will change. But I'm doing my certificate in environmental management at the moment, just to kind of bolster my broader knowledge. And there's a stat I read yesterday, and it kind of made me very sad. And I had one of those moments where you feel momentarily anxious, and you go, but no, we can change. And it is that the 85 richest people in the world have the same accumulated wealth as the bottom 3.5 billion people in the world. So I liked whoever put up the stat earlier, and I think what they wanted to do, the impact was to influence those in power, and there's so much to be said for that. But what we can do is cumulatively as a group, voices are really powerful, and it's definitely gathering traction. So that kind of hope keeps me going.
Yeah, and I think for me, there is so much bad press out there about where we're heading with the climate. But there's also so many good stories in there of actual achievements today or recent achievements. And I try to split it from like a personal level and a professional level. And I work for a company that's got a clearly defined science-based target with a deadline of a 2030 46% reduction across all three scopes. And each year we have to make progress against that. It's a public target which we've legally committed to. That all of our investors, our customers are all relying on us to get to that point, because they also have the same targets as what that we have. So for me, I start to see now, probably because I do work for an organisation that is really making change, and you can't just set a target and then hope to achieve it. You have to set a target and then identify every project that you're going to implement to achieve that target, and then each year you have defined milestones of, have we actually hit our target for this year? And what do we need to do to make sure that we're on board with it? So I think I try and focus on my professional side, which is, we have a target, and it's me as the sustainability person within the business to try and hold people accountable for that, or really make sure that it's always on the agenda. And that's where I try and sit and try and watch the progress that we make as a company. And it may be different for every organisation, because not every organisation will move in the right direction. But I think if you can align your values with the company that you start your career with, then you'll be in a much better position to overcome some of that anxiety.
Thank you. Some really practical things, and also just general life things. It's just like we talk about the circle of concern, which is sometimes like an ocean of concern. So we've got what we can control, what we can influence, and then all the other stuff. And I think it links to what you guys were saying in terms of, if we focus on single-handedly solving this, we're not going to, but what can I do? And if we think back to that ikigai part, if we're thinking about what the world needs, we might as well have a career that's fulfilling because we're contributing to it, and that's the kind of lens. But it's difficult sometimes, isn't it? One thing that I think, well, a few of you mentioned, is that these trends that are happening, it's constantly changing. We've got different words all the time. So for people graduating now in the next 3 years or so, what do you think is coming? What's going to be the big things coming out that we really need skills for, or that we really need action in?
I can go from my perspective. I think one of them is life cycle assessments. I think there's a real need to understand the data around what the footprint of a product is from a carbon perspective, but also from the rest of the other environmental metrics like water demand for a product. And I think that is one key area which we as a business at the moment have got a gap there for being able to answer those questions for some of our major customers. Some of the big supermarket brand names are asking us for what is the impact of one of our boxes on their product, and what decisions can they make to reduce that impact, and what are we doing to also impact that with our projects that we're implementing. So I think that's one of the key trends that we're seeing is and I suppose at the heart of that is data availability and transparency. So I would say that's definitely one of the main ones. And the other one is biodiversity. I think that is shooting right up the agenda at the moment. We went through sort of a whole piece with carbon and setting science-based targets, which we're now starting to see the guidance on setting science-based targets for nature, and that space is really developing quite fast. And I think that will be, over the next few years, will be the next big trend, I believe.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. And especially, there's another term. What I'm definitely going to see is a lot more acronyms. I've never seen so many acronyms ever. So I guarantee there'll be more acronyms in the next 10 years. Another one is EPD, so an Environmental Product Declaration. Every company will seek to have one of those, and it shows to whoever may be buying their products that it is a sustainable product. There's challenges in that because they last for a really short time, so you have to keep doing them and keep doing them. But that'll definitely be an area. And I think if you are interested in the built environment, it's where I work now, but it contributes 40% of global greenhouse emissions, all the action around the built environment and building our buildings. And if you've been to New York or Paris, we're building the size of either New York or Paris, I forget, you read different things and it can say either one. Every single month globally, that's how many new buildings we're putting up. If it's an area of interest, there are lots of different ways to work in the built environment and try and reduce that, but it's a massive area to widen your sphere of influence if you want to.
Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, legislation, I think. So CSRD's coming in. We talk about life cycle assessment. There's the new EU passport, product passport, that's coming in. So just more legislation, regulation, which means that companies need to report more, which means they need to understand their data more, which means they need to make sure that people in every department understands how to capture data, what data. So I think, in the next... I hope we call this the decade for delivery. So we've, the last 10 years, we spent a lot of time setting targets. We're talking about this being the decade for actually action. I hope and pray. I haven't seen a massive jump yet, but I'm hoping that in the next 10 years, that's what we're going to see. We're going to see more action. We're going to see more delivery. We're going to see more changes. And I think, truthfully, there's all jobs.
I had one more thought as well. I was just thinking when you said the other area, if you're more interested in kind of the people-centred approach, is creating a social and just transition is really important, because sustainability isn't equitable and it's not affecting everyone in the same way. And companies are looking for that guidance, that link between E, S and G. So you might not be truly focused on environmental, but there's lots of stuff you can do in the social space as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that in. We have time for one more question. Is anyone in the room? Oh, yeah. Oh, you're making me run there, aren't you? The people at home, it's a good question.
One of the things I was just thinking as you were talking about, made reference to quite a few big companies. And I was wondering, what do we do with SMEs who may not have the capital, who may not have the business acumen, who may not have the support that they need to be able to make these pertinent changes? And I think that is a really, it's a big challenge for small businesses, but how do we support them? How do we help them in this global change?
I can make a start based on what my company's doing. So because we do have a reduction target across our scope 3 as well, we also that means we have to make an influence on our supply chain. And within that supply chain are some larger organisations, but also some smaller local country level suppliers. You know, we may have an operation in Spain that's supplied by a Spanish company that's only supplies us and nobody else. So we have to make change across that whole supply chain. And one way is that we do that is we see that we are an organisation who has the capacity to help take them on that journey with us. So we have partnered with a consortium called Suppliers Leadership on Climate Transition. When a number of sort of big brands have joined that which allows you to to give the opportunity to your suppliers to join the programme, and then it gives them the whole host of training across anything to do with sustainability, predominantly to do with carbon, but it does have other broader sustainability training on there. And really the purpose of that is to guide them from not knowing anything as a company to setting a carbon baseline and then setting targets into the future, and understanding broader sustainability ambitions for their business too. And it's monitored at certain parts of the year, so that they do have deadlines that they work towards to set to calculate baselines and set targets. But the reality is it's on that company to make that change. We can't force them to do it. The only way we can force them to do it is by taking our business and putting it elsewhere with a company that wants to go on that journey. So I suppose the onus is also on the small, medium business to make that change and move in the right direction with us, because if they don't, they'll get left behind.
Amazing. Yeah. And I think one thing for SMEs is the social value that they really contribute to local communities, and people are increasingly looking out for that ESG. Let's look at the broad perspective. There's a lot of support to really recognise that, isn't it? Thank you guys so much. We're running out of time. We've got about a minute left, so quick fire, if possible at all. What would be the one thing you'd like to give as a piece of advice or tip or next step for the people in the room from your experience? We'll just go around one by one.
So I go back to the first point, focus on, have a look at those, if you're sharing the slides afterwards, those 5 areas, and pick the ones that you know you're already really good at. Self-awareness came up for all of you, so you're already really self-aware, which probably means you're aware of your weaknesses. I always encourage people never to focus on their weaknesses, just be aware of them and focus on what makes you really great, which is all your strengths, and then look at how you can apply those and be creative. I never thought I'd be sat in a sustainability seat given my degree or my experience, and here I am. So.
Yeah, I think very much the same. You may be doing a different degree with a different career path in mind. That's not necessarily just for sustainability, but really align with your skill set and your values with where you want to be, and then see how that role can make an influence on whatever organisation you're in to make it more sustainable. I think really focus on what you're good at, and then try and link that to sustainability.
Yeah, I think see your career as a marathon and not a sprint. So your next role, your first role, may not be sustainable, but think about where you want to get to. So these are my strengths. This is what I want to be doing, but I'm going to take this job that's going to help me get to that point. I just wanted to say on Sarah's point about strengths, there's something called Strength Finder, which I've done, which does that for you. It kind of tells you what are your core strengths and really encourages you to kind of focus yourself on that. So I'd recommend that too.
Thank you guys. So much insight, so much expertise, a lot of personality as well. Just for because it's not just a career, is it? It's us. So thank you guys. Thank you to Sarah, to Joe, to Naomi. Can we get a round of applause for our panelists, please? Hopefully you guys. Lovely. And one thing we mentioned was Decade of Action. So just in the hour and a half that we've had, we've given a little bit of knowledge. We've looked at our strengths. We've considered our values and what impact we want to have. So it might be a question after the session to think, what do I want to take from this? And to have some time to reflect on it and say, what do I want my next step to be, either medium term or straight after today. Thank you guys for joining the session. We've got a little bit of close-up from the MRU team. I hope you gained a lot, and personally, Alex and I definitely will stick around. We might all stick around for 5 minutes or so for coffee if you have any questions for us particularly. And yeah, just wanted to finish with this quote. Our decisions matter. Change in the world has never just been about policies or products. It always comes down to people. You are the people, we are the people. So you can really create effective change in that. So thank you guys so much. We'll pass back to Cleopatra and Laura, I think. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the audience for your active participation as well, and to our wonderful panel. Very, very informative and insightful. There's refreshments outside. You can go out and check it out while we wait for the next session to commence. Also, don't forget to leave your feedback using the QR code. Tell us, what you think. This will inform, other activities as well during the week. Thank you.
No, it was a good one. That's a good question.
I didn't realise you could teach first.
No, I saw on your that's on LinkedIn, and I was like, oh, I need to teach first. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've got we're only 9 people, so we've got education side, we've got recruitment side. So it's really, these things are really going to happen. Like you said, this week, quite crazy applications. I had a young course, there's 2 day course. It's very much like that. We've got an idea like, well, about the version. I just like to see everything.
been here before, welcome back. We're thrilled to welcome you to our TechTalks session. It's a platform designed to inspire, educate, and challenge you to explore the vast world the vast world of technology, and to support you with decoding your digital future.
So for the next 90 minutes, we're going to break down the barriers between tech and non-tech students, whether you are studying philosophy, literature, or any other field. Tech is integrated in every aspect of our life, be it professional or personal.
100%. We have an incredible lineup for you, beginning with our esteemed alumni panel, and then leading into a skills session from one of our brilliant career advisors, and ending with an opportunity for you to put up your newfound skills to the test.
But before we get to that, we need to go to some housekeeping rules, but I promise I'll keep it short. So we're not expecting a fire alarm, so if it does go off, it's real, so we need to evacuate the building in an orderly manner. The fire assembly point is outside of the Sugden Sports Centre. Next, we are recording and live streaming this event, so if you don't want to be filmed, please speak to one of our lovely staff that are around the room, and we'll get that sorted. And lastly, this is supposed to be an interactive session, so don't be afraid to ask questions. And that's it.
Okay, well, we're going to leave you now. But before I do that, I will pass on the microphone to Lucy Brown. I was going to say Ellie. Too many Browns. But here, welcome Lucy, please.
Goodness, I did not expect a round of applause for that, so thank you very much. I'll take my 5 seconds of fame where I can find it. So that's all done with. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to our panel today. They've journeyed through the challenges, they've sat where you've sat, and they've learned the ropes, and now they're here to share their stories. So please welcome to the stage Zeb, Will, and Osama. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. I'm going to kick off with just a few questions from myself, so feel free to pick up your mics and answer whenever appropriate. And then we'll lead to audience questions, so please do feel free, if you have any of those burning questions, to ask them and have them answered by our wonderful panelists today. So panel, to begin with, could you give our audience a little bit of background on what you studied with us and what initially drew you to your careers in the tech industry? Happy for any of you to start.
Yeah, so I did history. I graduated last year. I did a placement year as well at IBM, so I've come back now as a graduate. I think I wanted a tech career as it is really the future. It's future-proof, and on top of that, like I've always loved tech, like gaming, like building my own computer, stuff like that, like throughout my life. So I knew that it was the right fit for me.
So I'm Zeb Said, Step Consulting. I did business IT management here at ManMet. Graduated in 2005. Initially, I didn't really want to get into tech straight away. I wanted to actually do my own business, which involved manufacturing, which is what my traditional family, that was their business. But then once China took over, everything fell apart over here, and I started getting into tech again. And my journey's been up and down. As soon as I graduated, I got into a tech job at NHS, IT admin, and then that didn't work out, and then ended up going back to a call centre for about a year. But then slowly, I started building up my skills, reading about things, and I got a breakthrough at BT as an IT project analyst, and that's where I really excelled got to meet a lot of people, got the right contacts. They looked at what I could bring to the table and recommended me for roles. And it was just onwards and upwards from there. But along the, over the last 10 years, there has been ups and downs, but generally been ups, thankfully. And that's just due to hard work and dedication and drive, really. In my industry, where I work, I'm an IT business analyst by trade. There's a lot of people I work with, project managers, program managers, directors, all in the tech space. But they've all come from different backgrounds. So they've had a history degree, arts degree, stuff that, degrees that you never thought that would be relevant to the industry that they're in now. A lot of them are from military backgrounds as well. So, tech is for everybody. It's not just for the tech people. So I just wanted to portray that here and kind of project that to you guys, that you can do it, and anybody can do it as long as they've got the drive and determination and kind of the people skills to excel in it.
Hi everyone, I am Osama, graduated from MMU 2019 and started working here at MMU, and then last year moved into home office as Associate Technology Delivery Manager. From my studies previously in bachelor's, I knew at some point I will start my career within IT, but my background is in business. But due to my interaction with particular operating systems, especially Linux, and I knew that I will be starting my career in IT in some way. So when I was working here at MMU as a project manager, project support officer, I got an opportunity at home office and applied for the role. And what I found in that job description is that most of the skills they have listed in the job descriptions are very much relative to a non-tech job. And that's where I applied, got the job, and same as they mentioned that you'll find a lot of people working within technology sector who don't have a previous background in IT. They can be from operations, technical architectures, analysts who are from business analysts working in non-tech background, but then can bring those skills within the IT sector. That's from.
That's great. Thank you so much. Some really good insight there. And absolutely right on the fact that a lot of the skills that are listed on the majority of jobs are really transferable from any background. But I also wanted to mention about yourself, Osama, that you joined us on our Future Talent graduate scheme. I think it was its first year of it?
Yes, it was the first year.
Yeah. So Osama came to us as a graduate intern after he graduated, and then he stayed with us for a little while in his role as a project support officer, and then moved on and left us, but for a good reason. But thank you, panel, as well, for your responses to that. Many students here today might not be from tech backgrounds, and could be from a variety of different courses, and have a variety of different experiences. So I wanted to ask you, how did you bridge that gap for yourselves if you didn't necessarily have some of the skills, in particular yourself, Will, coming from a history background? How did you bridge the gap into technology?
So when I joined IBM on my placement, they weren't expecting me to know everything technical. They offered so much training opportunities. So I really came into it saying, look, I'm not technical. I've done a history degree. And during my interviews, I focused more on my people skills, as they're just as important as technical skills, really. And then throughout my placement year, there were so many different opportunities to learn and upskill myself. IBM have got some great resources to train yourself up on, and we aim to do 40 hours of training over the year. That's a target. But I think I was hitting 100, something around there, just so I could upskill myself as much as possible. And
That's a lot of dedication during your placement year as well. What was it about your placement year? Well, what was it originally that made you want to do a placement with IBM? Or was it just a case of you happened across it at the right time?
It was a mixture of the two. So I think I was in group chats that were set up by the placements team, which basically posted in like all of the opportunities, and I saw the IBM opportunity come up. I originally applied for marketing, which I didn't get, but then they said, "Oh, we've got this other role as a project management support that we think would really suit you." And I like did a bit of research about IBM, saw like their history, and thought that it'd be a great company to work for. And I suppose it was also my dad saying, "Do it, go on. IBM's really good." So yeah.
Parents are sometimes our biggest champions and our biggest pains as well. Zeb, Osama, anything you would like to mention there on that question? Oh, just try and... Yeah, that one's off. There you go.
I think it's just basically echoing what Will's saying, really, about transferable skill sets and people skills. Really, that's the most important in any role. The technical stuff you can actually learn, on the job. Like Will said, that he held his hands up and said, "Look, I'm not from a technical background," which a lot of companies expect. They don't expect you to be, from a technical background at all. Technology is always changing, so it's very hard to keep up. I think nowadays it's really important that you kind of tap into what's available for free. So, when I graduated in 2005, YouTube was in its infancy, and a lot of the web was in its infancy to compared to what you get now. So nowadays you can literally, brush up on a particular skill set, whether it be tech or non-tech, how to speak, technical knowledge on a particular product, and it's much more easier now. So you can go into an interview or an informal chat with a potential employer with a bit more confidence now. And within my industry, business analyst, it's all about transferable skill set. It doesn't have to be you have to have this and this skill. There's a lot of things that you can learn whilst you're in a particular industry. I've worked in retail, manufacturing, banking, data, all sorts of industry, even your public and private sector as well. And it's very important that you have those transferable skill sets, but you can, like I said, you can learn them easily, much more than you could do back then. But back then it was more about reading a book, which I didn't like. I'd rather watch a 5-10 minute video, which gives me concise information.
I think we are back working, so it's fine. You keep that one and I'll keep this one. It's really interesting. I just wanted to pick up on, obviously, you graduated in 2005. I'm not going to say it's quite a while ago.
I feel old.
But in terms of, obviously, you've seen technology grow from almost, I'm not going to say you said it's infancy yourself, didn't you? But how has it been kind of seeing that and experiencing it whilst you've been in the industry?
Well, there's no more, there's no more bigger change than what's happening now. With AI, I don't feel threatened by AI, but I know it's quickly going to catch up, and it's going to make a lot of roles obsolete. I'd say traditional roles obsolete. But then there's an opportunity for people to transition or learn a new skill set in AI, where that'll be important as well. So on one hand, it might take a few roles out of the industry. On the other hand, it'll create some as well. So there's been a drastic change, especially over the last year or so. I've had to learn a lot of skills in AI as well. And websites, there's tons of websites just popping up every day. And I suffer from infomania, so I constantly have to know what's going on. And sometimes that leads you down a rabbit hole. But with technology, you're always playing catch up. But if you can actually hone in on those people skills, that'll actually put you in good stead going forward. Because as long as you've got those, you can always keep learning the technical skills as and when you need to.
Yeah, absolutely. On the theme of tech, I actually wrote the script for today using ChatGPT. So there you go, it's had its own little impact on the session. Just conscious of the time, so I'm just going to move on to the next question. What challenges did you guys face when entering the tech workforce, and how did you manage to overcome them?
I think there are definitely some challenges in there, like especially moving from non-tech to technical skills. But especially at entry level, you don't find those challenges, especially when you look at the public services roles, as they want to grow their homegrown talent. When you look at the job description, you will find that most of the job descriptions are asking you for non-technical skills, like communication, stakeholders. There are definitely challenges when you get into the job and start it. There would be like some technical conversations that would be going on that could be challenging. But I think there is a sport element there, what I have found working with my team and found in the home office as well, that they are very much understanding that not everyone is from technical background, and they are happy to discuss those things. And especially if I'm working on a project with a developer and I don't understand what they are developing or some elements of it, I'll probably have a meeting with them later to understand and go through those things to manage those challenges. Yeah, that's fine.
That's great. I think it's important to mention that obviously, that as you mentioned, Seb, the technology industry is changing so frequently and it's adapting all the time that even if you don't know something, you can learn it. It's not the end of the world, really.
Yeah, can I just add something to that as well? I think for me and a lot of other graduates that I graduated with, it's a mentality thing as well. I thought, I'm going to get the shiny degree, I'm going to get a 30, 40 grand a year job, and the reality of it was that it didn't happen at all. And that's the thing, you have to adjust your mindset to be, you think that you've done a degree, that's it, you don't have to learn anymore, but you have to constantly evolve, I'm just not saying in tech, but just generally anyway. What I found is that, the challenge I found is that you've got the degree, but you've got no experience. You've got the experience, but you've got no degree. And sometimes some jobs, even now, I consult at certain companies. They still ask me 20 years later, where's your degree certificate? I'm like, come on, I've got like 18 years experience, and you're still asking me. But then that sometimes is a red flag as well for me in terms of what their culture is like as well. And it's very important to get your mentality right from the start, is that constantly evolve, constantly learn, and don't expect too much to happen at once, and always be in the mindset of a learner. Don't go in thinking you know it all, because trust me, you don't. Even me, I thought I knew it all, but I didn't. And I'm still learning up until this day new things, how to speak to people, how to speak to different people globally as well. Don't forget that it's become a global village now, whereby it's really accessible to talk to people on the other side of the world, and it's an evolving workspace really. So yeah, that's one of the biggest challenges is adapting your mindset and your mentality as well.
Really, no, it's fine. Really insightful. Will, is there anything you want to say?
Yes, I was just going to echo what Salma was saying about how everyone around is so willing to help you. So since rejoining in September, obviously generative AI has been such a trend, and we're kind of being hammered about it to say you need to do the training, you need to upskill yourself and know this. And I was speaking to some people about this, and someone said, this woman in the Manchester office is like the generative AI expert. You should reach out to her. And I did, and then straight away she was like, okay, yeah, we'll set up a meeting, sat down with me for an hour and just talked me through everything she knew, pointed me to different places about where I could start learning, experiments I could do to really stay ahead of the curve. And I think one of the most important things is, yet again, the people skills. It's about speaking to people, expressing what you want to know, and as long as you do that, you'll be completely fine.
And just going back to ChatGPT, I have used it over the past year in a variety of roles. It's been useful, but I've just used it not as an absolute, but as an aid to assist me in what I'm doing, and just to give a different perspective on, kind of give me a bit of food for thought for thinking outside the box. I mean, even with ChatGPT now, if you go on LinkedIn, I'm on LinkedIn quite a bit, people clock on that's written by ChatGPT, and it's kind of getting boring now. And there's a lot of it definitely is, because it depends on what you put in. Yeah. If you put rubbish in, you get rubbish out. And the thing is that there's a lot more tools available now, apart from ChatGPT, and there will be going forward. ChatGPT was just like the starter, really, but you can use it. So with AI, it's learn to live with it rather than resist it, is what I'd say. Because the more you resist it, the more frustrated you're going to get, and it will just send you into a downward spiral, really.
Was that your way of saying my questions are rubbish because they're from ChatGPT?
I've got to read them yet. So the way you're presenting them is more human.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think I completely agree with you on that one. I'm not very good with technology, I have to admit myself. And when I did start using GPT, I had to ask some of my younger colleagues what to do because I was completely lost. But yeah, it's a fascinating world, it really, really is. That kind of leads us nicely into my final question that I do have, and that's about reflecting on your time at university. Was there any specific skills or experiences that you believe set the foundation for your future in the tech industry?
I think my placement year was vital to give me the job experience, because it obviously working in the industry is completely different to doing a degree. But on top of that, coming from a history course, there were so many skills that I learned that have helped me cement my place in the company. So, for example, with history, you've got to read two sides of a different argument and then come to a conclusion, your own conclusion. And to be able to do that in a work setting is so important, because there's always so many conflicting ideas, and you need to find out what you believe and then see what you can argue for. So learning that is, from my history, was invaluable.
I think especially from a dissertation that I did within my studies, that because I was able to choose the topic I wanted to do, so I used my dissertation to focus on the technology impact and relating the business word sustainability to technology and how it can impact. And I think it opened a lot of doors for me at that point, because I was contacting the companies all around the world, especially the tech companies who were putting their research in, to see how much technology can impact the sustainability. So that was really helpful for me.
I think for me it's teamwork. So we had a lot of group assignments within uni, and what that did is that prepared me. I'm laughing because I'll tell you a funny story. Is that prepared me, because we did the teamwork. That is 4 of us, we're all in a team. But the interesting part of the teamwork was actually the feedback form. So then what was required, I don't know if it's still required now, is that you give feedback on each member of your team, and more often than not, people would do each other over and say, right, he was an idiot, he didn't do this, he didn't do that, and you got fed that back by the lecturers or the course tutors, and it was interesting, and that kind of prepares you for what the real world's about, because everyone's always stabbing you in the back or trying to get one over you in the real world, and that for me is what prepared me to go out into the working world. That it's not all rosy. People are always trying to climb over you, especially in the high intense roles. And it's a bit of an eye opener. But for me, you shouldn't react to people according to their behaviours. You should have your own set of values and behaviours, and you should stay true to that. And that's one thing that shines out in the long run. In the short term, someone might get one over you and get that promotion, but in the long term, it will affect them. And for me, from what I've viewed, is that keeping true to your behaviours, which hopefully are positive, always helps.
That's some really nice insight for us to lead into audience questions, so thank you. We're a bit short on microphones, so if there is anyone near the back that wants to ask a question and can't project their voice very far, we do have our lovely colleague Debbie who will come and steal my mic and give it to you. So yeah, feel free to raise your hand and project your voice and ask our panel some questions if you have any. Yes. Would you like the mic, or can you shout? Okay.
Sorry, we might need to ask this.
Did you hear that, or would you like?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
So, no, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so how in interviews did you tell them that you did the opposite degree and still worded it in a way that they still wanted to employ you?
I guess by always tying it back to the role that I was applying for. So obviously I applied for marketing, so it's not what I ended up getting. But I would take the key skills out of what I learned from history. So, for example, hearing two arguments and coming to a conclusion, and twist that in a way that it's related to the job that you're applying for. So you can literally just strip out all of the key things from your degree that you can use anywhere, and then just tailor them towards the job that you're going for. But I also think that it helped that they were very open, and they said, like, in the interview, like, we don't just want to employ like developers or people who've done technical roles. They want a wide range of experiences so everyone can bounce off each other. It's no use having like the same person 30 times in like a project. It just doesn't work. So yeah, use your degree to the best of your ability and find those transferable skills.
I just want to add to that. What I would do is that, and I still do it now, is you look at the job description, dissect it and say, right, you take out certain keywords and link it back to what your experience in uni is about. So if you're a fresh graduate, you look at those keywords and say, right, and come up with examples and write those out, and then preempt some of the questions that may come up, for that particular interview. Google those, for example, if you're going for a business analyst role, look at what kind of business analyst questions they are are asked, and then after that, you kind of come up with an exemplar answer, and then just dissect what's in the job description, bullet points, and relate it back to your degree. And trust me, you'll come up with a lot more once you sit down. You've got a couple of pages of A4. You'll be able to answer those questions more effectively because you've trained your mind, you've written them down, so it roll off the tongue much more easier once you're in the interview.
Brilliant, thank you. We'll have to get you guys back because you're massive advocates for all of the things that we say in the career service all the time. 100% tailoring your application to the job that you're applying for, no matter what. Great question, thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions? Yes.
Hi, we are studying marketing, and I'm wondering, is there any connection between technology and marketing in the future?
It's probably a great question for you, Will.
Well, yeah, I don't have much experience in marketing at all because, as I said, I didn't get the role, and they kind of just offered me something else in the company. But I think technology is just used in every single part of life. So, like when you're being a marketer, you need to use technology to the best of your ability. So your marketing campaign is better than others people's. So, like using ChatGPT to increase the stuff that you already have. So, like, don't let it just do it all for you. It just doesn't work that way. But engineer it in a way that it supports what you're saying to better it effectively. But yeah, in answer to your question, yes, it can definitely help, and it's yeah.
Just to add to that, is there a particular area of technology that you are interested in?
So I'm just wondering, like in marketing, so we have digital marketing area, and we have lots of tools. And nowadays, marketing is far away from its traditional way and more into digital world. So, what in order to be a good marketing manager, up to date, like, do we need to integrate ourselves into technological skills?
I think I will answer that. Definitely, because digital marketing is using all digital tools, especially SEO is becoming a bigger thing within the marketing. I think there's free online courses which you can join in and build your skills. Apart from that, again, as Zeb was saying, when you look at the job description, especially at entry-level roles, you'll find that most of the questions are about behavior rather than having those behavioral skills like communication, stakeholder, rather than having those particular technical skills. Because I think within the technology recruitment, there's this understanding that is coming in that they are focusing to upskill people, like just taking people on their behavior scores. People management, stakeholder management, communications, and then upskilling them via offering them trainings, and that bridge helps to bridge that gap if you don't have that digital background.
So, I mean, I'd put it simply as this. So, digital presence is required within the business world now. And I don't know if you guys watch Dubai Hustle. I've been watching it recently. It's on BBC Three on iPlayer. And what that does is basically just people that have gone from here, from UK to Dubai to sell property. And what they need to do to sell that property nowadays is different from what they used 10, 15 years ago. Now they have to actually have a social media presence, and it actually helps them sell the property. So it's got global reach. So social, advertising on Twitter or X, going on LinkedIn, doing a video, going on any other digital platform that has that social presence globally. That's required these days. And from a digital marketing perspective as well, AI tools are being used every day. There's different AI tools being used. There's one I was using recently and still am. It's called invideo.ai. And what that does, all you do is that you put a text in. It's like a ChatGPT prompt. You say, can you do me a video of X, Y, and Z? And it does that for you, the images, the voiceover. You can choose anything, and you can do a short promo video as well. So I think that's a good tool to have within digital marketing. And, like I said before, you have to embrace it rather than resist it. You can work alongside it, but then, people will always want that human touch. But then for yourself, to make it easy, use these tools available to you as a digital marketer. That's very important.
Sorry, what was the name of the show?
Invideo.ai.
Oh, no, I mean, sorry.
Oh, Dubai Hustle.
Dubai Hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that marketing, because I used to work in the industry for so many years and learning. I mean, I'm maybe a little bit younger than you, but I've been a marketing commercial manager for 10 years. And
I've been watching it. Yeah.
Different line, depending on the product, depending on the area, from petrochemical to logistics and distribution, retail. It's
cool.
different,
Yeah, I've just been watching it with my kids recently. That's what I was saying. It's our go-to in January. January is a bit of a dry month for everybody, isn't it? Just sitting at home watching TV on the weekend, nothing much happening. So I've just been watching that. So I did learn quite a bit from that. So I sort of echo it.
Thank you.
It's more eventful than what I'm doing. I'm watching The Masked Singer. We probably have time for one more question. Yes, just at the back. Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you. My question goes this way. I have two questions, so I'm starting first. The first one is, do you need to have any certification before, going for any interview? In your CV, you have to put that, and I believe that is one of the things they actually looked at. Not just that it's not in your line, but at least there should be like a training you have gone through to say, okay, you actually have an idea. And the second question is looking at with the postgraduate students, coming from outside the domain and coming here, they believe you should have like a little skills about what you're actually applying for. So in that situation, what can we do?
Does anyone want to tackle that one?
I'll go again. As I've mentioned earlier, there are roles, I think, which we are doing, like business analyst, project support officer, and project manager. These, I think, and I think within the incident management as well. If again, most of them, they ask for non-technical skills. They are just they don't want any certifications, and most of them have listed. They could have said it is as a like again, their focus will be on just on the behaviors. It wouldn't be if you move on to senior levels, then definitely they will ask for certificates, but not at the entry level.
I suppose that's something you can gain in the job as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, do you remember the second question? Could you repeat your second question for us?
Okay, for the second question, I said, like we, the postgraduate student coming into the country from another country. So, most of the time they also look at that and say, okay, you've actually graduated from your degree entry for the past how many years. You should have like a related experience to what you're actually applying for. So in that situation, what can we do?
Is that, just to clarify, is that saying that you don't necessarily have experience in the field that you're going for in the UK?
Yeah, but because you're not, you are not within the maybe because you're not from here.
Yeah.
It's a clause for we coming outside the country.
Okay.
To then applying, you came for a postgraduate and then applying for a job, is always like a clause for us as a postgraduate student coming outside the country. So I don't know, what can we do in that situation when we find ourselves?
So yeah, it's really difficult. With anybody moving from any country, whether we go from here outside the UK or someone coming from outside the UK here, it's always difficult. What I would say is that try and put yourself in the best position as possible. So just going back to your first question about certifications, definitely do them. It shows the employer that you're willing to learn. You've gone out your way to do extra certifications. You've been proactive in the field, and you have to. All you can do really is make the best version of yourself, and then articulate that in the interviews and your applications that you put forward. So if there's specific questions, pre-applications that need to be filled out, don't use ChatGPT, but articulate them as well as you can, and the answers should actually. What you'd say is that they should show your personality within that. Don't portray something that you're not, because at interview level, when they see you face to face or on the phone or on Zoom or wherever, they'll be able to tell straight away that that's not what you kind of portrayed on the application. So I'd say be yourself and just keep working hard at the applications. It is hard, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of discrimination within all industries, whether, any type of discrimination. I'm not just saying, foreign discrimination, any type of discrimination there is, and it's a reality that people have to deal with. But what you can do yourself is basically be the best person, and with it, whatever role you're applying for, just make sure you put yourself in a position where you can be you're the best person that's applied, and there's no point in going in there for a job if you've not done any extra certifications or any extra reading or anything else, where you've got 2 or 3 other candidates that have done more than you. But if you're on a par with them, if you've all done the same thing, certifications, all that stuff, then your personality is what gets you through. And you do get that break. Trust me, you do get it. I've been in a lot of interviews in the past and client discussions where I felt discrimination from whatever it may be. You do feel that sometimes, personally you do, but then you ask yourself the question, have I put myself in the position where I'm the best? And if I'm answering honestly, sometimes I haven't. So discrimination is something that it's very easy to go to, and you say, oh, they're discriminating against me. But realistically, when you look at yourself, it's more of what you can offer, and if you can't offer what they're looking for, then why should you get the job above anybody else? So I hope that's answered the question.
No, that was incredible insight. Really, really good. I am sorry, I'm going to have to wrap up here if that's okay. Just to let you know, the panel will hang around for the next portion of the session, so there will be an opportunity if you have any other questions or you'd like to network with any of them. Incredible insight from our panel today. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for the audience questions. We are just going to move on to our next activity now. So I'd like to welcome one of our fantastic careers advisors, Kirsten, who's just going to very quickly, whilst I talk, make some magic happen on the screen, hopefully, and have the next portion of the session up. It is going to be a little bit of a skills session where hopefully we can break down some further barriers and, address all of the other things that you might have on your mind in relation to tech. So thank you so much to our panel. You're welcome to leave the stage, and a big round of applause for them. Thank you. Bear with us. Technology is at its finest. Funnily enough, this session is about technology, so I planned it well. Yeah. Yay! Would you like the microphone?
Can everybody hear me at the back?
Oh, no, you're going to have it.
Okay, awkward presenting with a mic.
There is a clicker thing if you want to.
Oh, lovely.
You can plug it into your laptop.
Oh, you're a star. Thank you. So, thank you for letting me be part of today's session. Just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Kirsten. I am Faculty Careers Advisor in Science and Engineering, but I've worked at Marmot University for many, many years, so I have worked in different faculties. Today, I'm going to hopefully inspire you a little bit, getting you to self-reflect on your skill set. Very much, the panel has helped to introduce this session, getting you to think about your transferable skills and how, again, you can be reflecting on your course and wider experiences, and then starting to move them into the job descriptions and the person specs when you're applying for a job. I am part of Team AI, by the way. I didn't think I would. Outside of the day job, I am a technophobe. I'm proud of it. In the day job, I'm very digital. And I fell in love with AI very, very quickly. So again, I would fully support it. There are you can use AI for good, and I'd like you to all consider that moving forward as students, graduates, and in the workplace. I've humanized ChatGPT for me. So ChatGPT is called Bob. So I'm having a conversation with somebody. So that works really well for me. So moving on and just getting you to think a little bit about your transferable skill set. It's really important that you're very mindful that your transferable skills are going to be are of interest to the sector. Yes, that technical skills is going to be outlined in job vacancies, But those wider skills that you are all developing through your course, no matter what degree discipline you are on, they are going to be interested in it. Now, our panel have helped to set the scene and give you some really good advice on that. So we really want you to be very mindful that you have a skill set that is going to be of interest within the sector. And remember, you will all have unique skill sets as well. So depending on your degree, you need to be going away and reflecting on those skills that you are developing through your course and through wider experiences. And then being that positive, confident reflector, then can start to see the bigger picture and how those skills will transfer to the role or roles that you are interested in the future. Also, we want you to be taking time whilst you're at university and beyond in exploring your skill strengths. You all have superpowers with regards to your skill sets. Your job as students is to be an expert on you and to be able to reflect on all experiences that you're engaging with at university. So whether that's through your degree, academic experiences, it could be through a unit, a module, it could be a course assignment, it could be final year dissertation, it could be a project. Hopefully, a large proportion of you, whilst you're at uni, are engaging with extracurricular experiences, and once again, take the time to not just think about the experience, but what are you getting out of it? What skills are you developing whilst you're going through that experience? And let's not forget part-time jobs as well. They might not be directly related to your future profession, but lots of transferable skills that you can consider. We've heard quite a few this morning: teamwork, communication, customer service, organisational skills. These are typical transferable skills that the tech sector will be looking for in you, a future applicant. So we want you to recognise your transferable skills, and we want you to be thinking about how these will transfer to the future professions that you are interested in. And how can you showcase these skills? So even before you get to that interview, we want you to be thinking about your professional brand. So how can you promote it? Well, we know LinkedIn is a perfect platform for you to showcase all of your strengths, your skills, your qualities. Your CV can be personalized. You can look at your skills section and you can start evidencing those skills, not just listing, but then giving some context about them. Job applications, again, that personalization. Every time you're applying for a job, you need to make sure that those essential transferable skills that that organization, that hiring manager is looking for, is reflected. And then to the serious part of the selection process, interviews. Again, you need to be taking what you've introduced in an application, and what we learned from our alumni panel this morning is to be able to confidently introduce it, bringing in those experiences and giving the measurable supporting evidence behind it. If you do choose to use LinkedIn, that's also a perfect platform for you to start building your professional network. And again, you want to be recognized by your skill set, your career interests. And that's where you can personalize your profile and where you can be introducing yourself through posts on LinkedIn. We had some questions from students this morning about training, certification, what can I do? So as students, again, you can be investing in yourself through professional development and doing that continuous learning. So we encourage you to be curious. We want you to be embracing technology, familiarizing yourself with it, and finding out the skills that underpin that technology. And then how can you bring it into your professional brand? You need to be able to convince a future employer that you are adaptable, that you are willing to learn about new things within a role, related to skills, related to the tech sector. And let's remind ourselves that, and again, we heard a lot of this from the alumni panel this morning, that employers are looking for graduates and students, if you're going to be applying for a placement, from diverse degree backgrounds. They are very aware that you all come with skill sets that are transferable to the tech sector. So why do they value all of these broad degree disciplines? They're looking for diversity within the workplace. They're looking for that broad skill set. And what underpins that is creative problem solving. And you all have the ability to promote that. They're looking for soft skills. So the popular soft skills, as we can see and we've heard today, communication, teamwork, problem solving. These are skills that you will be utilizing on a regular basis throughout your courses. So even if you do not yet have the work experience, you can introduce your course confidently. The workplace will involve working in multidisciplinary settings. And once again, even if you don't yet have work experience, as students, you have the opportunity through wider experiences to work with different students from different degree disciplines. And that is a perfect opportunity for you to explain to a prospective employer, I've got multidisciplinary experience. And finally, obviously, recruiting graduates from diverse backgrounds, that has a positive impact on the sector and makes sure that it remains a dynamic working place. So I know that majority of you are coming from non-STEM degree backgrounds. So I thought it would be a good idea to just have a quick look at how, and you've been given some examples today, how you can use person specifications and job descriptions. But this is how you can break down a course very easily. So if any of you are in the room and you're studying English, these are key skills that you are developing just through your course alone. And these are skills that will be regularly introduced within a job vacancy, a job description, and a person specification. Your job is to break those skills down further and then start thinking about how you are personally learning that skill, using that skill, and demonstrating it. And there might be wider ways that you are developing that skill outside of your course as well. But we can see that there are a lot of skills here that are popping up, and these are going to be skills that are regularly going to be on a job description. History, exactly the same. So again, analytical skills, problem solving, creative problem solving, being able to communicate verbal and in a written context, managing your time. You have skills and experience to do that just by through your course alone. Psychology, again, we have a skill set that is transferable to the tech sector. So we have that communication, we have an IT skill set. Through this degree discipline, you've got that data and statistics. We've got the research and the analytical skills, working in teams. I'm hoping this is helping you get a good sense of degree disciplines. And if what I'm showing to you all today is not your degree, use this as inspiration, go away, do some self-reflection on your course. And I'm quietly confident that you will then be able to start doing what I've done, highlighting and pulling out these key skills that you can then use to start introducing within your CV, within your LinkedIn profile, and talking about at interview. So we know the technical skills are going to be really important at some point, and there will be essential skills that are going to be mentioned, technical skills that will be mentioned in job vacancies. But why are hiring managers so interested in those transferables? Well, we're going to look at 7 key skills very quickly. Project management is going to be a big part for a large proportion of technical roles within the sector. And you, through your course and a little bit of self-reflection, you'll be able to understand that actually, I, through my course, have to meet deadlines, I have to juggle course assignments with going into lectures. I also have to juggle that with a part-time job. That is your example of being able to explain that you have some good management skills. Problem solving is having that capacity to address challenges. And once again, you can easily relate that back to you and where you are in your course of study, whether you're a first-year student, a final year, a postgrad student. You will be able to think about times when you have needed to demonstrate problem-solving skills. Critical thinking is going to be a big part of pretty much every degree subject at Mavericks University. And it's, once again, a skill that is highly regarded within that professional setting. So think about how you are demonstrating it through your study. And you should all be building your communication skills whilst you're at university. So again, we want you to be thinking about your verbal and your written communication skills. How can you introduce them? In what context have you had the opportunity to demonstrate your communication skills? Then leave it up to the hiring manager and the organisation to see how that transfers to their company, to the sector. Teamwork, again, is a skill that you should all be confident in or are building and developing whilst you are at university. So think about not just your experience working in a team, but think about how adaptable you are working in teams as well. So you don't have to have strong leadership qualities, but if you have had the experience of being a team leader, or you are usually that individual that organises the team, think about the roles that you play in teams. Have you got different examples that you could potentially introduce? This is a really nice way of showcasing your talents working in that team setting and also highlighting how adaptable you are. Adaptability, again, crosses over nicely to teamwork, but also adaptable by new technology. So again, and new experiences. So how are you in those settings? Are you somebody that embraces change? Are you somebody that is confident in adapting to new situations and potential challenges? Have you got examples that you could introduce? And creativity, it could be creativity if you come from an arts background, but remember, creativity is also about creative problem solving. So thinking potentially outside of the box, coming up with new ideas, new perspectives. This is a skill that is going to be very important when you're working in those collaborative, multidisciplinary settings. So what do we want you all to be doing following on from today? We want you to be able to reflect and identify your transferable skill set. And it will vary for all of you within the room. But we want you to do things such as a skills audit, where you can reflect on your skills. And the more you research the professions you're interested in, it will also give you the opportunity to check, is your skill set a good fit for the profession that I'm interested in? If it's not, where are the weak areas? What do I need to be doing whilst I'm at university where I can get experience to make sure that I do have the right skill set? But start with identifying what your current strengths are. And then from there, you can start identifying potential challenges, which would be weaknesses. Weaknesses with regards to skills that you need to go away and learn more about and develop. Talk to your classmates. Learn from academics on your course. When you get feedback from an assignment or a practical project, Learn from it. What is that feedback telling you? Ask your friends, your peers, your classmates, ask them, what qualities do they believe you have? What do they see are your top 3 skills? Because it's really good to hear from somebody else. It gives you a different perspective. So again, evaluation, really important. And this is something that we all sometimes don't find time to do, but really important. Reflection. Anything you're engaging with, identify what you got out of it. Achievements, think about how meaningful that achievement was, but what skills underpins that achievement. Because if you succeeded in it, that means that there are some skills there that underpin it that are obviously your skill strengths. And I talked about teamwork earlier, so think about your role. How adaptable are you? Do you just have one role that you are competent at, or are you very adaptable? And I would recommend that you work towards being an adaptable team player. We want you to be thinking about your wider experiences as well. So whether that's personal projects, so remember extracurricular experiences can be included within your CV. You can talk about them within your application. So any of you in the room that have, like building computers, that are interested in gaming, remember there's skills that underpin that you could talk about and include within a CV or your LinkedIn profile. So think about personal projects, think about your work experience, what transferable skills underpin it. Go beyond the technical skills and focus on those people, soft skills that we've heard about from the alumni panel today. I mentioned a skills audit. We have some fabulous resources on through the Careers Service that you can explore. And that would be a really good starting point for you to learn more about you and your skill set. And this shouldn't be a one-time only experience. We want you to be regularly reflecting throughout your time, not just at university, but when you're in your career of choice as well. We've talked about professional brands today. Those of you that do currently use LinkedIn, I've got 2 examples that I just want to help you see how students from non-STEM degrees have been successful and are now established in their career of choice. So we've got one example of a student that started off studying life sciences. So their trajectory was to work in a clinical work environment and has now gone in a different direction and is now building a career as a data analyst. Now, this is to showcase how you can promote yourself, even when you're just starting out. So you can give you a sense of how you can promote your degree, even if it isn't STEM related, how your work history can give a good sense as where you started and where you've gone. Look at that skills section. Look how it's been personalized. So we've got a life sciences student, but that skill set is very technical. And you might be thinking, okay, but that individual is in that career. They're at a junior level, but they still can confidently introduce their technical skill set. And then we've got Cara, who comes from an arts background and then progressed to a master's and is now in a digital profession as a product analyst. So you can see what that individual has had to do from their first degree to postgrad study. You can see that Cara has used a lot of online courses to develop their understanding of the tech sector. And this will have had a big positive impact on Cara's journey and applying for job opportunities. So you might be thinking, this is all great, and we're getting to see individuals that are in their career of choice, but what about me? So I want to end the session by getting you to think about the power and the importance of getting experience whilst you're at university and beyond. So think about a part-time job. Remember, you've got jobs for students. Now, this is a fantastic way of just looking at opportunities that are available on campus. Which opportunities potentially have transferable and technical skills that you could be developing? So if you are serious about the tech sector, maybe look out for those IT roles. For those of you that are first year, second year students, if you're unfamiliar with Rate My Placement, that could be a really good starting point for you to explore the tech sector in more detail, get reviews from students like our alumni panel to explain what their experience was on placement, and you can also be looking for opportunities as well. And you also have Marmet's Rise programs. So amazing experiences, and I'm going to be showcasing a few more before we close this part today. But I came across the Rise beta tester roles. These are good, meaningful experiences that will help to personalize your CV and help a prospective employer get an understanding how you're engaging with experiences. Outside of Marmet University, you've got experiences such as Code Academy, where you can get free coding training. You've got Code First for Girls, experiences, opportunities, advice, and there's some amazing challenges and MOOC courses that you can do. And through LinkedIn Learning, remember, all of you as Marmet University students, you have access to all of the free LinkedIn Learning courses, all of the LinkedIn Learning courses for free. And there are some amazing courses that are very much digital focused. So if you're looking to get that balance of transferable skills with technical, this is a really good starting point for you. And then Rise, I'd be encouraging all of you to be working towards your digital badge. Again, this is a really nice way of getting experience, showcasing it within your CV and LinkedIn profile, and having meaningful experiences that you can talk about as you go through the recruitment and selection process. There's also certifications you can do, and we've heard from the audience today asking about how can I get these types of experiences. Well, you can get them through Rise. So there's some excellent digital related certifications. Here's just a few examples for you today. And then let's just quickly end with an event that is happening not too far in the foreseeable future, the 7th of February. This is an annual event. You're all here, obviously, because you're interested in careers in tech. So this would be a fantastic starting point for you. Help you to build your network, learn more about the sector, and potentially start finding out about opportunities. And as you can see, there's some fantastic additional, there's CV clinics, seminars, and all sorts of things going on. So this would be a really good event for you to attend. It will be advertised, it is, I should say, being advertised on Career Hub, so you can learn more about that event there. And I'm just leaving you with prospects. So we want you to be explorers, okay? We want you to be exploring what you can do within the tech sector. We want you to be thinking about your degrees and how you can use your degree to move in a wide range of career paths. So Prospects is a fantastic tool where you can explore the sector, you can look at the overview, job opportunities, and job profiles also. So that is everything I need to share with you today. I hope that it's been helpful. I hope it's got you thinking a little bit about where you are, what your degree discipline is. And I'll hand it back to you, Lucy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kirsten. That was fantastic. That is everything for today. Now, sorry, I just came in at the very end there. Kirsten, did you cover the websites and stuff?
So, as in Mavericks?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So yeah, what I wanted to do next was kind of a little bit of free time for you guys. So like I said, our panel members are here. They're here to network, so please do feel free to chat with them if you have any other questions or you just want to share details and things like that. What the other part of the session was going to be, but I think we are running a little bit low on time now, is just a chance for you to explore some of the websites that we have available. So use this time, whatever's left. I think it's only like 10 minutes now, so it doesn't matter really. And explore Rise. There's loads of free coding websites to learn how to code. And learn all sorts of other things, software and tech related. So thank you so much to our panel members for today. Thank you to Kirsten for her brilliant skills session, and thank you to the audience as well for your participation and for showing up. So round of applause. Thank you. Free to go.
Hello. Hi, thanks everyone for coming along today. And welcome to the Future Me latest session on Creative Mavericks, different pathways to making a living as a creative practitioner. As you can see, I'll just do a short introduction and then we'll pass you over to some very professional speakers from outside. And then we'll have a question and answer panel. We'll slightly rejig the stage and then have a Q&A panel where you're welcome to ask questions. So I'm Marcus Lord, I'm the External Liaison Manager. I have a Master's in Script Writing, but I'm working as like I said, an employee partnerships team. I help bringing companies to work with students within the curriculum. Work mainly across the school, but working more so across the whole university. I helped set up a Sport Unitex, which I'm sure some of you have been involved in. Set up and managed the citywide Unitex Festival in the old days when there was huge Unitex cohort. We used to put exhibitions on in about 20, 30 venues across the city. Lead the Festival of New Talent, which you might have seen last year and is coming along this year for students outside who aren't exhibiting at the degree show. And I chair a national task group on work integrated learning and placements. So I've put that on there because I've, as you can see, taken a different pathway than one that may have been expected. I also set up the Creative Northern Students Facebook group, which if you're not on, do join because we put lots of opportunities, career opportunities on there. It's also a good opportunity to promote your own work, your own festival, your own exhibitions, and also to find collaborators. So the creative industries, which is the industries hopefully most of you, well, you should all be going into. Just to tell you a bit about the creative industries, there's 2.3 million jobs and across the whole of the creative industries. 72% are highly qualified. This is all research from last year, by the way, so it's quite recent. That means 72% of people have a degree or equivalent. 32% are self-employed. There's approximately 300,000 businesses, 95% of which have fewer than 10 employees. So it's very small creative practitioners, people working on their own, maybe a little small collective, a few people working. 9% of creative graduates work as interns, voluntary, or developing the portfolio up to 6 months after graduation. So unlike some other courses, it may be a slow process, so don't worry about it. You know, if you're like 2 months after graduation, you've not got your job that you want, don't worry about it because sometimes it takes a long while. Many non-creative graduates also work in the creative industries. Many creative graduates work in non-creative industries. So this means there's a whole massive different routes into the creative industries. You may well end up doing what you want to do. You may, along the way, think, oh, actually, maybe this opportunity's come up. So it's all about being open, being flexible, being adaptable. I'll give you some examples. Jack Vetriano, oh, the slide's gone off the slide, brilliant. Jack Vetriano, the most famous, well-paid living artist, left school at 15, was an apprentice engineer in a coal mine, didn't like that, did a whole lot of different white-collar jobs, like working management officers, things like that. Just did painting as a hobby. He submitted 2 paintings to the Royal Scottish National Gallery, and from there, his career blossomed, and he saw lots of entrepreneurial opportunities along the way. Vivian Westwood, I'm sure you've heard of, started off studying jewellery and silversmithing at university, dropped out, worked in a factory, and trained to be a primary school teacher. And in her spare time, she made and sold jewellery. Along the way, her and her partner, Malcolm McCarran, they opened a shop selling punk clothing and jewellery. And from there, great things happened. Andrea Arnold, film director, Oscar-winning film director, brought up on a council estate, left school at 16, worked as a dancer on a TV show called Top of the Pops, which you probably won't know. She got some bits of work here and there, presenting children's shows. She got a bit fed up with it all and just went to study filmmaking and made some short films. Again, it took a while, directed some TV show episodes, and eventually one of her short films was noticed, and from there, a great career sprung. Now, Arthur Conan Doyle, one of the most famous writers around, wrote Sherlock Holmes, also wrote The Lost World, which Jurassic Park was based on. He trained as a doctor. He was a surgeon on a whaling boat. He was a ship's medical officer. He then became a family doctor and apparently was very unsuccessful, made no money from it, I don't know why. And then wrote some short stories in his spare time. He got rejected by loads and loads of publishers. nobody wanted to know. Eventually, someone with who was publishing a Christmas annual said, "Oh, we'll put one of your short stories in this," and then from that, great things happened. So as you can see, there's a whole host of different ways to making a living as a creative practitioner. So there's some people there, and we're going to talk to now. We're going to hand over to some presenters who will talk to you about their career, and many of them who were sat where you are now not that long ago. So I'll move on. So first up, let me introduce to you Bethany Lewin. She's an artist and designer, art educator, art psychotherapist, former Northwest Director at the Society of British International Design, and she won Manchester's Creative Professional of the Year in 2022 and graduated from here from a fine art course in 2015. So could you give a round of applause to Bethany Lewin? Thank you.
Hello everyone. So my name is Beth. I studied a fine art degree here in 2012 to 2015. However, I never wanted to be an artist. I had a passion for creativity growing up. I experienced quite a lot of trauma in my childhood, and art was always my escape, my emotional outlet. Art helped me, and I knew that I wanted to use art to help other people as well. But I never knew how exactly. So the journey has not been one smooth ride. There have been many failures along the way, lessons and things that I've not shared with many people, but I'm going to share them today in the hope that it will inspire you and help you see that failures are only lessons in disguise. So when I graduated in 2015, I did find it quite difficult to even be considered for creative roles. A lot of people thought I'd just coloured in for 3 years. When I was working, I worked part-time when I was studying in like a sales role, and I got offered a graduate sales job. Obviously I panicked thinking I need a job, and I took it, and I absolutely hated it. I had to cold call people were screaming down the phone at me, and it just wasn't making me happy, so I quit with no other job to go to. This was like one of my first failures I saw at the time, and I felt quite embarrassed about it as well. So I came back to MMU and I did a PGCE in art and design, teaching GCSE and A-level. My placement was in quite a high poverty area in Manchester, and I worked with a lot of special educational needs students and refugee students as well. When the refugees arrived, they couldn't speak much English, and they couldn't understand lesson instructions. So art was a subject where I could draw what they were supposed to be doing. And in that time I saw like their confidence blossom, and I realised how powerful art could be. So these are some of the students' work when I was working there. However, the PGCE is like five days a week, and then you have quite a lot of work on the weekend, and I was struggling to fit in any work to earn money, and I was struggling quite badly financially. I ended up dropping out for that reason with 2 months to go of my PGCE. I struggled quite badly with my mental health. I locked myself away doing artwork in my flat, and I would share the artwork on social media. So someone got in touch with me and said, can you come and do some illustrations for an event in Manchester, like a little fashion event? I was like, yeah, of course, and I took some business cards. People took the business cards, and then from that I had an email from someone at Selfridges asking me to do some illustration work for them. So I did that for them, and then that led to work with Christian Dior, Christian Louboutin, and Louis Vuitton as well. So I was like getting by with these little bits of work, and then someone that I knew basically offered me a job in the textile industry, creating bespoke textile designs for the contract market. I was absolutely buzzing that I finally had a job in the creative industry, but I knew nothing about textile design. I felt like a bit of a fraud, but I knew I had to work hard because this was finally like, you know, my entry into that world. So I did loads of research, reading books, YouTube tutorials, things like that to learn exactly how to do everything that I needed to do. So worked doing bespoke textile designs, mainly in the contract market. So for hotels like Legoland, CBeebies, Alton Towers, and mental health hospitals like the Priory. After a few years in the company also expanded to the retail market. So we did product design for places like Dunelm, John Lewis and Pretty Little Thing. I still had this urge to help people some way through art, and I saw a gap in the market for dementia care home design. So interior designers would come to me and specify bespoke textiles, as many fabrics on the market weren't suitable for dementia care homes. So people with dementia often suffer from eyesight loss, and spatial awareness, and perceived saturation usually goes. So they can't really see colours, everything's sort of in black and white. So care home designers have to carefully consider the light reflective value and contrast between each piece of furniture in the room. So if you can imagine seeing in black and white, if a chair is like the same tone as the floor, you wouldn't really see it, and it can cause, you know, trips and falls and injuries. As well, through some research, I found that artwork can be used positively within designs to trigger dormant memories in people that suffer from dementia. So I'd look at where each care home was situated that I was getting work for, and I would draw local places of interest within the textile designs. I then specialised in design for dementia through Stirling University, which is home to the Europe's leading dementia services development centre. And I created the first Sterling Gold dementia approved fabric range. After 5 years in this industry, I was given the role of Northwest Director of the Regional Director of the Society of British and International Design. And then later on, I won the Creative Professional of the Year at the MYTA Awards. So on paper, I was doing all right. However, I still didn't feel completely fulfilled in my job. Going back to my fine art degree, I think it was like second year, I came across Carl Jung and how he influenced artists, you know, psychodynamically, like Jackson Pollock. I really wanted to be an art therapist, but you need to do a 3-year master's degree to become one, and I just didn't have the confidence. I didn't think it was something that I could achieve at the time. Until 2019, I was a new mum and we went into lockdown. I saw loved ones struggling with their mental health, and work reduced my hours due to because of like financial things and the economy at the time. I saw this as an opportunity to fit in time for university, and it felt like the stars aligned and I was accepted onto the MA. In case anyone is wondering what art therapy actually is, it's not them books that you find on the shelves that are like therapeutic art. A lot of people think that. You're trained at master's level in psychodynamic and psychological theories, basically as a talking therapist. However, you've got this third element of communication, which is the artwork. So when someone experiences trauma, there is limited activity in Broca's area, which is part of the brain used to put feelings into words. These are called non-declarative memories, and they're stored as images in the unconscious. However, under the right conditions, making art can access these memories, and with the help of an art therapist, you can learn to process what happened and work through triggers and psychological issues as well. So everything was going really well on the MA. I was really enjoying it. I thought, you know, this is finally what I'm supposed to be doing. My design job was sort of funding it, working part-time there. However, 4 months into the MA, the design company I worked for went into administration. Everyone in the company, including myself, lost their jobs. I lost my job, my car, I had a child and a house to pay for. Around that time as well, my mum was also diagnosed with breast cancer. So you can imagine I really struggled. And yeah, I just thought, like, not again, please. Moped around for a bit, cried a lot, and thought maybe I had to quit my MA and just get a full-time job somewhere. But then I remembered a Steve Jobs talk I saw once. He said, you can't connect the dots looking forward, you can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. My dots had started to connect. Along the way, despite the failures, I picked up skills from sales and marketing to business management and teaching. I decided to combine everything that I'd learned along the way and set up my own business, bringing people together through creativity. I now work for myself, running children and adult art classes, creating and developing cultural and educational art schemes for schools. And thanks to relationships I built during the design career, I still create design works for the contract market, so places like Legoland, on a freelance basis. I'm now also working as an art therapist at an inpatient rehabilitation hospital for adults living with schizophrenia and psychosis. Thanks to all of this, I'm also now able to offer free places on my art classes to children from low-income areas. And I also hold free group art therapy sessions at Wythenshawe Hospital for women with breast cancer, the same hospital that my mum was diagnosed. This is being turned into a research project at the hospital, looking at how we can treat anxiety and depression in women with breast cancer. So my long-term goal is to set up like a non-for-profit business and offer free therapy for those that can't afford it. I can now say I absolutely love what I do. Every day is different. I get to meet inspiring and amazing people along the way and help people through art in a variety of ways. And along the way as well, I've learned to turn my own trauma into something positive. So I just want to leave you with 2 bits of advice that I wish I'd known sooner. So don't see failures or rejections as blocks to the future. See them as redirections to the path that you're supposed to be on. Your purpose is your passion plus something that helps other people or someone or something. Find what you love and then use it in a way to make the world a better place. 90% of people experience adversity in their lifetime, but studies have shown you're more likely to overcome hard times when you have a purpose and a meaning in life. So thank you so much for listening.
You can see straight away I'm not an artist, right?
Sorry, yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Bethany. That's really inspiring. Thank you very much. Now over to...
Sorry,
director over here, sorry. Right. Now over to Nikki Moore. Nikki is a director of Hold the Vision, a specialist creative consultancy business for the property sector. She's also a director of Plant, some of you may have heard of and worked with in the past. A cooperative community interest company that is encouraging people to garden in the city to help Manchester become even more beautiful than it is at the moment. So, round of applause, please, for Nikki Moore.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nikki. I've done loads of presentations and pictures in my life, but this is the first I've ever done about myself, and it's a really weird challenge. I'm going to tell you that now. But it's been a really great opportunity for some personal reflection for me too. So I want to try and find a kind of motto in my story for you. So as part of that quest, I thought, right, I'll start by asking myself a really easy question. Where and who am I today? So I wear very many hats, and Marcus just pulled a couple of them out there. I am a director of my own business. I offer creative services to property developers and to investors as well. And I often describe this in a shorthand. It's many things, but I help them to create compelling stories and then tell them in a really compelling way. I am a creative director for some of those developments. I'm a brand steward for them and a curator of the places. So I'm really fortunate in that I get to work and almost become part of the places that I have a role in. I'm a collaborator and a commissioner of art. I work with some amazing creatives, artists, and deliver some projects I'm really proud of. And yes, I am also a director of Plant, which is a co-op business that sprung out of some of the challenges of COVID at a development I work at in Manchester called Noma that has a mission to garden the city, and I'll tell you a bit more about that later. So when I said all of that, I thought, sounds pretty good, doesn't it? I'm doing quite a lot of things, but I will let you into my big secret, and that is that has all happened totally by accident. So I have never had a plan. I have never had a job interview in my life. And I'm not ambitious. I have had no real ambition about what I've wanted to do or any particular plan there. I've never really had much of a sense of direction. This really kind of represents my career story there. Beyond really having a kind of internal compass about doing what felt right for me at the time. I've had loads of false starts. I had dreams, for some strange reason, that I could be a TV presenter. I was young. And I wanted to get onto a TV production course down in Bournemouth. I thought I had got on that course. And it turned out that when all of my friends were starting to go to university, I hadn't had anything through about my university accommodation or anything. It turned out I hadn't got the place on the course I wanted. It was a week before university was starting. I'd had a clearing entry form through. I had no idea what that was. I'd never heard of it. I chucked it in the bin. So I realised I wasn't going to be going to university that year unless I did something really quickly. I went to see a careers advisor. I looked through the available courses around the country, and there was a spot on a degree course, a law degree course down in Hertfordshire. And I thought, I could be a lawyer. That sounds great. Went down there. I was going to be a terrible lawyer. I worked that out really quickly. So, I stayed there for a couple of months, and I thought, right, I should probably earn some money and not waste all of my student loan. Yes, I was old enough to get a student grant and a loan. Don't do the maths on that, please. I worked for a while before getting a place on a BA Honours Media and Communication course at the Birmingham, it's now Birmingham City University. It was the University of Central England back then. I specialised in film studies and photography. Again, not with any real kind of plan around that, but because I love both of those things. And I'd echo what Beth said earlier, chase what you love, it will not let you down. I never had ambitions of being a photographer, but it was something I'd always enjoyed as a form of creative storytelling, but not as a form of pure art. I never considered myself, being an artist, more of a storyteller. So I graduated. I spent some time hopping around between some of the best and the worst jobs of my life for a couple of years. I wanted to travel, so I saved a bit of money. I worked at a temp job at Birmingham City University doing that. I went to New Zealand for a while. I got a job as a beekeeper, which was an absolute gift, spending 3 months working with these amazing guys, which gave me it opened my eyes to a whole new culture and a new view, I suppose, of what working could be. I worked for a call centre in Norwich. That was pure misery, to be honest. I had a terrible time there, but I am so, so grateful for that because it helped me make some really good decisions about my next move. And it brought me to Manchester. This always makes me laugh, because I I literally tossed a coin with my mate in a pub in Grimsby one Friday night when we were both having a terrible, terrible time, and thought, right, we've got to do something about this. I do not want to work in this call centre anymore. She was working in one as well. So I said, what are we going to do about it? And she said, well, my cousins live in Leeds and they love it. And I said, I had a brilliant night out in Manchester a few weeks ago. So we tossed a coin, heads for Manchester, tails for Leeds, landed on heads, and we drove here the next morning from Grimsby, looked at 2 flats, put a deposit on a flat in Withington, and I was there 3 weeks later with no job, with no plan, my eyes bright and ready for it, really. I got lucky. In the second week that I was here in Manchester, the co-op pulled my CV out of a stack of 40 because of that media and communications degree that I had. And because I'd also done a couple of weeks working and shadowing a news reporter at the BBC while I was at university as well. So I spent 6 months doing cuttings for the co-op. Again, this really shows my age, right? This is pre any digital cuttings services that you can get now. And I used to have to look through the papers every morning, cut out any mentions of the co-op, stick them on a bit of paper, date them and file them. That kind of progressed into some other admin jobs. I made a move into the communications department. And I got to do some interesting things there. I got to support the events team in a production kind of role. But I was essentially being a PA to the head of communications at that point. So I was 24. I was pretty bored. I wasn't feeling like hugely challenged. This wasn't where I thought I'd be, and I absolutely loved what the co-op stood for. I still do. I couldn't see a move for me anywhere. And then the door opened. And that was down to a change of directorship at the co-op for the communications function and a change of momentum in the whole communications industry. So there was a refocus at that point in time between what had always been considered corporate communications to the world of employee engagement. This was the idea about making people feel part of where they worked therefore getting extra kind of energy and discretionary effort, really, around that to supercharge your business performance. So a new director started with this vision. He was the first person in a while that actually took the time to ask me who I was and what I wanted. So I asked myself that question, and I said I love to travel and I love photography, and actually I had a degree doing this stuff. And he said, oh, great, do you have a portfolio? I didn't, but I had the really good sense to lie about that at that point. And I went away. I put a portfolio together from a series of film photography shots that I shot when I was traveling, and some of my university work. And I went back to see him a week later with this portfolio, bearing my creative soul to him. I was absolutely petrified about this. Had a great meeting, chatted with him, showed him my portfolio. He kind of had to take a phone call and ushered me out halfway through that. So I had no real sense how it had gone or really what was going on, to be honest. And about half an hour or so later, he called me up and said, oh, Nikki, I love your stuff. Let me tell you what I'm going to do. So he was planning on putting a whole suite of magazines together. So the co-op at that point, the majority of their workforce were not computer-based. They were customer-facing. They worked in shops, in travel agents, in pharmacies. So to communicate with them and to help them feel part of a family, magazines were the way forward. We could talk to them during their breaks. They could flick through these things. But the whole structure internally, there was no way they could deliver that. So he was putting a team together of writers, of storytellers, and he wanted an art director for that. And hugely lucky, I got to set up my own photography studio in the co-op here in Manchester. I got to shoot the stories I wanted to shoot. I got to commission the shots I wanted to commission. I got to travel the length and breadth of the UK. I mean, I was taking photos in Shark Tanks. I was hanging off combine harvesters. I was meeting pigeon fanciers, things I just never, ever expected to be doing, but telling the really compelling stories of these people at the coalface of this brilliant value and ethic-led business. got an extra page in my notes here. I knew I was going to run about that bit a bit. Yeah, I mean, I had some bumps in that as well. Not every photo I took was brilliant, but there was a rapid learning curve, and I ran at it, and I had a brilliant time when I was doing it and worked with some great people. I think it was about probably 18 months in, actually. I was approached by a business angel who wanted to invest in me as a freelancer. I mean, it was a brilliant opportunity. What a great endorsement to have somebody come along and say, I will fund you to set up a business. So I stopped myself then and asked myself what I wanted and what I enjoyed. And I realised that really what made me tick was working with people. And it wasn't down to that pure art of taking the photograph. I loved being able to take a kind of creative role in the whole process of that storytelling, from finding the story, from meeting the people, from taking the shots, and then following that through to layout in the actual magazines as well with the designers we were working with. And freelancing wasn't going to give me that, so I turned it down, and I have never regretted it. So I had a few years there in that role. It was great. I got a really good grounding in a whole kind of cross-discipline of creative kind of roles there. I was a jack of all trades, I often say, and a master of some of those. And that evolved into me becoming a kind of internal creative consultant for the co-op. So I was brought in during business acquisitions to help people on the culture change journey when two businesses were brought together. I would be doing commissioning exhibitions. I would be still doing more magazine stuff as well. There's a shift there into more digital-based and internal intranets as well. But yeah, it was a real opportunity to hone skills that have been invaluable to me ever since. It also led to a secondment in property, where I was presented with this amazing brand opportunity, Noma. So hopefully some of you guys have heard of this. It's a 20-acre regeneration scheme that was originally led by the co-op here in Manchester, so over by the CIS Tower and now Angel Square. And I was part of the build and the culture change team for One Angel Square. And at that time, the team were looking to work with the city council to create an entire master plan for that chunk of city centre real estate, which sorely needed some investment and some TLC. Noma is a whole other presentation for you in its own right, so I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole for you now. But I was given the opportunity to comment on that brand. They very quickly wanted to launch it at an international property conference in Cannes called MIPIM. That's something that happens every year. And I was brought on board as a secondment to create every element of the creative brand toolkit for this development. So website, appoint a creative team, develop the actual brand and the story, create all of the assets around that, from CGIs to fly-throughs to marketing material. I didn't have very long to do it either. It was, a blur now at that point in my life. But what an amazing opportunity. So, and I'm still a steward of this place today. It's given me the opportunity to really stamp a kind of personal and professional legacy on the part of the city. To run a huge amount of different campaigns, naming campaigns, but ultimately to really bring a place to life and also be part of it. So the next stage towards whole division is the co-op sold their stake a few years ago, and that created the opportunity for me to start up. Whole division was born. Called that because that's literally the service I kind of offer. I help people define and create a vision and then help them on the journey and hold true to that. So, not an ambition of mine to be self-employed, but it meant I could continue to work on Noma and also work on other things as well, on other projects to keep life interesting, which is very important. So, this is my USP in a nutshell, I suppose, really. And somebody said this to me once. And I don't think I've found a better way to describe it, really, but that I act as a glue between the corporates and the creative community. So I act as a champion there to bring art and creative storytelling and to make things happen for people on the ground and to help make property and places more interesting places to be. So it's kind of like I speak two language and use that from my corporate grounding to be able to make lovely things happen that I really believe in. So back to now again. Then, after all that, I guess the motto of my story kind of is that there isn't one. So, sometimes making it up as you go along is the plan, and I'm still doing it. I'm working on a couple of different brilliant projects I'm excited about this year. One is a agroecological co-op up in Edinburgh that are changing the whole way that city thinks about food production and about growing their own food. I'm still heavily involved in Noma. And it's always really important, I think, as well, to have your own passion project and your soul food, and that's what plant is to me. So this project that started at Noma out of the need to do some things to activate the space and to connect with people outside during COVID, when obviously we couldn't be inside. The ambition has grown there to not just garden that lovely part of the city, but to garden the whole city. So check that out on social and come along and join us. We're doing some really nice things with that. Okay, that was it. Bits of paper everywhere.
Thank you very much again, Nikki. That was really good. And next, we're going over to Mr. Keith Myers. Keith is an immersive artist and Unity 3D expert, which I'm sure some of you will know all about, certified drone pilot, and creative director of AV Immerse. He has produced breathtaking, immersive experiences for clients such as the BBC Arts, Manchester International Festival, the NHS, and the Wildlife Trust. Keith specialises in AR/VR, Unity production, with specialist skills including 3D modelling, 3D scanning, 360 video production, and games design. Keith is dedicated to helping create new creatives grow within the immersive technology sector. So, round of applause, please, for Keith. Thank you. There we go, left and right.
The journey is the destination. And if one thing I want to implore in all of you today is that no matter what background that you've got, no matter where you come from, as long as you've got that dedication to finding your own path on your own journey, you will excel. And today, hopefully, I can demonstrate some of the things that I've been involved with and have been privileged to take part in over the last, say, 10 years now, that have led me to do quite well for myself. So my name is Keith Myers. I am, as Marcus welcomed me in, thank you very much for that, Marcus, said that I am the creative director of AV Immerse. My own journey within the whole tech sphere and where I come from is that I was actually inspired to listen to two ladies give their talks, actually, and I thought, well, actually, I'll tell you a little bit about my past. So I don't come from an affluent background, you might tell by the accent. I come from a working class background. I'm from sunny Warrington. I came to Manchester in 2014, and I was actually travelling around the world, and I sort of had this epiphany, this moment of what should I do in my life? Because what I'd done for the best part of 20 years working is that I'd worked in crap jobs I hated, and I'd not made something I wanted to feel proud about in my life. And it was only when I was in Australia working in a call centre that I thought, oh my God, is this the rest of my life? Don't get me wrong, it was amazing to go travelling. That was a real honour and privilege to be able to do that. But I just got really fed up of the whole working class attitude to this is what you do, you go and get a job, and that's you. That's kind of the mentality of my own family, because I was the first one in my own family to go to university. I don't think it really matters about your own background. It's about where you are in your head, because ultimately we all face challenges in our lives. That was my moment of inspiration, really, which led me to apply for a BA Honours in filmmaking at this university. So I was where you are back in 2017, which is 7 years ago, which is a bit, is it 7 years ago? What year is it? I don't even know what year it is now. COVID's muddled my mind so much. But because time seems to have changed so much since COVID. Anyway, I was a student back then. I graduated in 2017, and I really thrust myself into everything during that time. So, for example, I was able to get a job working for the university, for the Futures Film Department. I don't think they have that anymore, is it? It's called something else or something. MMU Futures, it was called back then. So basically, I got a job making promotional films like these guys here with the cameras, and putting, no pressure, putting little short films together. So I was involved in these kind of activities that you're involved today. They're not being forced to come here, are they? No, so you're not being forced to come here. That's good, because you want to be here. That's really great. So keep doing that, I would say. But I just got involved in everything. And because I had that work ethic in my mind, I just threw myself into everything. I got the chance to work with the BBC during my time at MMU. That's like an amazing opportunity. So I worked with their research and development department over in Media City. So I was like, oh my God, I'm working with the BBC. This is ace. It was a weird time, actually, because that was during the Brexit thing. So I was like listening to all the BBC voices about Brexit, which is really weird. I represented MMU in the 2016 Summer Olympics. That was like, they paid for my flight, they paid for me to stay in Copacabana Beach, and I had to put this exhibition on. I was like, okay, I'll do that, thank you very much. I did a number of workshops when I was at MMU, so this kind of thing you're doing now is really great, because I just threw myself at everything. And it's from doing these things that I was able to really push myself forward. When it came to graduating from my filmmaking degree, what I actually realised is that I don't want to just do what everyone else is doing, because there were so many people, forgive me MMU, so many people doing filmmaking at that time that I thought, well, actually, I don't want to do filmmaking. I want to do something different. So I actually started to get involved with virtual reality, and I found my sort of calling at MMU. There was a great place at the time called The Shed. It's been bulldozed now, hasn't it? It's such a shame. But I get, what's the equivalent these days? Soda. So Soda is the equivalent now, the Immersive Tech Hub. So I was involved in a place that was kind of like a Soda at the time. It was called The Shed, and I was doing all sorts of labs with the BBC and other practitioners. You know, we'd come together over a long weekend and make virtual reality. So these are all extracurricular activities. This really gave me the strength of my own practice to be confident when I left university. So much so that when I left university, I was able to be an artist for Manchester International Festival. Don't know how that happened, but I just, applied and they said yes. And I was like, okay, brilliant. Did some immersive work, 360 filmmaking, this kind of stuff. I retrained as an augmented and virtual reality developer. So that meant I had to learn computer programming and this kind of thing. And that was like trying to smash a book into my head about coding that I had no idea. But because I kept on surrounding myself with so many different people in this space, I was collaborating, doing the Unit X stuff that you was talking about, Marcus. So I was getting involved in that kind of thing. And it was really that kind of attitude to collaboration and doing all these extra things that enabled me to do so much more. So eventually, I did an MA in immersive arts during COVID, actually, which was a bit of a weird time for us all. And then during that time, I went to their startup innovation hub, and I thought, I'm going to start my own company. Because people were asking me, they were saying, like, do you have business insurance? I was like, no, I don't have that. So I was like, I need to register a company. So I registered a company in the sort of idea that maybe I might need this in the future. And then a year later, I was asked to produce this. So it's just an instinct thing, really. Since then, I went on to lecture at Oxford University during lockdown, University of Manchester. I've done some work here, MMU, Liverpool John Moores. So I'm actually very fortunate. I'm in this technological sphere where I'm doing this new technology at this right time as well. So it's also not just about, doing amazing things and putting yourself there, but it's also timing in your industry. And also, I think really it's about bringing your own self, your own practice to whatever you're doing and expressing yourself, which I'll come on to in a moment. Since then, I've become the lead trainer at Unity Centre of Excellence. So Unity is a game engine. They opened the first Centre of Excellence in Media City. I designed all their courses. I set them all up. I really created that tech infrastructure for them, which has really, really grown now. They just won some award from the UK government for national entrepreneurship and this kind of thing. They're now a national body, which is amazing. If I'm boring you, just shout as well, or just feel free to say move on. So to date, with this kind of methodology and the kind of attitude that I've got, I've been able to train hundreds of creatives both in the UK and internationally. So actually, when I left uni, I wasn't a teacher, but straight away I got into teaching through MMU. They invited me back to do some workshops and this kind of thing. And I think really that was kind of because I was a mature student at the time. And also I probably had a little bit more of a rapport with my lecturers at the time because I was a little bit older. So again, the right time because I'd been working in these different jobs. Now, since then, I've also become an international delivery partner for a company in Saudi Arabia called ITHRA, which is a subsidiary of Aramco, which is this kind of oil giant that owns like all the oil in the world or something crazy like that. But what they want to do is they want to diversify and create creative industries around their infrastructure, because what's going to happen eventually is, one, that we need to turn the oil off, and two, the planet's on fire. So they're trying to diversify and change that kind of relationship. So there's a big calling now for people like me to go out there and teach these creative people how to do this. So I've been involved in this. But actually, I just want to wind that back a little bit, because when I left MMU, so I'm giving you these headlines now, but actually when I left MMU, it's not all rosy, like easy, and the path's like I'm doing all these things. What happened to me was that I had to get a job working at United Students straight away. I had to get over call centre jobs again, and I was thinking, actually, this is horrible, because I've done this university degree, and now I'm having to do the same kind of, no disrespect, crap jobs that I didn't want to do before. I didn't really want to come to university to do that. And I think the thing is, with the creative industries, it can be so niche that you really have to try and carve out your own thing. And I guess my two colleagues here, my contemporaries, have just explained their own journey doing the same sort of thing. And I think if you can work out how to do that, then you can create your own infrastructure, your own business, or your own ecosystem, I would call it, to create your own work. So it's an important lesson, actually. We often hear these stories about people doing things. We don't hear the struggle and the kind of hardship. What I'm really, really, really passionate about, though, is heritage. I love history. I love being able to explore places. And I think the UK is really interested in terms of its global heritage. So when I'm looking at things like history, I'm thinking about what can I use in terms of immersive technology? What could we fuse together from art and technology to create experiences that really blow people away? Some of you might have heard about this kind of metaverse thing last year, right? This kind of idea. Some of you, who's heard of the metaverse? Anyone? Oh, goodness me, poor things. So the metaverse was this idea that we're going to be existing in this technological ecosystem in the future. We'll all be connected. We'll all be, walking around on our phones and in this metaverse space. We're kind of halfway there. But these hype trains that we're on, for me, it's kind of the wrong lens to look at where we are now, because technology is only ever a vehicle. I think if you can craft experiences that make people think about what they're doing, whether it's a piece of photography, whether it's a film, whether it's a painting, whatever your practice is, if you can bring your own self to that conversation through your own practice and your research, I think that's when it starts to get interesting. That's what I'm always trying to do. I don't know whether this is going to work, but we'll try it. I've got a sound on this as well. We'll see. Give it a go. Give it a go. Do I need to press... There we go. There we go. Hang on, Marcus. There we go. Oh, there's no sound. Oh, here we go.
Oh, that's really painful. And I'm
So less than a minute. It took me a while. It took me all day. It took me a full day to get less than a minute. But that's just some of the projects that I've been involved with since, I'd say probably 2015, really, because I started off as a freelancer when when I was at university. Started off as a freelancer, set the business up in 2019. A lot of that kind of stuff is around medical training using virtual reality, heritage. Now and again, I get to do heritage work. There isn't any money in that normally, but it's a passion thing that I do on the side normally. Engineering, I've worked with a lot of academics who want to create virtual reality training experiences to do things like land mining testing and non-destructive engineering. I'm not going to go into that. It's a whole different world. And then things working with fashion brands such as Gymshark and other organisations, the NHS, to create different types of experiences, including augmented reality. Augmented reality is a really interesting technology because of the way it's kind of exploded. Theatre and performing arts as well. During COVID, I did quite a bit of work for organisations that wanted to bring audiences to the play and actually have that experience, because obviously we was all watching on our TV screens right from home. So actually, during COVID, I didn't have one single day off work. Like, literally, I was working every single day during the week. I'm not a complete nutter, but I had some time off. But, you know, during the week, people were saying, oh, I can't do my job and things like this. And it's very hard for a lot of people that couldn't carry on doing what they wanted to do, in particular the creative industries. A lot of people couldn't, but actually I thrived during that time. And again, it was because I was in the right place at the right time, but I was already doing a lot of this stuff that allowed people to remotely, you know, interact with this work and things like this. So again, it's about every action that you take today, it's like planting a mini seed for the future. So in 3 to 5 years' time, whatever you do in your career, if you're doing loads of things like going to these event spaces and get involved, then it'll pay dividends. So I want to talk about heritage for a moment, because I think that's a really interesting one. It's what I love doing. So since running my own business and doing these kind of things, I've actually got involved, strangely, with a number of archaeologists in the UK now. So it's a bit of a weird story, but ultimately I was doing teaching across the road at the University of Manchester. And I got speaking to certain people, and they were doing these crazy archaeological digs across the UK. I was like, this is really interesting. This is what I love to do. Long story short, I got speaking to them, and I just asked if I could be involved in some way. So I got invited last year to go on an archaeological dig. I've never done that kind of stuff before. I've always been interested in this stuff, heritage and history. Anyway, what happened is I made a film for them, and so much so they actually absolutely love that film. They're showing it around all their promotion events and stuff like this. But this has led to another conversation around other heritage work now. So what's happening actually this week is that I'm leading a team of archaeologists to go back to my hometown to start doing a heritage project, a huge heritage project, hopefully, around the local history. Now that's I can't, you know, still trying to process this myself, but there's a team of about 15 people that I'm taking on this journey, because I think they could see something in me that I was passionate about this, and I wanted to do this. Again, there isn't much money in heritage. I'm kind of doing this aside, and everything that I'm doing, all this work, actually facilitates me to follow my passion. So my business really is a lifestyle business. I get to travel, I get to work on cool projects, I get to interact with a lot of people, I share my knowledge, so I'm quite open about that. And actually, it just enables me to really pursue what I'm interested in, which is history and heritage. Some success with that. So my MA, my immersive arts MA in Liverpool John Moores, I actually made a commercial project called the Megalithic Explorer that allows you to explore Neolithic burial sites across the UK through the power of your mobile phone. That idea came about because COVID, so I thought, well, I don't want to do VR because everyone's frightened to death of putting a headset on, understandably, because no one wanted to put things on the face apart from a mask, right, during that time. So I did this, and then I was already working on with another organisation called the Carbon Landscape. This was a heritage app encompassing a geographical area, bringing 100 years of heritage, history, and wildlife at your fingertips, basically augmented reality. I think that's really interesting where this technology is going. that's just me being a geek outside of Stone Circle and doing this kind of stuff. So this is what, like I say, I find some poor soul to drag with me to go and explore somewhere now and again and go and explore some heritage or history. And then actually what I do is, because I fly drones professionally, commercially, I'm always flying around, making little short films, developing my own practice. So I'm always trying to work out ways of actually propelling my own creative practice, things that I can do that will make me think differently, do things better. So at the very heart of what I do is I want to collaborate with people. And this is what I think is one of the biggest things that I can implore you to do, is to collaborate with your fellow practitioners, maybe people in this room, maybe people on your course. That will pay dividends in the future, because ultimately, you might end up working with someone 5 years from now that you've done a piece of work on Unit X or something like this. It really is a powerful thing once you start collaborating. I guess the most famous piece of work was the London Road VR experience. So this was featured at Manchester Histories Festival, Manchester Science Festival. It was programmed to the Encounters Film Festival in Bristol. It had a lot of people getting very excited about this project in 2017. This is what I made for my graduation piece. So I took a lot of risks with this project. I thought, I'm going to make virtual reality. This is what I'm going to do. There's actually this community of people who want to collaborate. It wasn't so much that tone with filmmaking, unfortunately, for whatever reason, but I found my calling with developers. So I made this as my grad film, and it was an interactive piece that was put on at the Holding Gallery, which is just across the road from here, part of MMU. So that got a lot of people very interested in my work, and then I think that led to a number of doors opening for me. So actually taking risks was a big thing for me. I really thrust myself into that situation. No one was really doing that kind of stuff at MMU at the time. There was a few sort of quote-unquote futures filmmaking courses, like extra units, like you might get in Unit X and that kind of thing. Actually, it was showcased at NOMA in 2017, so we had like a bit of a event. Yeah, so this was shown there. I had some very nice comments from the BBC, came to see it, said, one of the best things they've seen in VR, so that was very, very nice. I'll let people judge that themselves. So actually, I've remade this project now, and it's actually launching next month, and it's going to be in part of Rochdale's The Virtual Museum. So I've actually made this whole body of work, and Rochdale Museum and Rochdale Council are going to really showcase this work, which is an amazing thing for me. How are we doing for time? So just in terms of what I'm really interested in doing, I'm still interested in working with new creatives. So I'm at the kind of intersection of working with a lot of big organisations that provide people jobs in the industry. So there's an organisation it's called Skill City in Media City. That's the people I work with quite closely. I work and advise a lot of businesses. I consult quite a bit, and companies that want to move into the UK and establish themselves as immersive tech. So I've got a lot of experience with that. I'm consulting a huge project at the moment. So my whole ethos really is to try and get people jobs in the industry. That's what I've been doing for a number of years. But also I want to collaborate with other people, businesses and stuff like this. So I've always got, an open door policy. If you ever, want to ask a question, then feel free to get in touch with me. You'll usually find me posting something on LinkedIn about this today, for example, or some other activity. So please do feel free to get in touch. And just remember that journey that you're on, that's your own journey where you're going to end up next in 3 years' time, 5 years' time. So doing these kind of activities, good on you. Keep doing them. Keep going, trying to, keep your mind open. That's what we're at university for, right? Critical thinking, expanding our horizons, really going for it. And you'll do well, I'm sure. Thank you very much.
Right, we're now going. Thank you for all the three speakers. So now we're going to move on to the second part, which is the question and answer session. So we're just going to need a minute or two just to rearrange the stage. So please bear with us for a second. me just check. That's working, great. Yeah, thank you for waiting. Very well busy. So this is the question and answer session with our three panellists. So this is the moment while you're thinking of questions, if you don't have any already. I'm going to start off by asking them a question, and then I'll hand over to the audience. And we've got the lovely Debbie over there, who will be going around with a microphone. So if you wait for her to come over, if you put your hand up, and then I'll hand her over there. Just a second. So firstly, I mean, those are some really good presentations. Thank you all for coming and sharing them. One of the things that I noticed a lot for each of them is the crazy different weavy pathway career journeys that you've all been on. Because I know there's a lot of courses where maybe you'll finish your course and you get a job in the industry and then that's it, you started. But obviously creative industries aren't like that, so it's just getting you all ready to doing that. So from where you are now, when you look back, each of you in turn, is there anything that you wish you'd known when you were a student that you could pass on to the students now that you wish that you know now?
I'll go on that. Yeah, I mean, hopefully I've wrapped some of that up in my presentation. I think the biggest thing that I would say is to really trust your gut. You know what you're good at. You know what drives you and what your passion is. And it's okay to do weird stuff that isn't on that pathway. So I got a huge amount from doing lots of very weird, odd, and terrible jobs, but it's all part of the process, I think. And yeah, when I look back now at my journey over the last few years, when I've really followed my instincts, they've never let me down. So yeah, trust yourself.
Yeah, I would say the same. And I think I mentioned it quite a lot in my talk as well. But to trust your gut and also figure out what means what you value, and what your morals are, and if that work or that job or whatever doesn't line up with that, like the sales job didn't with me, like I wasn't helping people and I knew I wanted to help people, then yeah, just trust your gut and just don't go with it, and yeah, things will work out.
Follow your passion, if you can. So that might mean that you've got to go and work down the co-op and do a job that you don't want to do, or work in a bar.
Don't not co-op. What are you doing?
No, co-op. Well, I mean, just working in the retail industry, you might train in any example really. Something you don't necessarily want to do in your own personal career because you've trained as a fine artist or a filmmaker. But I think if you can have one foot still in the creative world, even if it's just in the evenings or at the weekend, just gives you that thing to come back on. So it's just the ability to do that. I see that so many people I've worked with over the years, they've given up. Don't give up. That's what I'd say.
Brilliant, thank you. Now, over to you. Has anyone got any questions they'd like to ask any of the presenters? Or gentleman over here. Oh, David. Oh, shall I?
Take my job.
I don't know if you can get feedback, no. Well, thank you for your time and your presentations. Just a quick question, really. You all started your own businesses. I don't suppose you can elaborate on any challenges you had with both the business side, but also kind of maybe your personal life side. I ask because I kind of keep thinking it's something I should actually go into doing myself, but having a young family and having to provide for them obviously sets out that kind of challenge.
Shall I go for that? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I never intended to set up my own business. In all honesty, I regularly check in with myself on this as well to see if that is still something I want to be doing, because it was... I made the decision to do it when an opportunity was presented to me to... basically, I had a big, fat anchor contract, so the risk was fairly low for me. I wasn't in a startup scenario. It was a move from a different way of operating in a world I was very familiar with, which is quite a lucky place to be, I think. But I was also really craving diversity in what I wanted to do, so it kind of opened up doors for that as well. The challenges I've had, and even with a couple of really strong contracts that I have is cash flow. And I would absolutely say, it took me a while to take some accountancy advice. If you're going to do it, do not wait. Nobody waits. Get accountancy advice from the get-go, because it is a mad world to navigate. You're sitting here with creatives, and if you're anything like me, you're just not wired for that way of thinking. So, don't try and force a square peg into a round hole in that scenario, and take advice to try and smooth out some of those bumps for you. But I'd come back to the first point on that as well. If you're thinking about it, trust your gut there. If you're seeing a market for what it is that you do, whether it's a product or a craft or a service, do your research, check that out. I would absolutely say Manchester is a fantastic place to be right now. Part of the role that I do for NOMA is pitching to a whole host of different businesses of all different sizes to attract them to the city and to attract them to the UK in some cases. And Manchester has never had a stronger selling point than it has right now and there's a big narrative around around attracting talent and retaining it, and whether you'll end up in the kind of like more business-driven side appointments like I have been, or whether you're coming at this from a purist, creative, art-making perspective, or anywhere in between, people out there need you.
So I felt like I had no other choice really at that time, because I was obviously made redundant. And I was doing the master's degree, and I thought, if I get a part-time job somewhere that, it's probably not going to pay me what I need to, and also are they going to let me work around childcare and the master's degree? And so my only sort of way up was to set up on my own. I didn't start completely from scratch. I had been doing like bits, on the weekend, on the evenings and things, and built it up a little bit over time. And then I just fully went for it. So that's the way I did it, bit by bit. And then, when it was rock bottom, that's when I went up. But just keep growing, I think. Yeah.
Very quickly on that point, there's loads of growth programs in Manchester. I did one at MMU, so there was a business boot camp here at MMU. So check out the university, because I'm sure there's opportunities. They'll teach you how to set up your own business. I've probably done about 5 different boot camps. That's another thing that I've not explained. So I've probably done 5, and I think you carry on doing that kind of thing until you know it. I don't need to do any more now, but I've done so many of learning how to run a business, and I think there's people there. I know loads of people who've got kids and families and stuff like that, and you can do it. There's loads of people who do. Just reach out. There's help there, especially in Greater Manchester.
Yeah, there's, like I said, the university does have, the Careers Service has a newly formed enterprise unit that's going to start running sessions, and also there's the Inner Space. If you look that up, it's part of the university, and sometimes I know, because I've run starting your own business sessions in the past, and when you're from the creative side, it sort of puts you off a bit, because you're like, well, that's not me. I'm not a big business mogul. But it is the basics. It just goes through the basics for everyone. It doesn't matter what course you're from, whether from science, business school, or from fine arts, wherever. It just tells you these are the things you need to know and these things to start thinking about. So there's plenty out there. But, thanks. Thank you for that. Anybody else? Sorry. Oh, yes. Don't you got mine. There we go.
Thank you. It's a question specifically for Keith, if that's okay. As you can tell, I'm not the average age of student at the university. I've come into this a lot older. And you said to yourself, you threw yourself into everything when you first came. And I'm trying to do that. But does there come a point where throwing yourself into everything detracts from what you need to do? And is that a gut thing that you know, or is it just that you're on the floor exhausted?
It's a really good question, and it's a very relevant point. And thanks for sharing that. Your experience with the rest of the room. I think that's really important. It's not easy, right? Coming from, I guess, a non-traditional route. So I didn't come to this until quite late myself. But anyway, so when I say throw yourself in, to a degree, do cherry pick what you want to do, but go and experience different things. That's what I did. I'm sharing journey, but ultimately there was a lot of opportunity to go to extra classes at MMU when I was here as a student. So I just thought, right, I'm going to try this, I'm going to try that. And then I just didn't carry on doing what didn't resonate with me. But I was involved with so many different clubs and things like this at MMU. Some of it was a bit like, oh my God, what have I done here? Like, what's this? You know, like, you don't find your calling sometimes. You know, I think you just word that out. But the willingness to try it, and I think you wouldn't be here if you don't have that attitude anyway. So just try and think about how you can do that even more while you're here, because you're only here for 3 years, right? In your undergrad, it's gone like that, you know.
Yeah, just about that, because when I've been on the interview panels for lots of graduate level jobs over the years, and graduates who've just done the degree and nothing else never sound as interesting as someone who's done lots of other, or not lots, but some other things that they can talk about, even within the curriculum. If it's, like I said, that's why we do a lot of the projects with companies, because there's always questions that come up during an interview process that are things like, you know, can you tell me an occasion when you've had a difficult thing to deal with, or when you've had to negotiate as part of a team, or there's always questions like that if you've just done your degree, it's going to be difficult to answer. But if you've done a project with a group of people, or you've put something together in your spare time, even if it's just a little, put your own exhibition on as a collective, that's 3 of you working together as a team, working with an external, you know, in a company. There's all sorts of little things that you can put in onto your CV just from doing one little exhibition with people that's not part of your course, it's outside your course, or if it's, you know, within some courses do have it within it. But yeah, like you said, but don't go overboard, and don't like do so much that you just can't do anything. So yeah, thanks for the question there. And anyone else? Any other questions over there? Can't see. I think there's someone down there and then someone over there. I'll just keep running around the room, Debbie. I'll get opposite sides of the room every time.
Thank you. How would I get seen as a creative? Because like I'm hearing what you were saying, Keith, about when you were a student, and even after you're doing like so many different things with like the VR, you took filmmaking, now you're doing drone, and I'm in my second year and I'm already throwing myself in every opportunity I get, but I don't know how to actually be seen as a creative in the industry by people that matter. And any advice with being seen and heard as my own?
I think we can ask the other panellists as well that question, because I think that's a relevant point to us all.
Yeah. For me, it was social media was a big thing. Like I've not got loads of followers or anything like that, but I just posted quite a lot. LinkedIn is amazing for making connections as well. And if you see any networking events as well, so I don't know if maybe the university runs some, or in Manchester they run like specific events to each industry. They were the main sort of ways that I got saw, and also just have your business card. If you don't have one, get one and just give it to everyone.
I'd say approach people like me as well, who have a role in curating spaces and places. I mean, we do a lot of work with the Unit X team, don't we, Marcus? You're often down at Noma doing different things, and everybody's connected, over it doesn't take long to get connected here in Manchester, and there's always something happening. So be that exhibitions or shows, or gatherings of interesting people. We have just opened a new spot at Noma called All Together Otherwise, which is run by Ben Young, who is another kind of like brilliant creative force here in Manchester, and that's a hobby house. That's our kind of pitch there for that. It's literally a place where if you want to start up a club or do something, you can come along and host it there for free. It's an open, accessible space to do things, and you will meet there. It's collision theory there. You meet people, you talk, and things can happen from that.
Just a quick one on that. Spot on with what the girls are saying, really. I couldn't agree more. I think the thing is, you also, in addition to that, is what can you do for other people as well? So, like, we think about ourselves, like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. What can you do? And just think about, like, when people meet you, what experience do they have from meeting you. So what I do, I run my own events now in Manchester as well. So it brings people to me as well. But I give other people a voice. I invite guest speakers to my events. I give them a platform. And really, it's about making friends. Like most of the work I get is from my friends, really.
Yeah, thanks. The thing I've noticed about the three of you with the presentations as well is that you're all doing things for other people, like you said, because everything is about helping someone else and doing things you're interested in, but helping other people as well. And that soon does pay off because you're then building a network up without being as sort of business-minded as I'm going to build a network up. It's, I really enjoy doing this. That person needs help. I'll go and help them out. And then you've got someone there who wants to work with you again. So things like that, which is good. So, sorry, there's another person over there, that side. Thank you. Thanks, Debbie. Run, Debbie, run. Move, like the wind.
So I just wanted to ask, what's the hardest thing you've ever done, and how did it change you as a person?
That's deep, isn't it? Yeah.
Question of the day. A very quick one coming to university for me.
Fair enough.
That was the ultimate thing, coming at a bit of an older age. And I was quite daunted by the prospects of coming to university. I was like, I've worked with a lot of people, and it's just, I really wasn't. I wanted to come to university, and I did come to university, but I wasn't. The stigma around coming to university, I was a bit, it was a big thing for me to do that coming later on. So that was the hardest thing I did, definitely.
How did it make you feel afterwards, though? Like, what was the difference?
Yeah, I guess during it was tough because living in certain circumstances and having to endure, and that was kind of like during being a student. And then after, I was really proud about what I did, but I wanted the next challenge. I'm always trying to, the next thing, what can I do next? What's the bigger thing? That's where my brain works. So yeah, that kind of thing.
I think mine would be like saying no to things that didn't align with my values. So, like taking that job in that sales role and then having to quit it. That I found that really hard because it felt like a big failure to me. You expect to come out of uni and get a job, and everyone was really proud of me for getting a job, and I hated it. And I think that was quite difficult for me. And then, not in a professional sense, but becoming a mum as well, and trying to juggle, work and being a mum. But then what I do now, it fits perfectly around everything. So I think you go down to come back up. So yeah.
I'm finding this really hard, this question. A really big thing. Was this the hardest thing I've done? I don't know, but it was a really big thing for me was taking that leap when I was offered the chance to set up a photography studio and feeling like a huge imposter, imposter syndrome. I think it's more worrying if you don't have a little bit of it, to be honest. So nobody ever worry about that. But to carry the weight of expectation and to try and find a sense of belief in myself that was not there at that point, I felt like I'd created I felt like I'd created a different version of myself that wasn't real for me, and then I needed to go out and surf that wave, and make that happen. And I glossed over the fact that I had some bumps. One of those bumps where very early on was I had quite a large complaint made about me and about that I didn't deliver on a particular brief that I was given, and that was a huge kick in my guts when I was already battling that for myself. But I think one of the hardest things you can ever do is actually keep going sometimes in the face of that kind of challenge and a knock. But not let it completely alter your course. And it all worked out fine anyway. So.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things to keep in mind. No matter what, anything bad that comes along, you'll get over it sooner or later, or you'll use it to move on. and just there'll be a lot of setbacks. So just bear that in mind now. There will be setbacks. Things will go wrong. Stuff will happen, and you think, oh, this isn't what I wanted to do. Oh, this person said that. You've just got to keep sort of, like I said, resetting yourself and thinking, well, what is it? What is it? Sometimes the bad thing, I know from my life, a lot of the bad things that have happened turned out to be positive in the end. And you just think, oh, actually, if that hadn't have happened, that really bad thing hadn't have happened, I wouldn't have ended up doing that, or I wouldn't have ended up doing that, or I wouldn't have met that person. So it's worth just persevering. That's sort of what I'd say for everyone. So I think we're out of time because there's another event at 3. So the speakers will still be around if you want to ask some questions afterwards. But please, could you all give a big round of applause to our 3 speakers?
Thanks, Marcus, for inviting us. Round of applause for Marcus. Everyone, here you go. I'll start doing it. Yeah, perseverance is a thing. Definitely, that's spot on. That I think everyone can agree with that. Keep going.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our wonderful Institute of Sports building. I hope the journey here has been, well, we know how it is. The weather's horrible. Anyways, welcome to the Future Me Week Considering Teaching session. Our hope here today is that we can explore the rich and rewarding world of teaching.
For the next 90 minutes, we invite you to envision a future where your ideas come to life in the classroom, whether you're here to get some insight from alumni, explore your options, or you're just intrigued by the world of education. We invite you to dream big.
Yeah, dream big. We've got a fantastic lineup of speakers for you this afternoon. We're going to be starting off with our esteemed panel who are eager to share their experiences with you. And we've also got an incredible speaker from Balance Ed, Shaheen Myers, that's here to speak with us today. And you'll get the chance to ask all of your burning questions and learn how the panel found their calling in shaping futures and changing the lives in the education sector.
But before all of that fun stuff, we need to do some housekeeping. I know, I'm sorry. I'll make it quick. So, we are not expecting a fire alarm. Sorry. But if one does go off, it is real, and we need to evacuate the building in an orderly manner. Our fire assembly point is in front of the Sagden Sports Centre. We are recording and live streaming this event, so if you do not want to be recorded, please speak to one of our lovely staff that are around the room. And lastly, this session is supposed to be very interactive, so if you have any questions, we invite you to participate. Thank you.
And now to lead the panel session, Lucy Brown.
Told you I was famous. Pressed it too many times. Fantastic, thank you for that introduction. Sorry, I'm being told to hold the mic up. Sorry, am I not projecting enough? Thank you. So yes, thank you for the very quick introduction. Now that that's all done with, without further ado, I would like to welcome our panel to the stage. So please do join me. It is time for them to sit with me up here in these lovely comfy seats and share their unique journeys with you guys, shed light on their experiences and what inspired them to go into a career in teaching. So I'm going to hop up here and sit down, and I'm going to welcome my panel to the stage. So please come on up. We have Brodie, Rachel, Tegan, and Hannah. Oh, yeah. Please feel free to grab a mic, take your seats. There are only 4 microphones available, so we'll share if that's okay. Yeah. Perfect. So thank you for joining me on stage. It can get a bit warm up here, so just find yourself if you need to. So what we're going to do is just kind of go through some questions that I have prepared for you in advance, and then we're going to open up to audience questions after that. It should be around 30 minutes or so, but we'll keep check on time. So, panel, could I start in asking you to give our audience a little bit of background about yourselves, maybe what you studied in your undergraduate and how you ended up getting into a career in teaching? Should we start with yourself, Brodie?
Yeah, so hello, I'm Brodie. I am originally from Scotland, so if you hear a twang, that's where it's from. I did musical theatre as my undergrad. I worked professionally as an actor for a couple of years. I've had every job under the sun. I was a restaurant manager in the Northern Quarter. I was a mobile archery teacher for a while. I've done absolutely everything you can think of, and I settled. Well, I say settled; it's the best job ever. I ended up as a primary school teacher. So I did my PGCE here last year with ManMet, and now I teach Year 5, a wonderful Year 5.
Hello. Sorry. Hello. I'm Rachel. I'm originally from Manchester, so I was here until I was 18. I went to Leicester at De Montfort University for 3 years studying history and international relations, and then I came back here to do my PGC in 2020. Following that, I went to Staffordshire, so I currently work. I'm a third-year teacher at Norton Keynes in Staffordshire, and I'm head of Year 7 there. It's brilliant, to be perfectly honest. It's a very, very small school, which I really wanted at the start of my PGC journey. I wanted to be able to know all the kids I teach, and now I could say I know every single child in the entire school, really. So it is really, really rewarding to have that sort of professional relationship, especially with pupils and also their parents as well. Teaching for me, I went into it in 2020 thinking, you know what, sounds like a fun thing to do. I never really thought I'd be a teacher. I never really thought about it, to be perfectly honest, before 2020. And then looking at options after graduating seemed like a brilliant career choice, and actually it's very, very secure as a career as well, being that there's usually teaching work going, there's a lot of different options you can do to actually get into teaching themselves, aside from PGCEs. And so actually I thought teaching seems like a really, really good option, and now I've chosen it, I really would never look back, to be perfectly honest. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Tegan. I moved to Manchester from Leicester about a year ago, having never been to Manchester. I thought, what am I doing here? Let me go home. I did wedding planning for a year, and that was a lot more stressful than teaching. So I really enjoyed wedding planning, but I thought I need a break from these crazy brides. So I've been in teaching for a couple of months now, starting in September, and it's been so much fun. I love getting to know the kids. My subject is psychology, so I teach GCSE and A-level, and it's really nice to get to know the kids because they're at that age where they want to talk to you and they want to get to know you. They've got a million questions always for you every day.
I'm Hannah, and I teach at Convent School, which is an hour from here, and I teach social science, last year, and so I teach psychology, Year 7 form group, so that's I did my undergrad at Metropolitan University in psychology. That's where I was my undergraduate.
Brilliant, thank you. I didn't plan this at all, but it's worked out really, really well that you're all from kind of a variety of different backgrounds and are all in, teaching at different levels, different subjects. So hopefully the audience today can really get a good kind of understanding and grasp of what it is like from your perspective to be a teacher and to really thrive in that role. My next question is kind of just about where you came from originally. So your undergraduate courses, as a lot of you mentioned, weren't teaching and weren't necessarily anything related to teaching. And that may be the same for a lot of our audience today, is that they're not currently studying primary education or something like that, but do obviously are here because they might want to go into teaching. So I wanted to ask you, how did you come to that decision first and foremost, and what would you say were the kind of skills that you gained from your undergraduate degree that you've still kept with you today and that have propelled you into this role? I'm happy for anyone to take the first point of the question.
There we go. So I did a lot of sports coaching when I was sort of probably about 15 to 18. I was doing a lot of sports coaching for rugby, netball, that kind of thing. So I've always enjoyed working with younger people and just teaching them a lot of knowledge that I know they may not have. So I think that fared quite well. So my degree was in psychology in Lincoln, and it was quite a small university. There wasn't a lot of people. I think it was really good to be able to get to know the staff as well, because your tutors will be your best friends if you work with them and network with them. They're there to help you. So I think definitely working with other people is a massive skill that you're going to need to be able to teach, not only for working with students, but working with other staff members as well, because there are a lot of relationships that you need to foster when you go into teaching.
Who wants to go next? I definitely feel like as well, if you've got that drive that you want to give something back, teaching is the perfect option. Like I know when I was at school, I really looked up to and idolised my A-level psychology teacher, which then led me into the career route. Okay, like I'm now going to go do my psychology degree. And then I got to the point where I was probably like, is everyone in here like, what stage are they? What year?
It's a mix.
Bit of a mix. Yeah. So like, it's probably like second year of like undergrad. And I started to realise I want to give something back. Like I feel like I've got something more to kind of give. And I just enjoy that we did presentations at university. Like I know everyone dreaded them and I secretly did dread them. But also it was nice to educate other people about something which you have so much knowledge about. And there's always going to be other people as well that you are going to bring light to, and you're going to share your knowledge even further. I went into teaching.
Perfect. It's ironic, really. I always see those, they get into teaching adverts, and you see it all the time on wherever, and it's always a teacher that inspires one child, and that's it. And it really is. It can be that for a lot of people that they just say, oh, there's this teacher that I remember and I loved because they did something, even if it was something small, and it shaped my life, and that's where I am now. And I imagine that's the same for probably everyone in this room. You have that one person that you do remember. So it's a nice thing to work for, isn't it? Yeah. So just reflecting on your journey so far then, what aspects of teaching would you say have been the most fulfilling?
So, kind of a bit like what you were saying, like teaching is really, really rewarding. There's so many little ways, even if it's just making your class laugh, or they make you laugh because they're children and they say the most wonderful things, often inappropriate things. I think, it's such a rewarding job knowing that what you do has an effect on them, especially like you say. I remember secondary teachers and primary teachers who had a huge effect on me, whether it was just because it was a subject I really enjoyed, or it was something that you were going through at the time. Like I know even my PGCE tutors at Man Met last year were so inspiring to me, and it's just so fulfilling knowing that you can be there for those children. I think especially in some of the areas, like the area I work in is quite a deprived area. So I know a lot of the time that I am like a parental role as well as a teacher, and a social worker, and all the other things that come with teaching. Those you go in expecting to teach your lessons and that be it, but it's so much more than that. It is your life. And I've never been in a job that is so rewarding.
So I'm head of Year 7 and transition at my current high school, and that obviously comes with a lot of pastoral responsibilities because a lot of pupils don't actually deal with the transition from having one teacher in primary school to obviously having about 14 in high school very well. So there's a lot more, hands-on teaching, making sure that they're okay, making sure that they're getting to their lessons okay. Most people are in a classroom all year round, same one in Year 6 and Year 5, and then in high school they've got suddenly 20 different classrooms to go to. So obviously there is a lot more involved in making sure people get to lessons on time, people are getting on with their teachers, they know the expectations as well. So I'd say definitely the pastoral aspect of teaching is bigger than most people imagine, just because you'll have pupils who come to you crying one day about a certain issue, the next day they'll be absolutely fine, but at that time they need someone to listen to. And actually, I found that the best way to deal with pupils who are going through a lot is just listening, because a lot of the time all they want is someone to actually listen to them, not even to understand or give them advice, but it's actually just having that ear and having that 10-minute conversation with them, expressing how they're feeling, and actually having that builds a relationship with them, so that makes sure that actually next time they feel comfortable in saying how they're feeling and how they can actually get better and try and get out that sort of funk. So yeah, I'd probably say the most fulfilling conversations I have are when I can see clearly a people who wasn't very happy earlier in the day is actually probably running around at break time with their mates, and then I can say, actually, yeah, they've managed to get themselves out of that. Brilliant, excellent.
Fantastic.
I think for me, the most sort of fulfilling part is just being a role model to a lot of the students when you don't even realise you're a role model. So when you go into teaching, you kind of turn up and you see it as your job, and you've got things to do, you've got your to-do list, you've got your lessons. And as you're sort of going around school, they really, really look up to you. The other day, I had a student say to me, "Miss, you've got such a powerful walk." And I thought, I'm just walking. But everything you do, you know, they're watching you, they're observing you, and they're learning from you, even if it's not in a lesson. So just to know that you being you is inspiring to, you know, a lot of kids is a really, really good feeling. I think it's keeps you going in the job for sure.
Definitely, and like one thing I'd say as well, like the way they idolise you, like they literally see that you are like the best thing since sliced bread. Only some, not everyone. But also as well, it's when you see that, like I feel like it's so fulfilling when you know it's something like that they could struggle with, or they've maybe struggled with it a lesson before, and then you see that little light bulb like switch, and it honestly, it's like the most heartwarming feeling because you're like, okay, I did it. Like we got there, we did it. But also how like proud they are of themselves as well. Like they get so excited and they know that they've done it, and then their confidence just completely changes as well, which is so fulfilling as well.
It's true that you don't realise the impact you have, especially when you're young and you're looking up at teachers, and then you decide to go into that career pathway. It's just, you're thinking, oh my gosh, what am I doing first and foremost? And then, you realise that the impact that you have on the young people. I myself studied to be a teacher. I did education and then decided on a different pathway. But I can absolutely see where all of you are coming from. It's really, really insightful. On the other hand, there's also a lot of challenges, I suppose, with this role. Without scaring anyone off, could you talk a little bit about the things that you've overcome, either to get where you are or even just in your day-to-day? Do you want to? We'll start this way this time.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I feel like the one thing with teaching is the workload. Like, that's not to say that it's an unrealistic workload, but you just have to be kind of mindful of the workload, because things can quite like get overwhelming quite quickly. But at the same time, it's knowing, like, I know I see this all the time on like TikTok and Instagram, but any other job you would leave at 5 o'clock and that's it, you're done until the next day you go back at 9 a.m. Teaching isn't quite the same. Like, you still, like, I can literally be laying in bed at night and go, oh yeah, that'd be a really good starter for tomorrow. Like, and I just lie there, and your whole life, it doesn't change the teaching, but the ways that you think completely change. But I think I'd say the hardest thing to kind of consider is the workload to a certain extent. Like, I do think that's quite difficult as well.
I think it's when you're doing your PGCE, you'll be told build relationships with the students, build relationships, and it's the most important part. I think it's really important to remember to build relationships with other staff members, because you can get into sort of like a bit of a hole and you don't really talk to anybody else, you just crack on with your job. But definitely when you go into schools, start building relationship with staff members, because they'll help you and they'll show you things that you didn't even know you were supposed to do or how to do. So definitely start building relationship with other staff members from other departments as well, because you might find your best friend as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that they're great advice, frankly. Having members of staff who actually get on with and even see outside of school is really, really rewarding. And also the workload can be at times, especially. So I've got mock exams coming up next week, and I know full well I've got 45 papers going when I get back to school tomorrow. But as long as I've always said, I want to work smarter, not harder. And you can do that within the schools. As long as there's a good work-life balance within the school you're at, and that does depend on the school, then you'll be supported. And if you do need help, especially if you're in ECT 1 or 2, you've got a line manager, you've got a mentor usually at the school as well, who are always willing to help you out. So the workload it's not unachievable in the slightest. You can always do it. But I will say with teaching, nothing is ever perfect. If you're a perfectionist, it's very, very difficult, because you will think, oh, that lesson could have done better if I did this. Or, oh, you could spend 6 hours on a lesson and it still wouldn't be the perfect lesson, because it'll go perfectly with one class, it'll go completely wrong with the other. So I think it's a lot about teaching is the best thing to do is roll with the punches, because sometimes it's not going to work for one class, and that's absolutely fine. You can adjust it and do this exact same thing next lesson and they'll get it. But you just need to be aware of the fact that not everything's going to be perfect straight away. You do need to work for it. And if things do go wrong, that's okay. Just change it the next day.
I think one of the biggest things that I'm like you say, your workload, and it's something in teaching that is going through an element of change at the moment, and I find that I've kind of ended up in a place of advocacy. So I'm the union rep in my school. I've been there like 6 months, not even. So I found myself in a place where because I know how hard the workload is, I'm kind of fighting to make it better for myself and make it better for others. And that is something I think that you have to kind of think about when you go into teaching is like how much you have to advocate for yourself, but also for your students, for other people, for different communities. Like I've had one complaint this year. It was because I mentioned something to do with the LGBTQ plus community in support of them. Myself, I'm a member, and a parent took unkindly to it, and I've had to obviously advocate. Well, no, this is the law. This is what we teach. This is, and you do have to take that kind of position, I think, as an advocate, as a teacher. Which is something that can be quite difficult sometimes. Sometimes you're like, I just want to get my work done and go home. But you are there to teach. You are there to be a responsible person for the students you teach. And it's really important that you kind of consider that when you go into teaching.
Brill. I think that's a point that's not touched on that often, really, is that half of the battle when you're a teacher isn't just teaching the children, it's dealing with the parents as well. As I imagine it's more so at primary school than it is maybe at secondary, but I might be wrong there. Thank you for that. That's some great advice. What I'm going to do now is just move on to some audience questions. So if anyone does have any burning questions for our panel, please do feel free to raise your hand. We have our lovely assistant, Nahal, who's going to steal this mic off me, so we're going to have to share even less mics, guys. I'm sorry. And yeah, she's going to run around and pop the mic in your face, basically. Anyone got any questions?
This is from Miss Andrews. Are you a mother?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
Anyone got any other questions? I'll get to
As a first-time teacher, if you had to go to any forums or group chats, is there anywhere you would recommend going?
In terms of Facebook, I use one called Gals Who Teach, which is for girls, yeah. But I mean, anyone could join it in theory, but it's very, very useful for like talking about workload, talking about teacher stress. So Gals Who Teach is a really good one. I'm trying to think if I looked at any beforehand. If you're looking into actually the universities themselves, a lot of them do have group forums and also pages that they use to post on opportunities, to post on events like this as well. So it's really useful to get to know the knowledge there. I can't actually think of any more.
All I would say is like subject specific, like groups. Yeah. Like I know there's loads. If you're going, it depends if you're like primary or like secondary. But if you're based in like a subject, maybe like I know, I feel like we're in quite a lot of the same ones. But like it's like a lot of like psychology or sociology, and you can go into these groups and you can kind of have a look, kind of have a feel about kind of how do teachers feel within their current like situation. So you can ask questions in there as well. And also people put resources in those groups, so they're always good to be in.
Yeah, I think I'm similar to you. Facebook seems to be even before I started, I joined my PGC. I joined a PGCE and ECT Facebook group. And it's amazing because you post in like, oh my goodness, I'm teaching this and I've never taught a year 2 class before and I want to cry looking at the curriculum, and someone's like, I've got you. I've absolutely got you. And they'll send the lesson plans over, and teaching's great for that because nobody gatekeeps. Like once you've made something, you're like, here, use it, take it, like, have it. Like, so it's really good for that. I think I'm in a few different year group, depending what year group, especially for primary, because your first one placement's in Key Stage 1, one's in Key Stage 2. So I was in year 1, and then I was in year 6, year 5 and year 6. So I was right at the other end of the spectrum, teaching like children how to count to 5, and then being like, right, here's long division. And there's a big jump, and it can be really overwhelming. So I think I'm in like 10 different year 1 Facebook groups and 10 different year 5 Facebook groups, and that's completely normal. And like I say, people are so happy to just be like, yeah, here's my PowerPoint on that, have it. Or here's all my lesson plans, just take them. Like, people are so good that way.
Yeah, it really does become a community, doesn't it? I'm getting the sense of that from all of you, that there is a very community vibe in the teaching community, I suppose, itself as well. I always see trending on Twitter now, X, the 5 a.m. club, which is all teachers getting up really early and starting. That's always trending. So that might be a hashtag you want to check out if that's on there as well. Any other questions? Nahal, right at the front here. You can maybe shout if you want to. Or you can wait for the microphone.
Hi, I've been a teacher for 7 years in my home country, and here things are a little different. So first thing is that I can only work on a part-time basis because of the university, and the other one is that I need a QTS, which is a qualified teacher status. So I have been applying for 4 months here to become a teacher, but I haven't been successful. So I just wanted to know, how can I get into teaching? I'm really enthusiastic, I am experienced, so it's been quite a challenge for me this time. So any advice for me?
I'm going to quickly take that and then I'll hand over to you, because you might want to talk to our employer partners who are here at Pogo, because they may be able to help you with that. So when they pop on stage shortly, so stick around. They're at the front, yeah. Stick around and listen to what they have to say, because they're brilliant at helping with things like that. So yeah, and if anyone from the panel wants to take.
This might be a little bit of subjective advice, but I think with teaching jobs, you really have to be patient, in the sense that maybe if you've gone for jobs and not got them, maybe the school isn't right for you, and maybe vice versa. So wait for the school that's right for you, because it feels like you just want to get a job and just be done with it. But wait for the right place, because it really pays off where you work. You know, it depends on the type of support you want, the type of kids you want to work with, all that stuff. So be patient, because the right school will pick you and you'll pick the right school.
Thank you.
I was going to say about the part-time job, but do you want me to add that in?
Oh, sorry.
No.
I was like,
Where's
where's that noise coming from? Yeah, go ahead.
Like, I know, because some people will probably like go onto the PGC route, won't they? And obviously, unless you're in certain fields, but I won't touch on that, you get a bursary. Now, we didn't get a bursary. So we, I don't know, we both actually had part-time jobs, didn't we, at the same time? So we were both working part-time. So we were, it was long, it was hard, but we were like in school Monday to Friday. And then I used to work Saturday, Sunday. But it was literally a case of, I had to get to school. I had to fund my social life as well. So you kind of do what you have to do. A lot of people didn't have part-time jobs, so you can get by, but it depends on your situation as well. But in terms of like now, I am tired at the weekend. So as an actual teacher, like there's no part-time work at the weekend, but some people do. And also it depends kind of what age are you thinking? Like what age have you taught before? Yeah, because a big thing for like GCSE and A-level is marking. So that comes around the summer as well. So you can get extra money for marking. So that's like kind of what we can do as well. So we can mark exam papers and we get paid. And you get a bonus as well if you finish all your papers, which is good.
There's a mention in a Pogo again, but they do like invigilation as well on there, which is another way to get into a school. Sometimes it's just that foot in the door that you need. It sounds like you have lots of experience, so that's not going to be the thing that is causing any issues at all. Perseverance, I know it sounds really like, oh yeah, I've heard it all before, but it really is that case, and just utilising the help and support that's around you, absolutely. We've probably got time for one more question if anyone does have one. Yes, right across from you now.
Thank you. As you shared that the teaching is rewarding and you are giving something what you have learned, you are giving to community. I just want to know that in the profession of teaching, what's your vision? How do you set your goals? Like after 10 years, where you would be? Because a saturation stage comes in your life. Like you are teaching to these key stages, where you would be after 10 years. Just if you discuss something about that.
Really great question. Yeah.
So when I first started at the school I was at in Staffordshire, I said I was doing 2 years there and then I was going to move back to Manchester because I thought it's a good school to do my ECT and it's exactly the sort of environment I want to be in, and then I'll move back. However, I've enjoyed it so much I've stayed on for another year. I'm considering doing another year after this and then going abroad, I think, because international teaching jobs are plentiful, frankly. There's a lot of opportunities internationally. I know quite a few people who are going out there and getting a very good wage as well as a living allowance. So that's on my cards for the next 10 years, really. I'd want to spend about 5 years out there. But in general, teaching's brilliant because there is a lot of flexibility, especially with the amount of roles you have come up. There's part-time roles if you wanted to go part-time. There's different leadership scales you can go on as well. So there's pastoral, there's also curriculum leads. Because when I first started, I thought, oh, I want to be head of history. And actually, what really appealed to me was the pastoral side of things, hence why I've applied for the head of year role. But for the next 10 years, genuinely, I'd like to go abroad for a few years, but I definitely want to move back to the UK eventually.
I think it is one of those things that. So I went in just like you. I was like, I'm gonna be a head teacher in 10 years, and then you actually start enjoying the job and doing different things, and then you kind of realize there's more than just being in a school and teaching. And like you say, I've got some friends who are off in Dubai, loving their life teaching over there. And it's very different to teaching here. They're like, I've got 7 kids in my class, and I'm like, oh, I've got 32. It's just a very, very different environment. But there's also things like, and I'm sure some of the wonderful speakers will come up and talk about some of the different things that they do. But there are lots of routes out of teaching as well. You can do teaching in different ways. It's one of those things that once you have those skills, and once you have that qualification, a lot of doors open for you. And I think that's ended up being the most surprising thing for me is everyone's like, oh, you're a teacher. Do you want to come and do this? Or do you want to come and do that? Even like getting invited today, I was like, oh my goodness, I get to be on a panel. So it's really surprising. It's one of those things that I'm now quite flexible with what I want in the future. I know a lot of people want to go into like specific subject mentorship. So I've got a friend who is like, I'm going to go and work for this science company, and I'm going to do science-specific teaching in schools because actually I really love science. Or, oh, I'm really good at English, and I'm really good at teaching other people how to improve their teaching in that subject, so I'm going to go do that. And even some of the MMU lecturers, they started off as teachers, and now they do child development, or they do like educational theory, and they found like a niche thing within that has led to something else. It's one of those routes that just, once you've gone down that path, it just leads you to so many other places. I don't know about you guys.
I think within schools as well, there is a lot of opportunity for personal growth and professional growth as well. So within our school, we've got lots of initiatives around sort of oracy and getting the kids to speak more and bringing up their reading age eventually. So I think when you get involved with things like that in schools as well, it's a nice way to sort of boost your career and your professional development. So there is a lot of opportunities, and just take every single one of them because they'll all pay off and you'll probably enjoy them all as well.
Definitely. And I feel like when you get in the school, you start to know, like everyone's saying, like I remember being in PGC and I was like, I'd love to do something pastoral route. Now I'm in the school, yes, that's like an idea, but actually I'm like loving the curriculum side of things. So then there's so many different routes, and also like you never know what's around the corner. So you just take each day as it comes for teaching. So yeah.
In 10 years, I'd like to retire. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'll keep you updated. I'm going to wrap up the panel aspect of the session just now. And our panel's going to sneak off, and I'm going to welcome to the stage very, very shortly our employer partner at Pogo. So a big round of applause to the panel for joining us today. On. Yeah, there we go. we're working and we're back on. So yeah, thank you. I would like to obviously welcome, they've popped onto the stage just now, Apogo. I'm going to let them talk about it because it's much more complex and I could not do it justice. So I'm going to let you guys talk about this for just the next 5-10 minutes or so. And off you go.
Thank you. Yeah, so Apogo, guys, we are obviously proud to be partnering with MMU as one of their employment partners, and we're in great company with MMU. We've literally come across this morning from their current PGC cohort, so they're obviously invested in obviously ensuring that after post-PGCE, you're finding placements, you're finding work. In the meantime, while you're studying, obviously your question was really good, and I'll link into that in just a moment. We can help and support you gain exposure, network across the schools, whichever locations you might be situated in. We are very heavily in Manchester and Greater Manchester, as far out to Liverpool, as far south as Stoke. So wherever you may be situated, if you're thinking about studying in Manchester and you want to live here, great, contact us. We will find you avenues of work, whether it be, as Lucy mentioned, exam invigilator. You know, obviously we're coming into that season now, mock season. June and July it will happen again. Plenty of opportunities there, plethora of opportunity. Support, learning support assistant roles, cover supervision. If you really want to gain exposure firsthand, what it's going to be like for you whilst doing a PGC placement, moving on your 10-year plan, you know, how will it look for you? Then great, you know, we can certainly support that in terms of obviously your cohort, your next cohort as well. In addition to that, obviously, it comes with added benefits, pay. You know, obviously, as the ladies were saying before, the teachers were saying, not all teachers get bursaries. You might have to find a part-time job. We can obviously aid you with that. We have our own CPD, our own learning and development program, which is separate to MMU. It's not linked in any way at the moment. But in the meantime, if you want to just kind of have a little bit of insight, feel free to explore the options on our Learn platform. Again, some really, really great courses on there. And yeah, we would love to speak to anyone after this in regards to how we can support. Just touching on your question, obviously about how you can get into teaching. We have many people from international, you know, who come over to this country and they're in exactly the same situation as you find yourself at the moment. Not sure if you've explored UK NARIC about getting your qualification converted. I would definitely recommend having a look at their website. UK NARIC is a really good one to potentially, not saying it's an option, it's all dependent on country, etc. But in the meantime, if you're on a 20-hour working visa, which we have a lot of candidates who are, then we can find you work around that, which obviously falls in line with obviously what is allowed upon your visa within the subject specialism that you are, within the sector you love and you want to obviously continue on with. But I mean, for those that are thinking of getting into teaching, MMU has got an amazing reputation within the sector as being a really good place to study. And most of our candidates who have studied at MMU have, go on to do something really, really good. And not just in Manchester, but in different locations across the country. So I'll let Ella have a few minutes. Ella has got a really good backstory to her Apogo journey, really. So yeah.
Wow, an introduction. Just to give you a bit of background, I was a primary school teacher for 3 years. I was in a permanent position in North London, like inner city school, and I did Teach First, which is kind of a quite quick route into teaching. So you kind of do a summer institute and then you're in the classroom, which is very like obviously hands-on, kind of teaching straight away. So that was great. And then I worked for Apogo as a supply teacher in London. Which kind of opened the doors to lots of new schools across London that I could teach in, and gave me loads of experience kind of working out what school would be right for me. And then obviously now I'm here to spread the word of Apogo. I absolutely love it, and what we're on a mission to do. So in terms of kind of supply work, and I found it super beneficial for me as a teacher. I actually wish I'd kind of done it at the start of my career, which is obviously where a few of you are. just in the sense that you really work out what school is right for you. And as you'll see, if you do a PGC, your placements are very different. Each school has their own set of values, the way they do their curriculum. So I found supply really helpful in that way to work out what school would be right for me. And Apogo is brilliant in the sense that we are a tech company, so it's super easy to find work with us. So when you do work for us, we have an app. You can just set your availability, so it's super accessible and super easy to find work. And as well, I think, you know, if you're thinking of going into teaching, it's a really great opportunity. So as Tim said, you know, we offer so many roles: learning support assistant roles, exam invigilation roles, cover supervisor roles, which you don't necessarily need a teaching qualification to do. So if you kind of want to build up your experience, it's a fantastic opportunity. So yeah, I think covers everything.
All good. Thank you very much. And thank you to Apogo for joining us today.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. I'm going to now pass over to our guest speaker for the next portion of the event, and that is Shaheen Myers. Would you like to join us on stage? What I'm going to do is I'll hand over my mic to you, and I'm going to go and put your slides on the screen in the background.
I don't really want to sit over there. Can you all hear me all right? So good afternoon, everyone. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. I'm Shaheen Myers. I'm the CEO and founder of Balanced, which is a company to support the teaching profession, the education profession that I absolutely adore and love. And the reason why I've set up Balanced is to support the mental health and well-being of school leaders and school staff so that we retain them, so that we look after them, and that we care for them. And that's why I'm here to talk to you about enticing you into the profession, enticing you into a role that is absolutely rewarding, it's a privilege, and I think we haven't really mentioned the word enjoyable, because it is really, really enjoyable, despite what you might see and you may have heard. So there's quite a big journey for us to take in the next hour that we've got together also. And I will get through it, but if you have any questions, it's very much going to be a bit of a dialogue as opposed to a monologue. So there is going to be some interactivity. There will be some questions and there will be some dialogue between us both, just so that you can go away and think very seriously about the teaching profession. You've heard from the panel members. You've heard, and I think it's so heartwarming to hear from them that they actually love what they do. And I hope that really came across to you as well. So if you are seriously considering it, I think, is that the slide? Yeah, I can give you the fantastic. Oh, lovely. Before starting, what am I going to talk to you about today? I spoke to Lucy about helping you to consider why you'd want to go into teaching, helping you to consider why it will be a vocation or a choice for you. Some of you may already be teachers. Some of you may already be lecturing. Some of you may have been classroom assistants, etc., or in those posts, in those roles. Some of you may just volunteer in schools and support others in their care of their education. But when I was putting this together, and I've been putting together quite a lot of keynotes, this was the one I was most excited to put together. Actually trying to inspire you into a vocation to take care of children's hearts and minds. And I cannot advocate that enough. Because if you're just taking care of the minds, you've lost all the other richness of what teaching means. You've lost all the other part of what it means to have relational practice with your students and with the young people and the children, depending on what you want to call them. I call them young people and children. Some people like students, etc. Anyway, I'm going from a tangent, so I'll come back to it. So my intentional vow for this session is a call to action. It's a call to action for those who haven't considered what their next choice is. It's a call to action to say that if you are seriously considering a profession, please join a profession that, and to some extent, it's a bit down on its knees at the moment. We are short of many, many teacher applications. We are short of the kind of people that you saw and heard from on that panel. Those people that are inspired to take children's hearts and minds and develop something so very meaningful. And that's what we're here to do. Connection is the key. And we know that. So anyway, through this dialogue, there's going to be some questions I'm going to ask you. And for those questions, I want you just to put your hands up or hands down. If you feel uncomfortable at any point, please don't join in. That's absolutely fine. I'm not going to ask you any untoward questions, but there are some questions where sometimes just being vulnerable or thinking back is quite important. So the journey for us today, again, is, as I've mentioned, is a bit of a dialogue, a bit of an interactive session. So your participation is really wanted, really valued, and also really welcomed as well. So anybody else statements? I'm going to ask you some questions. If they resonate with you, hand up. And if they don't, please don't feel that you have to put your hands up. But also don't feel that it's an absolute call that you have to either. I want you to feel comfortable. So anybody else, when you were growing up, when you were receiving your education, anybody else felt misunderstood? Anybody else felt seen and understood by a teacher? Okay, it's kind of going half and half there. Anybody else fall in love with a subject or learning because of their teacher? Ooh, far more hands up. And actually, smiles as well. I didn't know you guys could smile. Anybody else felt that you mattered? Ooh, much less hands up. So hopefully you're picking up a theme here in everything that I'm saying. Hopefully you're picking up on a theme. And the last one is, anyone experience a lack of patience, care, and unconditional positive regard? A lack of it. Not all three at once, hopefully, but a lack of patience or care or unconditional positive regard. Okay, for those that didn't put your hands up, wow, amazing. You've had such a beautiful education, and that is that you're fortunate and you're privileged to receive that, so well done. Now, some of us put our hands up. When it came to the question about mattered, it wasn't very, very many. And that's what we want to change, because we talked about the first slide being Simon Sinek, and if you haven't read his book, Why? You probably all have heard of him. But if you haven't read his book, The Why, or Why should I say, then please seriously consider that book, because no matter what vacation, what route or pathway you decide that you want to go along, that book is incredible in setting the why in your vision. I think you asked a question about vision. Well, he delivers on vision all the time. So going back to hearts and minds, really, really important. I want us to watch something. So with this talk and the theme of the talk, all being based around taking care of hearts and minds, there are two videos I'm going to play. One is this: Every child deserves a champion. Anybody else seen it? Oh, it's just two. That's good. That's good. If I can't move you, this certainly will move you. So I really want us to pay attention to this one. It's really important because it really illustrates and it really cements that very first taking care of hearts and minds. And also, I think it showcases what the panel members were talking about as well, really well. Is that just going to start automatically? Sorry. She just entered the room at the right time. Thanks, Lucy. Believe me, it's worth it. Oh, God, no. No. You want to keep everyone in the room, not to escape.
I don't know why it's not. Oh, brilliant. Technology, everyone. Welcome.
If not, if we can just load YouTube and type in everyone deserves a champion, it probably will do it that way. every child deserves a champion.
Oh, it's loaded now.
Yes.
Obviously.
Hey, designer developers. Sorry, we're going to have to watch it now. But you need the latest tools to get ahead. Full stack security.
We're not sponsoring, by the way.
Nice, nice, nice. Big laptop for your business. I know.
I have spent my entire life either at the schoolhouse, on the way to the schoolhouse, or talking about what happens in the schoolhouse. Both my parents were educators. My maternal grandparents were educators. And for the past 40 years, I've done the same thing. And so needless to say, over those years, I've had a chance to look at education reform from a lot of perspectives. Some of those reforms have been good, some of them have been not so good. And we know why kids drop out. We know why kids don't learn. It's either poverty, low attendance, negative peer influences. We know why. But one of the things that we never discuss, or we rarely discuss, is the value and importance of human connection. Relationships. James Comer says that no significant learning can occur without a significant relationship. George Washington Carver says all learning is understanding relationships. Everyone in this room has been affected by a teacher or an adult. For years, I have watched people teach. I have looked at the best and I've looked at some of the worst. A colleague said to me one time, they don't pay me to like the kids. They pay me to teach a lesson. The kids should learn it. I should teach it. They should learn it. Case closed. Well, I said to her, you know, kids don't learn from people they don't like. She said, that's just a bunch of hooey. And I said to her, well, your year is going to be long and arduous, dear. Needless to say, it was. Some people think that you can either have it in you to build a relationship or you don't. I think Stephen Covey had the right idea. He said you ought to just throw in a few simple things, like seeking first to understand as opposed to being understood. Simple things like apologizing. You ever thought about that? Tell a kid you're sorry, they're in shock. I taught a lesson once on ratios. I'm not real good with math, but I was working on it. And I got back and looked at that teacher edition. I taught the whole lesson wrong. So I came back to class the next day and I said, look, guys, I need to apologize. I taught the whole lesson wrong. I'm so sorry. They said, that's okay, Miss Pearson. You were so excited. We just let you go. I have had classes that were so low, so academically deficient that I cried. I wondered, how am I going to take this group in 9 months from where they are to where they need to be? And it was difficult. It was awfully hard. How do I raise the self-esteem of a child and his academic achievement at the same time? One year I came up with a bright idea. I told all my students, you were chosen to be in my class. Because I am the best teacher and you are the best students, they put us all together so we could show everybody else how to do it. One of the students said, really? I said, really? We have to show the other classes how to do it. So when we walk down the hall, people will notice us. So you can't make noise, you just have to strut. And I gave him a saying to say, I am somebody. I was somebody when I came. I'll be a better somebody when I leave. I am powerful and I am strong. I deserve the education that I get here. I have things to do, people to impress, and places to go. And they said, yeah. You say it long enough, it starts to be a part of you. And so I gave a quiz, 20 questions. Student missed 18. I put a +2 on this paper and a big smiley face. He said, Miss Pearson, is this an F? I said, yes. He said, then why'd you put a smiley face? I said, because you on the roll. You got 2 right, you didn't miss them all. I said, and when we review this, won't you do better? He said, yes, ma'am, I can do better. You see, minus 18 sucks all the life out of you. Plus 2 said, I ain't all bad. For years, I watched my mother take the time at recess to review, go on home visits in the afternoon, buy combs and brushes and peanut butter and crackers to put in her desk drawer for kids that needed to eat, and a washcloth and some soap for the kids who didn't smell so good. See, it's hard to teach kids who stink. And kids can be cruel. And so she kept those things in her desk, and years later, after she retired, I watched some of those same kids come through and say to her, you know, Miss Walker, you made a difference in my life. You made it work for me. You made me feel like I was somebody when I knew at the bottom I wasn't. And I want you to just see what I've become. And when my mama died 2 years ago at 92, there were so many former students at her funeral. It brought tears to my eyes, not because she was gone, but because she left a legacy of relationships that could never disappear. Can we stand to have more relationships? Absolutely. Will you like all your children? Of course not. And you know your toughest kids are never absent. Never. You won't like them all, and the tough ones show up for a reason. It's the connection. It's the relationships. And while you won't like them all, the key is they can never, ever know it. So teachers become great actors and great actresses, and we come to work when we don't feel like it, and we listen to policy that doesn't make sense, and we teach anyway. We teach anyway because that's what we do. Teaching and learning should bring joy. How powerful would our world be if we had kids who were not afraid to take risks, who were not afraid to think, and who had a champion? Every child deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them, who understands the power of connection and insists that they become the best that they can possibly be. Is this job tough? You betcha. Oh God, you betcha. But it is not impossible. We can do this. We're educators. We're born to make a difference. Thank you so much.
Okay, so who wants to be on her team? I do. Who wants to be taught by her? Who would love to have been taught by her? Me. Her authenticity absolutely shines through. Her commitment, her advocation, and her power of building as opposed to a power of destroying. And that's the power that we have as educators in our hands. The power to build, but we also have the power to destroy. And through our questioning earlier with anybody else statements, we all had different experiences. So advocating for that profession, that every child deserves a champion, is not something we take lightly, and it's not something that we say lightly. If you are seriously considering entering the profession, the relational factor, the power of connection, is the most important thing that you can think about. And later in this session, we're going to look at some key characteristics of what it means to be a teacher, but also what kind of teacher would you have liked when you were young as well. And I'll know who's copying from her, by the way. Sorry, we're just going to go back to the PowerPoint. Any thoughts about that clip for those who haven't seen it? I think there's one person in here who has seen it. Are you a lecturer, sir? No. No, are you in teaching? You are. And what, can I ask you a question if you don't mind? What moved you about that when you saw it for the first time? Because it moved me.
The first day I started teacher training.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really great.
It certainly is. And are you enjoying teaching?
Yes.
Slight hesitation. Would you say that you are a champion of children, sir?
I teach adults, actually.
Oh, well, we all need champions, don't we?
Energy supplies
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Sorry for putting you in the spot there. Okay, so the next slide would have been story of origin. This is really, really important, really important. So even if you're not considering a profession in teaching, your story of origin is your key motivator for choosing what you need to choose. So falling into something accidentally isn't always going to bring you the satisfaction that you want. Choosing something just because it ticks boxes will also not give you the satisfaction that you want. And when we talk about mental health and well-being, job satisfaction and connection are the key components for your state of well-being. So choosing something, you're at that critical point now where you can choose your pathway, and it is really exciting. So the story of origin is why you would go into profession. What has taken you from, this is where I was, and this is why I do what I do. And I want to share with you a story of origin, but I also want you, if there's any takeaway to take from this, is story of origin. That's how you create your connection. That's how you create a relationship with your students or your colleagues. And it's incredibly, incredibly important. What I want to illustrate before I start the story of origin story, what I want to illustrate is something. When we go back to the first slide, and it was taking care of hearts and minds, something that will illustrate for you is an example. When I became a head teacher, the first school that I was head teacher at was a school in Hare Hills in Leeds, and it has every deprivation factor you can possibly think about and more. And I don't know how you can achieve that, but it achieved it. It achieved that status. Knife crime, gun crime, sexual assaults, 6 or 7 languages in the school, which was absolutely amazing. And everything went against the misconceptions created about that school. But I was a teaching head because I chose to be a teaching head. And then the first day, when I was teaching in the afternoon, a class of year 1, 6-year-olds, never taught before, by the way, so I was more of a year 6 teacher. The little year 1s, when I was taking the register, they answered with, and this is a plethora of children from different backgrounds, different experiences, some who were struggling at home enormously, and some with siblings who were in prison. And these children would answer the register when I called their name, "We love you." That was their answer back. These year 1 children, in an area and a school where they had completely been given up on. And their answer for somebody who just walked in the door as a new head teacher, sat down to the register with them, "We love you." And obviously, clearly, I loved them back. And I wasn't afraid to say that. A few years later, after leaving that school, the children were at the end of year 5, and they were completely different children. They were being described as a worst class in that school, a school that I loved and adored, and that I left to go and have another opportunity. But I was still closely affiliated with that school. So myself and the head teacher at the time, we scoured the country for a teacher that was going to turn that around for them in year 6. A teacher who was going to give them the positive regard that was missing. Those children hadn't turned their personalities into something they didn't want to be. They were just being given up on. So their minds were being taken care of. They were being taught. They were receiving a curriculum day in and day out, their legal requirement, their legal entitlement, but their hearts were not being taken care of. The self-fulfilling prophecy of not being good enough, not being great enough, not behaving, was there and evident with every teacher who had them since year 1. And we did manage to find a teacher for them, and within a week, the turnaround was mind-boggling. They went back to the children that we knew and we loved. That shows you, just to illustrate the point, that how important it is for a teacher to give and to build and to repair. It's absolutely crucial. And it shows you what would have happened if those children went into year 6. And unfortunately, their SAT scores would have been impacted on because of the relationship they had with the teacher, unfortunately. So unconditional positive regard it's not an add-on. It should be within everything that you do, say, with the children and adults. As we've just heard from Sarah over there, who's teaching adults, is very, very important. Would you agree, Sarah, or not? Yeah, it is. I don't think it wants to say anything because it won't stop being picked on. So I'm not going to say anything else. And another story now to illustrate, story of origin. So I'm Shaheen Myers. I'm founder of Balance, which I explained at the beginning. I started off my career in education over 20 years ago. And I then quickly progressed on. So for over 20 years, 22 to be precise, in education. I became a head teacher. Then I became an executive head teacher. Then I became an executive lead for a trust that I worked at for a number of schools. And then I, for my sins, and without thinking straight, got a job as Deputy Director of Education for Leeds City Council, which meant that under my care there were 119,000 children and 307 schools and colleges that I was overseeing. The reason why I'm telling you this is not because, oh my God, look at me. I'm telling you this because I was permanently excluded from secondary school. So how on the earth can a child who is permanently excluded from secondary school and left without a qualification to their name suddenly, 20-odd years later, become the first female Pakistani Deputy Director of Education that the council's ever seen? How does that happen? And the reason why I'm telling you this story of origin is not because of, my God, accolade at all. Nothing to do with that. The reason why I'm telling you this story is, fortunately for me, I turned it around myself. The reason that I'm telling you this story is how many of our children don't have that champion in the classroom or in that school where they have untapped potential. Where we're stopping the trajectory or their pathway by simply not believing in them or connecting with them. How many more can soar beyond their mental ability or their mental capacity? When you suddenly start believing in children, they are in the palm of your hand. As someone described in the panel, they are in the palm of your hand because they idolize you. It's not really about idolizing anybody because you're meant to idolize them. And only then can some belief creep in and set in. And it's so fundamentally important, which is why you've heard every child deserves a champion from Rita. And there's so many educators like her out there. But there's also educators that miss crucial safeguarding things, which mean that there are some people that don't fulfill their utter potential and are stopped as a consequence of that. And I could talk to you about this for hours, but we don't have that long, so my apologies. This video is going to illustrate something for you. It's a very short one, shorter than the last one, but it packs a punch. It really does. This is from the child's perspective. It's just to reframe and rethink the misconceptions we have in our mind of why does a child behave the way they behave? Because all we're thinking about is they're rude, they're obnoxious, they haven't been brought up right, they have no respect, they have etc., 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 and we could go on. And what's really important, one thing I would like you to take away is it's easier to communicate pain than it is to communicate love. So when they're communicating pain, there's a reason behind it.
I'm rude because I like the feeling of power and control it gives me, especially as I often feel very out of control on the inside.
I am rude because it gives me an outlet for all my pent-up emotions that I struggle to identify.
I'm rude because people in my past spoke to me or each other that way, and I'm used to it.
I am rude because it gives me attention, even if it's negative attention.
I am rude because I know it winds you up, and I like to feel in control of you, so I don't feel as scared.
I am rude because I'm tired, hungry, thirsty, or just want to cuddle, but don't realise I'm feeling these things.
I am rude because I've got heightened levels of cortisol in my body, which pushes me into fight, flight, or freeze.
I am rude because you've done something nice with me or for me, and I want to remind you that I'm a bad kid.
That's because on the inside, I'm filled with shame, and I have a negative internal working model. I don't believe I deserve good or nice things, so I sabotage everything.
I'm rude because I want to elicit the same response from you that I received from either my previous or birth family. It feels comfortable when you behave in a way that I expect, even though it's not good for me, and just proves that I'm right and that all adults are the same.
I am rude because you got too close and I'm scared of attachment. I'm ready to push you away and reject you before you reject me.
I am rude because I'm perceiving a threat when there is none. This is called faulty neuroception.
I am rude because I can't think before I behave in a certain way or say the wrong thing. I have no internal inhibitors.
I'm rude because my higher brain is underdeveloped and offline. I'm rude because that's the label I've been given by everyone else, so I might as well live up to it.
Finally, I'm mostly rude because I'm scared.
Anybody else watch that and think, oh, I didn't expect that? Anybody else watch that and think that there's a reason behind behaviour? And it isn't always as clear cut as we think it is, that the child's misbehaving just because they want to misbehave. I don't know which child. The 22 years I've taught, I don't know, or had partner education, I don't know a child who's intentionally turned up to misbehave. Never. There's always been a reason. It's always a deeper, sometimes a hidden truth. And all it means for us to require some patience, some care to find it and to help and support. So, why do we need you? Well, I think those last two videos would hopefully give you a bit of an indication about why we need you. But we do. We do need to add to our teaching profession. We are falling short on lots of key stats. I think we're 36% down on teacher applications for a number of reasons. So that's why it needs to be a choice, an advocacy. And you need to be motivated to come into the career and this pathway because you want to, because you feel you have the characteristics to not only teach minds, but to take care of hearts as well. So there are some of the reasons there. I mean, they're only brief reasons. And there are many, many more. Anybody else seriously considering a route in education? I'm putting you all on the spot now. Brilliant. Can I ask you why, please? You want to make a change. There's no better reason than that. Anyone else? So people have got their hands up, put their hands on really quickly because I went and chose somebody. Anybody else want to offer a reason?
Obviously, when I was at school, a very, very long time ago, things like dyslexia, it wasn't even a thing. As a girl, I was told, oh, you can't do woodwork. So I wasn't allowed to take that. Girls weren't allowed to do that. So it was very, very different. And then I've got 3 young men now as kids, all of whom had their own challenges. One is autistic and got learning disabilities. The other 2 are both dyslexic. One of them, unfortunately, suffered racial issues at school as well, on top of that. And I just feel that through my experiences, through their experiences, I just feel that I could make a change.
Not could, you can. Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that personal story. Story of origin right there. When I train schools, when I train staff, and I talk to them about the story of origin, it surprises me sometimes when there isn't a story of origin. There is, just haven't thought about that moment where you connected with that profession, and there isn't a greater one than your own experience growing up in it or your family's experience growing up in it. There's a serious motivation there, and the difference you will make is because your lived experience allows you to show up in a compassionate, compelling way, full of care and understanding, and that is fantastic. Anyone else seriously considering? Sorry, not fast enough. I feel like Jeremy Kyle.
I felt like an outcast growing up in school because I moved around a lot and I was always the new person in school, and no one could really see what my problems were until they were too late, including my reading problems, until it was the mocks of my A-levels. So I want to get another chance at going to school to make sure if people don't feel seen, they do feel seen and they have a chance to thrive in school.
Perfect. I don't think I could give a better answer than that, really. But thank you so much for sharing your personal experience, as everybody else has. And I think, again, there's no greater motivating factor than your own adversity. There is a story of origin I've explained to you. It's so powerful because it's not just a story from there to there. It's a dips. It's a frigging crevices where you've been at rock bottom. It's a valleys, and then it's a top. Some of you have a very smooth journey, and some of your journeys like this. But that story of origin from there to there, which you've just shared, from your personal experience, from moving around a lot and having the experience in school where you can't connect readily because you're moving about, and I resonate with that very, very much. And then my story of being permanently excluded at secondary school meant that when I did become deputy director, there were 0 exclusions for the city. They've never seen that. But there's a wraparound care for those children. Because not all stories are apparent, and you might be thinking, why on the earth would you be excluded? But not all stories are in our face, and not all stories match our preconceptions or biases, shall I say. So it's really, really important for us, again, to consider that there's a power in teaching that goes beyond teaching the mind. It is taking care of the heart. So, I mentioned to you before that we were going to do a bit of a dialogue, and we have been doing, but now it's over to you. I really want you to think about the 2 videos, taking care of hearts and minds, what I've mentioned to you about the why and the advocacy of going into teaching, about invoking a call to action from you where you can live a purposeful career. That purpose is just not for you as well, it's for the children that you take care of. So, thinking back to our anybody else statements when you put your hands up and I said to you, did you feel like that you mattered? And only a few hands went up. Only a few hands went up. You're the closest to education, more than I am. So the recency effect is that you haven't left education so long ago in your secondary school experience. Feeling like you mattered. It's a no-brainer, really, is it? Feeling like you're cared for matters. It makes a difference. So what are the characteristics of a great teacher? What teacher did you need when you were growing up? And I want you to talk to the person next to you. I want you to identify some key characteristics of the teacher that you would have loved to have had when you were growing up, whether it's primary or secondary school or college. Who did you need? Who would have mattered to you because you mattered to them? If you haven't got someone to talk to, I'm more than happy to come and talk to you. And we have some panel members that would also be happy. We've got the advocates over there that would come happy and talk to you if you don't have someone to talk to. But please identify some key characteristics, what makes a great teacher. Over to you to talk to the partner next to you. Don't all start at once. In front, behind, anything. Putting you guys in the spot, sorry.
Like my philosophy teacher was incredible. That's why. Yeah.
Everyone just knows that just conscious of time. Okay. I can go the Q&A.
Take over after you and then just say if anyone's got any questions, linger around at the end. Is that all right?
That's fine. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Sorry about the timing on that one. Would have liked to have a longer session, but would anyone like to share what makes a great teacher? What teacher did you know growing up? Yes. Oh, you've got the mic.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Zainab. I'm studying MA Education at MMU. I worked as a teacher in Pakistan. I'm an international student here. My journey starts when I was doing A-levels in Pakistan. My physics teacher was so inspiring that I was inspired by each and everything, the way she taught us, and her personality. She was so kind that I chose the same field. I done my master's in physics. Later, I done bachelor's in education. I taught IGCSE OA levels physics for 7 years in Pakistan. And now I'm doing master's in education. These all are just because of one of my teacher, that she taught me physics in A levels, that I studied physics and I'm teacher. And the main thing that the characteristic of teacher is she should be a role model. When she enters in the class, the students should feel comfortable and confident when they share their problem or when they ask something from them. Every student should be that comfortable that if the question is a silly one, even though they can ask, and they should not feel like the teacher will snub them or she or he is not going to answer the question. So she was the teacher. Still, I'm on her way, and still I admire her.
Well done. That's a legacy of a great teacher there. The legacy that somebody is, you've got how many, don't know how many qualifications. Goodness me. That's amazing. In physics. Wow. I bow down to you. Well done. Well done.
I'm going to pursue teaching it as well.
At the same time. Goodness me. She's a whirlwind. Right. Persona, charisma, patience, unconditional positive regard, care, compassion, kindness. How many more things do I need to say? All in one teacher there. She or he. Creating an environment of psychological safety in your classroom is key. And safety is not the absence of threat, it's the presence of connection. And that's the power when somebody can connect and the legacy they leave behind, when someone will pursue and pursue and pursue and become a master at their skill, expertise and knowledge. And there you go, prime example of that. Any other characteristics that you thought of that you would have liked when you were growing up?
Hi, I would say being nurturing, so trying to pour into the student every day, because you spend so much time with them. More time you spend at home in a week could be in school. So especially with your words, trying to build them up, not saying things like you can't do this or you're incompetent, because we'll believe it. We'll discuss, and we said, for example, I'm sure if you think about to when you were 5 years old, if someone says something bad to you, then even where you are now, no matter how old you'll have memory of that word that was said to you. So if teachers are more mindful of how they speak to them, being positive and uplifting them, their words can go. One word of belief can literally turn a screw in the mind of a child, and they'll believe that they can be someone, and that helps to find them their potential that's hidden inside of them, because they can't see it. But as a teacher who's older, wiser, can see the things that are inside them that they can't see. But if you can't bring out them with your words primarily, then that child won't get to where they could be if you only were more kind and more nurturing with your words and your dealings with them. So yeah.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much for that, for sharing that. Nurturing. And I just want to ask you, are you considering teaching? Please say yes.
I am, yes. But I don't want to be I'm not sure yet. I don't feel myself being a subject teacher per se. My own, I guess, story of origin is that I enjoyed being in school. I love learning. But I had a lot of friends who who weren't the best behaved, but I believe that they could have achieved more if they had enough people who saw them. I believe that no child is a bad child, like you said. They have things that they need to be like ironed out on, and they need a shift in perspective. So if they had more teachers or more mentors in school who maybe looked like them, so I guess representation is very important. Who's saying that you're not a villain, you've got like a light inside of you. So if they had that, then we'll help them. So I thought I might want to be more of like a mentor in schools, working with like students, just again help them find their potential rather than be like a teacher of like history or English, which I don't mind, but I prefer to have like a more one-to-one or kind of connection with the students as opposed to like having a class of 30 or even like 35 now, because it's ridiculous. But if I can work with like a smaller group, then I feel like I have a big impact that way. So that's my thinking. But I'm not,
Okay.
Yeah.
So you mentioned light within you, and your light, the light within you, in what you just described, your reach needs to be far more than just one child. Far more than just one child. Representation matters. You've just mentioned it. So seriously consider it, because your hand would be snapped off if you did. What you've got inside of you, the scope is unreal. It's unreal. And somebody needs to tell you that, and I'm telling you that right now. Do it. Absolutely. Who agrees with me? There we go. We were in America right now. We have some whoop-whoops in there. But anyway, do it. Absolutely 100%. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Turning lives around. Before I left Leeds, £5.3 million was injected into schools to support serious violent crime. To turn children around by having a mentor attached to them and their family, as opposed to how they were being viewed through the lens of middle-class teachers who do not resonate or connect with the children. There's ways and means that our reach can go so far, and we need to really consider that. And I want to thank you so much. We're running well over time, so I do apologise, but I want to thank you. And I want to just leave you with thinking about what we said at the beginning, going 360 back, taking care of hearts and minds. Today wasn't just about taking care of your mind. It was about a call to your heart. And I hope I've achieved that, and I hope I've left you with something. And even if it's just that the young people around you or in your family are seen slightly different or supported slightly different, then I've achieved what I need to achieve. So thank you so very much for your time this afternoon. It's been a privilege talking to you. Thank you.
It's not. Oh, it's working now. Yay. Thank you so much to Shaheen, to Ella and Tim from Rapogo, and to our panel of alumni who I think there's some of them still in the room. I hope the session today has been really, really great and you've enjoyed it and you've been inspired. I certainly have. That was amazing. I'm just going to quickly run through some close. And I'm going to talk about the Aspiring Teachers Programme, which is a programme of events for aspiring teachers, obviously, which hopefully you all are. It begins on the 3rd of June through to the 21st of June. It's a summer programme. It's a mixture of talks, workshops, and you also get some work experience in a school. So if it is of interest to you, then please do sign up. You can apply via the QR code on screen, or you can go onto the RISE platform, which is rise.mmu.ac.uk, and search for aspiring teachers, and it should come up there. So yeah, please express your interest in that, and the team behind it will be in touch very, very soon. And I think that is it. That is us for the day. Thank you so much for joining us for all activities, or just one, whatever you've participated in. We really, really appreciate it. Please do feel free to scan that QR code as well. I know there's a lot of QR codes going about. And tell us about your experience with Future Me Week, whether you, as I said, you've just participated in one session or you've come to every single one and you're planning on doing the same tomorrow and Friday as well. Thank you so much, and you are free to leave.